Please note, views and opinions expressed in the course of this program do not represent that of WOTV. Therefore, this channel is not liable to any legal action that may result from this program.
Ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí, ẹ sì káàbọ̀ sórí ètò ọmọ Oòduà tó ń dé sójú ìwòran yín o láti iléeṣẹ́ ìkànnì WOTV. Òdu ni wá àwa kì í ṣàìmọ̀ fólókó. A tún ti dé o sórí ètò bá a ti ṣe máa ń dé. Tó ètò ọ̀hún ló wá balẹ̀ báyìí bí ọ̀wàrà òjò sójúde yín o. Àwa òmìnira bá wá pèrè fìdí àbẹ́ bá ń fìdí tí a pèrè mọ́lẹ̀. Kájọ kan lágbá mi ètò tòní nítorí pé ń dá a mú afúra wa lórí ètò lónìí ó gbọgbọ́n. Kódà ó gbẹ̀ngbẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ ń pè ní ó gbẹ̀ngbẹ́ nítorí pé kàyéfì ọ̀rọ̀ kàbìtì la máa ń pè ní kàyéfì ọ̀rọ̀. Tó ẹ bá wá pèrè fìdí àbẹ́ bá ń fìdí tí a pèrè mọ́lẹ̀ ká kọ́ lágbá mi ètò tọ̀hún ká máa bá kinní ọ̀hún bọ̀ bá a ti ṣe máa ń ṣe tá a máa ń kìbọnú ara wọn lẹ́lẹ́yọ̀ ẹ̀yọ̀ bó bá ti wá yá yín bó bá ti yégun ni o ṣe mọ̀ pé ó ti yọrẹ́ àwa tá a wà ń bí náà àbá tèrè wá bí torí pé bàbá débi iṣẹ́ ṣíṣe náà là á ṣe ó ti wá yá ẹja jọ karabodò torí pé àní karabodò tán ká tó ṣe máa wá parọ́ pò tútù mú wá o ó ti yá bó bá ti yá yín ẹja jọ lọ.
Come to on a live from the End Bad Governance protest for Port Harcourt. They move from Federal Secretariat, they go towards Garrison, and more people don't join. More people don't join the protest. Earlier this morning, Commissioner of Police for Rivers State didn't come address the protesters and continue to conduct themselves peacefully. But now the protest don't they move towards Garrison area, and more people don't join. This protest textile affect traffic, especially along this Aba Road axis. The entire Aba Road. Only say now they don't even allow some lanes to dey open. But now so we see them for Port Harcourt. The protest still they go on. We also observe say police they guide the protesters everywhere then they just to make sure say they still conduct themselves well. So now so we see how for Port Harcourt, the protests still they go on. They approach water lines now.
Wait, let us maintain the line.
How do you feel? We are hungry. The president must address this issue. We are hungry. Nigerians are suffering. Youth are suffering. This is the time to address Nigerians. This is the time to alleviate poverty. And no country grow by sharing rice. No country grow by sharing rice. We should grow the economy. We should grow the economy. We are not living the streets until Tinubu comes and defeat poverty. Thank you.
So the protest all reach Port Harcourt Federal Secretariat Complex. This now the Federal Secretariat Complex, and the protesters all reach here to drive home their demands to the federal government.
We are hungry, Tinubu, we are hungry. One day now, our for job employment. Oh no, cannot continue. Great Nigeria, youth! Great! I want to use this opportunity to make people 1 minute silent. Make people 1 minute silent. I'm going to pray there in this place. Yes. So we will die in this place. Are you ready? Yes. Are you ready? Yes. 1 minute silence. May the soul of the departed rest in peace. Government. The money enter their pocket. The black private jet. You don't enter yacht before. What did they wrong? My brother said that side. Meanwhile, they could tell us something.
can see, I didn't tell you the best doctors in the world are from Nigeria.
Yeah, so tell them when they are.
The best artisans in the world are from Nigeria.
But they're running away.
Those are still driving work abroad. So what is the problem in the nation called Nigeria? And I know, sir, as all of us gather like this, those people, they collect extra money for their sitting allowance. And I know, and I know, sir, as I talk to you, the person they call president, they go to another house. And I know, sir, for Kano, and I know, sir, for Kano, say that they use 50 million bikes here. They buy out 2 million. Hunger day. Which color be your hunger? My brothers will say, you know
So now, so we see them for Port Harcourt-Saba Expressway. They don't take over the road, especially in front of the Federal Secretariat Complex. They don't take over the Federal Secretariat Complex to drive home their demands to the federal government. So motorists now, then they turn back from the GRA axis as they no fit continue. Why you dey protest?
Come together.
I said no, I go call the God.
So that's all we see them for here. So they sit down for ground.
Why?
This one lie down for ground. Oh God. For Port Harcourt, the protests they go on, youths don't gather, and then they're presently in front of the Port Harcourt complex of the Federal Secretariat. Aba Road, they don't take over the Aba Road, and as they are there to drive home their demands. This now CFC in front of road safety for Port Harcourt, and the protest still they go on, even though rain they fall. Even though rain they fall, the protest still they go on active. More people don't join the protest. Security people they guide them, then come from they just stay with them and then they do the protest. More and more people don't join. This one CFC area of Port Harcourt, CFC Junction area. This protest starts from Port Harcourt Pleasure Park to Federal Secretariat to Water Lines to Garrison. Now we don't reach CFC, and the protest, more people don't join.
Mr. President, we know that you get the power to do the right thing, but the power that is holding you from doing the right thing will die before the 10 days finish. Help us, don't allow hunger to kill our people. That's all.
Oh. So now their demands be that, okay, why you they protest?
How they protest? But you don't say. They don't let to protest already now. The youth are angry. They are very angry. No employment, no light. Fuel is high. Everything, federal is very high. We are not longer happy. We need a better Nigeria. Mr. President, we need to show concern. You can see the masses is out. Most of us have nothing to do. And this is not what we expect from you as the president of this country. Please, we are begging you, Mr. President. Help the youth, help the fellow Nigerians. We need your concern on this issue, please. We are tired. We need a better Nigeria, Mr. President. Help us. to go to the various places of what you can see. The market women, they can no longer bring food to the market because of the fuel price. Everything is hard. Please, we need to ask for your help. Help us, it's our right. Help us. Thank you.
How long will you go protest?
We'll be here till the end, though. After the 10 days protest, if you don't see them, we will see the movement. We will die here till the government come to our need. We will die here together.
Okay, that's all we say for Port Harcourt.
This protest will never go anywhere. If they say they're not going to listen to us, we will die here. We will stay there until they listen to us. Enough is enough now. Enough is enough. We get refinery. I just buy fuel yesterday, 900 naira per liter. For a country, when we get oil, no now. Our refinery is not the work. And somebody go there for this country to suffer. No way. We there they tell them, say, if they know what is good, let them turn things around. Now, the funny thing about Nigeria is that the cost of living is even costing the living. So it's very annoying. We are here in this country, we are dying in this country. We are nothing is working. Our healthcare is not working. Even to access little primary healthcare, we cannot. And we are here saying that we are citizens. One person, they loot our treasuries away. One man, 22 billion naira to innovate house. No, are we fools? We go there here, they say they go there their house, they chill. But we will tell them, say, when they chill, they come. We don't do this project small, we come. This must change for us. The youth will take the country by force. The youth will take it by force. We are here. Thank you very much, BBC. We appreciate you guys. Thank you.
To address us as a people, and we are saying that if we have no solution to the problem. The fuel price has quadrupled. People can no longer afford basic things they can afford before. Today, the highest currency is now 1,000 naira cannot buy the There's food inflation. There's food insecurity. People cannot go to their farms. There's insecurity of what happens if the food prices will come down. The fuel prices affect every other thing. That shows that you have no empathy, you don't care, you have no plan. So it's just resign because it's clear, it's obvious that you don't value us. I mean, they are well traveled, they are the ones who travel abroad the most. They see things, they see how other countries work, and they come back here, they cannot implement high cost of governance, high presidential area, they are building vice presidential law. How would that affect the country? How would that move the nation forward? They are going to spend having to be yourself. They are telling us to relax. They are not showing us any sign that we believe in the or we should believe in it. So it's clear, you don't have a plan, decide. That's simple. And yet you are telling us to have patience. Nothing. We are asking for too much. All we are asking for is for them to bring down the
The worst enemy of Tinubu right now, the worst enemy of Tinubu, particularly concerning this whole end bad governance protest, are his advisors. It's unfortunate that Tinubu doesn't know it. And if anybody loves him, those around him should let him get this information. His worst enemies, they are not the protesters, they are the advisors. And if we consider the way the IMF and the World Bank operate, I am convinced within me that the IMF and the World Bank have infiltrated his advisors and they have put their agents there to give Tinubu wrong advice. Because I don't understand the behavior that I am seeing from Tinubu right now, particularly with respect to his address to the protesters or to the nation. It's not the Tinubu that we used to know. The Tinubu that we used to know is a Tinubu that would have called these protesters before the protest even began. Come on, for crying out loud. They gave over a month's notice. Over a month's notice, something that even me, I'm not comfortable with. I believe that protests are supposed to be spontaneous. That's the only way they can be effective. But these protesters gave over a month's notice. And typical Tinubu would have called them to a meeting, would have tried to, do what he does. But he didn't do any of this. Rather, he's choosing the path that I'm sure his advisors gave to him, a path that is leading to the aggravation of the situation. Why will a Tinubu think that he, who is a proponent of protest, who has led protests in the time past, how would he think that the best way to handle this thing is to suppress the protest? Now they are coming out to say that, he has instructed the security agencies to enforce law and order. The protesters are looting. Excuse me. I can tell you firsthand that the people who are looting, they're not the protesters. Let nobody make any mistake to think that the protesters in Kano, in Gombe, that were looting are protesters. They are not. From what I experienced in Abuja, I can tell you for free that the people who are looting are the agents that are sponsored by people from government, or the people who want to destabilize the country, who will not be far from being agents of the IMF and the World Bank. They will not be far. So coming to say that you are using the route of suppression and oppression, silencing protesters, that is very untypical of Tinubu, and I am suspecting that some agents of the IMF have infiltrated his inner supporters and are giving him wrong advice. They are giving him wrong advice. What would it have cost Tinubu to invite the protesters and say, okay, we have heard you, these are your demands, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10. This is what we will do to tackle it. What will it take from Tinubu to do that? Absolutely nothing. That is what a typical Tinubu would have done, but he's not doing it. Why? Has anybody cared to ask this question? All the fingers point at his advisors. The way the people that are close to him are advising him to handle this protest is very, very wrong. Tinubu, president of Nigeria, if you don't know, it is not the protesters that are being violent. It is the security operatives that are activating violence, shooting at innocent protesters unprovoked. And where you have violence, the police are aware that there are hoodlums that have been employed by agents of government to come and disrupt peaceful protesters, attack them, and the police actually do nothing. This was evident in Abuja, evident at the stadium in Abuja. So this approach is purely counterproductive. I am concerned that the enemies of Nigeria might hijack this protest to cause breakdown of law and order, to destabilize the country, so that they will achieve their aim, which is one of two things as far as I'm concerned. But it's unfortunate that it is the advice that is given to Tinubu and his action, his instruction to the security operatives, agencies, that is now responsible for the breakdown of law and order. I don't know if your administration, President Tinubu, wants to shoot itself in the foot. But whatever it chooses to do is well within your prerogative. But what I don't want is a situation whereby the lives of Nigerian citizens are lost needlessly. It is not too late to take a U-turn. Address the demands of these people. Address it. Just address it. It's supposed to be a protest for 10 days. Personally, if you ask me, I would say that the protest is successful already. The goal has been achieved and the protest should be called off. But you are not helping matters with the way you are handling it, with the comments that are coming. Look at it. The Minister of Information went on Al Jazeera and lied on international scene. The governor of Ogun State came on national TV and was lying to Shehu Okimbaloye, all in a bid to suppress and oppress the protesters, to give a dog a bad name so you can hang it. It will not work.
I think, hello everyone, you just watched that very detailed explanation. I saw it on Dele Mohammed. I saw the video was shared by Dele Momodu of this particular citizen who explained, what ordinarily leadership should be all about. Because as a leader, you're supposed to have people who are like your advisors and all of that. But I think one of the things for me, like I always say, is that when people show you who they are, believe them. We should stop making excuses for people. Tinubu has shown his arrogance over the years, over time. And this is someone who, you know, when you get to a place where you're so much like a kingmaker in the sense that you bring in people and they must never be above you. They must never aspire. They must never have any goals, ambition beyond what you've given them. You've seen repeatedly how Tinubu has punished people who have dared to be something other than what he wanted them to be. So you see the way, you know, everybody has to be down. So who is going to advise who? Tinubu doesn't look like the kind of person that is waiting for anybody to advise him. Tinubu is one who looks like the kind of person who believes he knows what he's doing and he's the only one who is right, and you dare not even come because they're giving you crumbs. How dare you think that you can now you know, be advising those who are eating the bread or be at the same level or whatever. And I think to an extent, again, sometimes we tend to blame advisors. We start blaming the people who brought in the advisors. People bring in the kind of people that we give them the kind of advice that they want. It's not the other way around. Yes, I know when they say, oh, advisors are supposed to, first of all, you need to be able to get in advisors that are going to tell you whether the truth or advise you the right way. But if you bring in advisors who are going to be psychophants to you, then you cannot turn around and begin to blame those advisors who are being psychophants to you when you brought them to do exactly that. So these are some of the things. And then for me also, I find this thing when we're always focused on, oh, there are some external bodies that are trying to destroy Nigeria. I'm not saying that it might not be factual, it might be factual or not factual. That for me is not it's not even the main issue. But before we focus on external bodies and external either threats or external whatever, have we focused on the internal ones? Have we focused on the fact that we as Nigerians are the ones who are sabotaging Nigerians? Have we taken care of that? Have we talked about the fact that there are internally there are people who are sabotaging the country? There are people who are looting the country, stealing the country dry, not giving good governance and all of that. Hausa people have been saying that it's when the wall cracks that a lizard can find its way inside. As long as the wall is not cracked, that the lizard cannot find its way inside. And so instead of us always having this focus that we do on external forces and oh, people are coming in to plan this, what is it that we have done in our way? And I think if you look at even during the election, during the campaign, the arrogance that Tinubu exhibited, the sense of entitlement, the sense of ownership, the sense of, you know, nobody can tell me anything that he exhibited. How on earth is anybody thinking that there are advisors somewhere that are supposed to advise Tinubu in a way that Tinubu is going to listen? Oh man, that day you go lose that job, Papa. Because the guy, he didn't put you there to advise him. He knows why he put you there. And they are doing what they are being told to do. So for me, I might be wrong. I might be extremely wrong. But personally, I think the advisors are doing exactly what Tinubu wants them to do. And you know, when he talked about the fact that Tinubu is someone who has done protests a lot, for him to think that he will clamp on protests by doing so, because he has, and this also the thing, Tinubu, because he has done so much protest over time. And I don't know whether he has sponsored protests. I'm not aware of that. Probably he has. So he will feel that he knows everything about protest. He will feel that he has an understanding. After all, he is the father of protests. You understand? And so whenever you always get to that part, no, because one thing in life is that don't always get to the part where you think you know everything or you know it. Always come to the father. I really don't know what's going on. I want to learn. That's the best attitude to take. But when you take this attitude of, oh, I know it, I know this, that, it's only a matter of time. I think according they will say hubris, right? Hubris, it will be all hubris, or hubris to get into it and whatever, and somebody, you know, begins to do anyhow. That's why you see some people in certain positions like, I thought this person would know better. But the thing is that even the person actually thought they know better, instead of having the mindset of learning and finding out better, they got to a place where they were thinking they knew it more, they knew it better, they knew everything, you know, and that sort of like, you know, derailed everything. It's one of those crazy things that does happen, and unfortunately a lot of people just miss it by that way. But in the case of Tinubu, hey, he's doing what he wants to do. He knows exactly what he's doing. People really don't matter. After all, Nigeria has 220, over 200 million people. So as far as Tinubu is concerned, even if it's 20 million that are killed, it's just less than 10%. What's that 10% anyway? They are collateral. Somebody during NSAS, people have forgotten, during NSAS, Tinubu asked and he said, what even the NSAS protesters have questions to answer. What were they doing? They were killed at Lekki toll gate. And you think that because of this killing that is happening, you people have forgotten, because of this killing that it's not Tinubu, it's not Ariel, it's not, they're advising him wrongly. Nobody is advising Tinubu wrongly. Tinubu is doing what Tinubu wants.
We shock them. We don't come outside. We go let them know say we stronger past them. Terrorists to secure our border, to protect our. How are we supposed to stop protesting when the reason why we are protesting is not being addressed? He only showed us and told us that we are fools and there's nothing we can do. No wahala. Wahala no dey o. Tinubu 1, Nigeria 0. But we'll meet for front. Enough fight again. 1 year don't come out. We will deal with our life 2027. We are hungry. What are we saying? We are hungry. What are we saying? We are hungry.
What he says, you should stop protesting. Why? What is the reason that he said we should stop protesting? What we require of him, did he do it for us? Did he do one of the items that we mentioned? He did not mention it. He did not say it. He just said we understand our pain. We should go back. We need to dialogue with who? You want us to go and dialogue with who? How are we going to see him? Is it possible to see Tinubu and begin to discuss with him? Whatever you want to say it in public. Let the whole world hear it.
Bad governance must go. Bad governance must go. Someone should continue to sing for.
There is nothing under the Nigerian Constitution that gives a president of a country the power or the right to order a group of people to suspend their agitations for reforms and for demands around socioeconomic rights. What the Constitution provides for in the relationship between the leaders and the led is for elected representatives to provide a mechanism to listen and address the demands of their constituents.
There is hunger in Nigeria. There is hunger. We are just trying our best because in fact and in reality, we are hungry. People they hungry. Even me where they help people, they help me now. People are hungry. You don't understand. I wake up every day to SOS from different people. If you check my DM, you're pity Nigeria. Look at everybody shouting like a mad people. You think they don't want to go to work? No work. This is our blood. This is our blood.
over the world.
Nigeria is a blessed country. We've been blessed with so many human and natural resources that is enough to feed everyone in this country, to make life easy for everyone in this country. But we have the few, the politicians, the elites who are mismanaging our money. So corruption is in our system.
Despite all the threats, despite the blackmail, despite all attempts to foil the protests, I would say kudos to Nigerians who have come out and remain peaceful, and I would say that the protest has been largely successful, at least from the Lagos leg of it. For us, we still believe that it is only when police attack the protest or the protest is attacked by a sponsored thug that the security is breached. If we maintain peace the same way we have maintained it in the last 2 days, there is no cause for alarm. No cause for alarm, no property destroyed, no shop burgled, nowhere looted.
I think that the protest will still continue because the president is here to address us, and this is just day 2 of the protest.
And we want to insist that if any harm comes to anybody,
we had interface with the members of the public, and we made them to know the danger of protests, that if not well managed, it will turn violent. I reminded them of the carnage, of the destruction, of the loss of life that characterized the 2020 EndSARS protest.
The hardship in Nigeria is extremely high. You know, people are literally committing suicide because they cannot afford to feed their families, they cannot afford to, provide for themselves. People are dying in hospitals because there's no bed space. They don't even have bed space in hospitals in Lagos to accommodate people, right? So it's very important at this particular time. The cost of doing business is extremely high. Students are dropping out of school because there's been extreme, fee hike. It's unbearable. So that's why this protest is totally and is utmostly important right now. Victory will mean ending bad governance. Like we have our demands, we have things that we're not just rabble rousers, we're not noisemakers, we're not touts, we're responsible Nigerians, we're intellectuals. We have our demands. We are saying we want a new people-centered constitution in Nigeria that would allow for Nigerians to have a referendum to vote on key issues. That is democracy.
I'm about every day. Every day, I'm about to die alone. What's the border? What's the border?
Nigeria must survive. Nigeria must survive. We must survive. We are tired of homelessness. We can no longer be experiencing poverty everywhere.
Social revolution, the only way to save Nigeria. Social revolution, social revolution, social revolution, social revolution. The only way to save Nigeria. Social revolution, social revolution, social revolution.
Subsidy. What is the truth? Aliko said he gave $100 million to my state government. $100 million to buy all that thing in Lekki. Which of the people in Lekki has benefited? In the US, you hear subsidy. Tomorrow, no subsidy. So what exactly is the truth? We want to know who, in fact, who is the Minister of Information? I don't know his name. We don't hear him. We hear all kinds of people talking. This another guy will blow his own from the villa. So who is the voice of the government? There's a gentleman. I'm not local. One policeman. By every calculation, is unfit to wear that uniform. He is a complete disgrace to the Nigerian police. I'm saying it publicly. We have a lot of police friends, but this particular boy is the one in charge of arresting. You know, they say you go through one way or you do this, they grab your car or grab your machine. Rise, my young colleague there, the chief of defense staff. I had him talking to the public pronouncements on this. Soldier. My advice to him, and as an experienced general myself, by law, let him read the Constitution. They have legal department. What are your do's and don'ts? Don't get involved with political issues. Warning people doing this. There are covert operations that are done. You are to defend the integrity and the people of this country if we have the external forces. Issue of this oil. What is behind it? We are rolling into some other quarters very soon, next month or so. Is it true that there was a time that only Rwanda was lifting all our crude? Is it true or not? Mr. President and his team must address Nigerians. It's a matter of expressing yourselves. And having been out of the box for about 6 weeks, you will see the box better from outside rather than being inside. I read all the things that were going on in Nigeria, and my conclusion and the topic for this discussion is our country, Nigeria, is in a political and economic intensive care unit. That is the topic. We are in a very serious political and economic intensive care unit. And when a human body goes into the intensive care unit, you are between, right? So we need the proper surgeons, political surgeons, economic surgeons, people who have gone through this before, who should be able to come to give us that freshness of breath to get out. The solutions that have been proffered by the administration are mendacious and destructive. Mendacious and destructive. So I said to myself, I just got back this week, and with the interaction, of course, there are crises all over the world. Yes. But every country is trying their best to resolve their economic crisis. But I want to appeal to this government. It's not a matter of fighting. It's a matter of calling attention that their preferred solutions to the problems are not working, can never work, unless we are deceiving ourselves. And, one can manage, but what about the myriads of people, the tons and tons of so many young Nigerians who can't even have any meal per day? So I listed
on the journey so far. We started this struggle on the 1st of August 2024. Today is the 9th day. Some people may ask, is this struggle a success? And I've said it from the first day that the struggle has achieved its purpose. On the first day, to start with, the authorities were running helter-skelter, running all about because of placard-carrying protesters. They deployed all the security forces that they couldn't deploy to Sambisa Forest. They deployed all the security apparatus in the country that they couldn't use to combat unknown gunmen. They deploy all the resources that they could not use to combat kidnapping and insecurity in the country. They didn't stop at that. They now went ahead to obtain a court order to restrain unknown persons so that we will not protest. They didn't stop at that. In that same court order, they went to restrict us to a particular location where they can ambush us. On the first day, our people resisted. They asked us to converge at Freedom Park at Ojota. We started at Ikeja. That is a success on its own. Please, let's give ourselves a round of applause. The fact that our people can even resist them from the first day, and we did that successfully by marching from Ikeja under bridge down to Ojota, shows that the struggle was a success on its own. Now look at it. It appears to me now that the Nigerian authorities are very jittery. When we speak on social media, they no longer the only language that the Nigerian state understands is protest. And because allergic to any form of criticism, they do not want us to protest. But we have already done that, and that makes the struggle a success already. But the question is this: now that we've courageously expressed the satisfaction against bad governance in the country, would that readily put an end to bad governance? That is the question I've been asking myself. For me, I believe that one message that this struggle has sent clearly to the authorities is that our people are now awake. Yes, we have been docile for some time, we've been quiet for some time, but it is now at the back of their mind that the people of Nigeria are now awake. They now know that there is consequence for bad governance. And our people, in truth, will not wait until we begin to count cadaver on the streets. We begin to see dead body on the streets because of hunger, because of bad governance, before we rise up. They are now aware that power truly resides in our people. Before now, we are sincere with ourselves. The masses of this country who have the largest population have been docile for too long. We are docile while those who drag themselves into power have been having their way all the while. But they know that the dynamics, it has completely changed from docility to now being clearly vigilant. And for me, this is just the beginning of the struggle. We have just started. It is either we choose democracy or we choose democracy. You cannot sit somewhere in Aso Rock and you would do nothing other than impoverish our people. We, the people, we are the government. And given that they've taken us for granted for too long, this struggle alone is a satisfaction that narrative of taking our people for granted for too long will no longer be tolerated. But I believe the struggle has just started. We have just started. All we need to do at this stage is to continue to organize ourselves. The ruling elites, the ruling class are well organized. But amongst us, the masses, they throw ethnicity, they bring issue of religion, and they continue to weaponize poverty. For we, the working class, for we, the masses, we must organize for we to defeat them. We are going to defeat them. It's just a matter of time. But we must organize ourselves. While we were planning for the protest, they were holding meetings upon meetings. Emergency meeting. When there was hunger in the country, there was no emergency meeting. Insecurity, there was no emergency meeting. Inflation, there was no emergency meeting. Unemployment, there was no emergency meeting. But when the people rose to say, look, we are putting an end to bad governance, they were running helter-skelter. That signifies that the authorities, as powerful as they appear, they know that the power that resides in the people is greater than the people in power. I want us to organize ourselves. I think that is the only message I have. That at this time, we must not be caught off guard any longer. We cannot afford that again. That thugs will come and invade us, that they go overnight to get court orders. We should not allow that to happen again. And that largely happened because of this narrative that there are no leaders. We must be courageous enough to organize ourselves at this time. We have just one purpose. We want to put an end to bad governance. If we do not organize ourselves, maybe we are concerned about the appellation of leadership, but we need people that will organize us properly. What we have now can be built upon. We have the ample opportunity to build upon it. And let me tell you the truth, because we all know that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not only incompetent, he's equally clueless. There will be more reason for us to see hit the streets, because he is even leading the government without any direction. So what we need to do now is to continue to mobilize ourselves. We need to organize ourselves. If we are properly organized, to be very sincere with ourselves, no thug can invade us. If we are properly organized, there is no thug. How many? What is their number? Those thugs. What is their number? I do not think we should give in for this intimidation. I do not want us to be distracted by issue of ethnic, religion, whether you bring out your own or otherwise, we will still march. When they saw the power in our movement, the Oros couldn't come out. Because the Oro barely eats even in a day. So, because the Oro understands that when the revolution starts, even the Oro will be unable to wait. Now, what I want us to do, which is my primary message, is for us to organize ourselves for the struggle ahead. It is a long walk to freedom because the ruling elites are well organized. We must continue to organize ourselves. We must continue to conscientize our people. Some people are just indifferent. When I was coming to the protest on the 1st of August, the person I was with told me, Festus, you are not hungry. Why are you going to protest? A journalist met me at the protest ground. He said, Barrister, what are you doing here? Because I'm a lawyer. He believes I'm not affected by it. But on a daily basis, people come, you give them bill of charges. They say, lawyer, I can't afford it. Because the economy is bad. I'm not immune to the terrible governance of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And that is why we need to conscientize our people, especially those ones that are indifferent, that are keeping aloof. We have that duty. On a final note, I want to talk on the issue of court order. I was telling Comrade Soweto, and I was always spoken to Francis and some other people, that this is the most dangerous trajectory in our democratic history. If we do not fight that court order, we are finished. If we are not courageous enough to fight those court orders that were obtained to restrict protesters from exercising their fundamental rights, we are all a risk. Because protest is the only thing that we have left now. That right to freedom of expression, to freedom of movement, and freedom of association is the only thing that we have left. That is our only hope. Now, they are taking it away from us. They are attempting to take it away from us through the judiciary. But they've forgotten that human right is our what? Property. is our what? Property. So we need to fight those court orders because it has set a very dangerous precedent. For me, I've said it, that I have a right to protest, guaranteed under section 39, 40, and 41 of the Constitution. Every citizen of Nigeria, in fact, the Constitution didn't even use the word citizen, it said any person. It didn't say citizen, it said any person. Even if you are not a citizen of Nigeria, you can protest in Nigeria, let alone citizen of Nigeria. You have that right to protest. But despite the fact that you have the right to protest, clearly, state agents, the attorney generals, they went to the court to tell the court to stop you from protesting where you wish to protest. That court order is a violation of human rights, whether we like it or not. When injustice becomes a law, resistance becomes automatically a duty. I'm not saying court order are not to be obeyed, but who are unknown person? My name is Festus Ogun, I'm not unknown. Yes, I know, is your name Soweto? They said Soweto should not protest. I only know about Hassan. I knew that, look, other people here were not listed as parties to the case. So they are not, I am not an unknown person. I know Francis is not an unknown person. I know everyone here, we are not unknown, we are citizens of Nigeria. So they got a court order to restrict Nigerians from exercising their fundamental right. That is very dangerous because now that they've done it, any other time that Nigerians are saying they want to protest, they will quickly resort to go to court because there is a precedent, and that is why we must fight that court order to the Supreme Court if possible. That court order is too dangerous. I'm sending a note of warning to all comrades here. We must order to the apex court. It is very important because it has already set a dangerous precedent. Immediately, the Attorney General of Lagos State procured the court order, obtained the court order, sorry. Next, we read in the news that the Attorney General of Ogun State has done the same. Before I knew what was happening, I saw that the FCT has obtained the same court order. Next thing I saw, Edo has obtained the court order to restrain people from protesting. It is too dangerous for our democracy. It is too dangerous for our liberty. The same way they are doing it to end bad governance, tomorrow you will want to protest for something else that is even more personal to you. Someone will go to court to obtain a court order. I've never heard all my life that even during the military rule, military will not go to court to obtain a court order to restrain comrades from protesting. But in a supposed democracy, a constitutional democracy, we are having an experience where court orders are being obtained to restrain protesters. I think that we must challenge that court order moving forward so that we can clear the precedent. We must challenge that court order so that we can set the record straight that, look, you cannot restrain a protester to a particular place before such a protester can exercise his right to protest. If they are asking someone in Okokomaiko who says he is hungry and he wants to protest against hunger and bad governance, they say he must come to Ojota. Where will he get money to come to Ojota? Someone in Badagry to come to Ojota before you can exercise your right. So I think that we must whether set up a committee or have a team that will look at how to challenge that order of court. It is too dangerous for our democracy. It is a very dangerous precedent. I say, look, how? I kept asking myself the question, how will this kind of order even come? Who conceptualize it? But what APC government cannot do does not exist. This is why we must be eternally vigilant. They could, under the guise of that court order, they could arrest a lot of people. Yeah. And because they know that we have a justice system that is painfully weak and not fashioned in a way that protects the Nigerian people. They know how they can take advantage of the system to victimize our people. This is why the second table, apart from us organizing, we must see how we will challenge that court order, because that court order is a violation of human rights. That court order is unconstitutional, because if you look, I'm sorry, but I want us to get it clear. If you look at section 45 of the Constitution, it says that, look, these rights, they are not absolute. Nobody is doubting that. Even the right to life is not absolute. We are not contesting that. But you can only restrict that right through a law under section 45. And that law is not executive power to. It's not one governor says you should not protest, or one traditional ruler, glorified civil servants are telling you you should not protest. We are saying a law enacted by the National Assembly or State House of Assembly. That constitution did not say that you can restrict a person's rights by a court order. Court order is not part of the restriction or derogation to a person's fundamental right. It's not there. And it also says that even if you have that law must be reasonably justified in a democratic society. If you have a law that even says you should not protest, is it reasonably justified in a democratic society? This is why we must challenge that court order. We have that duty. I hope we will not betray our generation. Thank you.
Freedom from by struggle, freedom by struggle, by struggle, freedom come by struggle, freedom come by struggle, freedom come.
Thank you, Barrister. Thank you so much. Sorry, there's a story going around on Twitter that the police laid CJ. I don't think it is true. It's a false story. Yeah, please. Yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm debunking that. No police laid CJ. They were here, but they did not lay CJ. Yeah. So thank you so much, Comrade Festus Ogun. I think the key message from his lead-off is that we must choose if we want democracy or democracy. We must. Okay.
Please, I slept in this office. And so by 5 o'clock, the police were all here. There were more than 300. So I called Abuja, my boss, and told him about Please, around 5 o'clock this morning, police were all here. There were almost 300 with about their whatever. They were about to 30 or so. So later, when I called my boss, Abuja, after some time, they were not here again. Then later they came back. Later they went back again. So they were here even up to maybe around 8 or so.
Yes, thank you for that information. They are here indeed. But the thing going around on Twitter is that they are restricting people from coming inside. No, that's not true. They are not restricting people from coming inside.
They cannot.
Yes, they cannot.
I mean,
yes.
In our national secretariat, they cannot.
So thank you. I think that was a good lead off. And one of the things that I also got from him is the fact that we must begin to organize, because the people at the top are organized, but they keep dividing us by parochial sentiments. I remember that at Ojota, I had to grant an interview, and then I started crying when they asked me my name, because I could not say my name for a minute. I could not say my name because I'm Igbo. And the popular narrative out there is that Igbos are not organizing for this product. Government. So when the reporter asked me my name, I was shocked for a minute. I wanted to say my name, but I did not want to say my name. And in my head, I was thinking, my name becomes foreign to my tongue, that I cannot say my name, because the land has been so divided with wicked sentiments that we do not recognize when our oppressors are pitting. Something we're taking away from Comrade Festus Ogun's speech, it is that we have been clearly divided on all fronts, and it is time to unite against these people that oppress us. And when you look at the top, they are not divided, whether by language, by ethnicity, by political party. They are always united when it comes to corruption and what must be done to keep the people below. They are united, and we're seeing that in Abuja, where the minister is from a different party and the president of this country is from a different party, but yet they are united in the affairs of how to, you know, how to put people down or how to go about it. So yes, this is a takeaway, and I'm seeing an outcome of this symposium even as we sit down now. And one of that outcome is that we are going to challenge that repressive court order. It is not a trend that we should allow. We have won so many victories in this journey. One of the victories we are going to win again is that we are going to go out and challenge in the court that kind of restrictive order that keeps citizens down from exercising their rights. Remember, the only thing many African countries know is how to copycat bad laws, copycat repressive actions. We also saw it with the internet. If you notice, the internet has been stable, you know, for a few days now. But all the while we are outside since the beginning of this protest, it was really very, very bad. And we had the Minister of Technology tell us that it's because people were inside their house. That's why the internet, no, people were outside or something. That's why the internet was so bad, which was very ridiculous because people are always inside their house during weekends. The internet goes. People during COVID-19 were in their house. The internet was very fast. So why is it that protest time, the internet goes down slow? And we know this is not a new thing. We saw them also ban Twitter. So it is a trend. And this new trend of going that we must hold tight and say that that is one of the things that we must move forward with to challenge, even as we score more victories ahead. As we move forward, I want to call on Comrade Akinde to come over here, and Comrade Akin Revolution, please join us at the table. Yeah, so to speak next to us, I'll pass the phone to Comrade Helashus.
Greatest Nigerian people.
Great.
Articulate Nigerian people.
Great.
Ever conscious Nigerian people. Greatest Nigerian people.
Great.
I want to be sure all of us are here. Well, first and foremost, I would like to address the person that says, why are we not on uniform? And of course, in everything that happens to us, like he has said, there's also need for us to be drawing lessons. I was just on my way to my office. I saw police here. I'm like, what's going on here? I got to the office. I prepared myself for the day. And I make a call to somebody. It was that call that made me to be here. And so when I was talking to that person I made sure that, oh, there is a program here today. And on my own part, my own commitment, I felt, no, if I'm in the office, I am wrong. And that's why I came here. I left all what I was doing, and I'm here. So please, for that black uniform, I was on black yesterday, I was on outside yesterday. So I just want to clear that here so that we understand ourselves and we need to work together every time. And each time, if we want to have a kind of little each, let's just explain, let's tell ourselves the truth, and let's move ahead. Because at this point in time, I need to salute our comrades, Nigerians. I need to tell us that we have done wonderfully well so far. The ruling party, they've tried, politicians have tried their best, to make sure that it didn't work. And at a point, I think for myself, I was really glad that, because when the thing started, it was like, no, it's not going to end. People are not going to talk. In any forum, people just, no, it's just you feel like you are just on your own, talking on your own. You are the only one that, are you not feeling what is happening? But alas, at a point in time, we were able to come together to say this is what we want. We want to end bad governance, we want to end hunger, we want to we want to tell our leaders that no, you are not doing things right and you need to do things right. Please, let's say 3 goza to ourselves. Goza. 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 And so, fine. We said that from day 1 to day 10, we're going to have this protest. And of course, when I came in, the first statement that catch me here was, what's next? Yesterday, we were at Alausa, and of course, as they have said, we mobilized women's movement to be at Alausa yesterday. And of course, you will ask me, why Alausa? In the first place, some of these women cannot even trek to Ojota in the first place. And what does that tell us? That even at times, this our government, they know what they are doing. They know that by placing all those areas, they know that they are going to set some people back. And over we've been on Zoom, we've been discussing, some of us were part of the rally already, but some were even like, okay, let's come out, even as women. They are asking people, they are doing all sorts of, maybe if women come out too, then maybe government will understand. But of course, when we were at Alausa yesterday, they were like, we're in the wrong place. But of course, we stood our ground and we were able to lend our voices into issues of Nigerian development issues in Nigeria. And why am I saying this? After that yesterday meeting, we felt that, okay, yes, we have done well in Lagos. Can we move to Abuja this morning? And I told you what happened in Abuja. Of course, some of us, okay, let's hold on, Lagos, okay, let's some other people, go to Abuja. But I tell you today, I was not sure when I heard at 5 a.m. they're already here. Because at the Abiola Stadium, today, this morning, the protest couldn't go. They were already tear-gassing everything. I have the video on my phone here. Women couldn't even come into that stadium in the first place. And what does that tell us? That if we continue to fold our hands, if we continue to keep quiet, these our leaders, they are shameless. They are evil. They don't even have our interests at heart. Then, like what we used to say, that power belongs to the people. The power still belongs to the people. We need to tell them, we need to show them that power belongs to us. Because, for as far as I am concerned, like the last speaker said, when they were ruling, when nobody is talking, when people were trying to cope with the situations, there were no meetings. But suddenly when you hear that some people are gathering to raise their voice, to register their annoyance, then a lot of things started happening all of a sudden. What does that tell us? That all of us, like I want to say in my message today, that we need to sustain this, our activism. Greatest Nigerian people. Great. Greatest Nigerian people. Great. We need to continue in these commitments. We need to continue organizing ourselves. We need to continue in our active participation. And I think that is where lies the victory. We need to sustain this activism. And like today, when we were leaving Alausa, we told them we are not going to relent. This is just the starting point. Don't feel that, okay, yes, because today, because DPO was saying, when do you want to leave? You people just go. Shebi, this is the last day. And I was like, no, this is just the starting point. But of course, for us to say this is the starting point, it's not just one voice. It's going to be my voice and your voice all together. And for us this day, as even that we want to organize this symposium, I want us to have it at the back of our mind as we go to whatever we're going to be falling back to, that there's need for us to sustain this activism. And that is what we must all do. with all our capacity, with all what we have in us, it must be sustained, because that is where our victory lies. Aluta continua. Thank you, Comrade Belashwas. There's a song we used to sing on the ground, and it is Social Revolution. Social Revolution. The only way to fight oppression. Social Revolution. Social Revolution. Social Revolution. The only way to fight oppression. Social revolution. The only way to fight oppression is social revolution. When the society tires, the oppressors will run. So just keep it at the back of your mind. So next to speak to us will be Comrade Akin Revolution.
Great Nigerian people. Great. We have done what they considered impossible. If you know the amount of resources that the states deployed to prevent what took place from the 1st of August
this country.
What is going on there? We want to know the truth. Today you hear there is subsidy. Tomorrow somebody will come, there is no subsidy. Oh, there is something. Oh, crude oil is being sold today. Aliko will come with his own, his own stories and all it. So what exactly is the truth? And then suddenly the Mr. President and his administration, he said, look, well, we will sell crude oil to Aliko in Naira. Do you understand the implication of that? The major source of income, foreign exchange income for this country, is the crude oil in dollars. Now, if you start selling it in Naira to some individual, I don't know whatever you have together, it doesn't bother me. But what bothers me is, how do we look at the debt portfolio of Nigeria? We say we are carrying on our heads now. Unimaginable. Who is going to suffer? You know, my children keep saying, Daddy, you know where the ginseng, I mean, the Gen Z, they are Gen Z, and so who will pay for it? What future do we have? Maximum, we spend the next 2.5 years, it's over. Okay, you want to renew it again, another 4 years, so people would decide. But I want to thank Nigerians, those who went out peacefully, because it's a constitutional right, especially in a democratic dispensation. How do they get the feedback of their policies? The impact is having on the people. It is normal for them to say, government, this what you are doing, we don't like. Is this, is that, and you are supposed to listen if you believe that they actually voted for you. You see the interconnections now. Now, the electoral people, Professor Mahmoud cannot extricate himself. The procedure was to ensure that the votes of Nigerians will put those people there. You remember there's no election in this country. Once they finish, it is the court of law. Look at the British. 2 weeks, the government changed. Went to an election, came back from the election. The Labour leader became the prime minister. The prime minister himself said, the conservative prime minister said he accepted and that he was sorry that they did not deliver to the people. He was asking for permission. I mean, for them to forgive the Conservative Party. And they've settled down. So why can't we do that here? What is the problem? So in the US, you hear subsidy. Tomorrow, no subsidy. So what exactly is the truth? We want to know who, in fact, who is the Minister of Information? I don't know his name. We don't hear him. We hear all kinds of people talking. This another guy will blow his own from the villa. So who is the voice of the government? I don't know who he is because we haven't had him. Compare him to former ministers of information. That's the gateway to communicate with the people. So if he had been doing his work well, maybe there would have been no protests. It's like the government just kept quiet or disappeared into some oblivion. So, subsidy, no subsidy. What is the truth? Aliko said he gave $100 million to my state government. $100 million to buy all that thing in Lekki. Which of the people in Lekki has benefited? Or the government just grabbed the money in there and those people were thrown out of their environment? Is it right? And you know, what I think went on that week is just a tip on the iceberg. The truth will come out someday. So, my perception of the handling of the oil sector of our country is very disappointing. Who is the Minister of Petroleum? Who is the chairman of NNPC? This man from Ondo State, what's his name? Akinyelure, chairman of the board. Now, Kyari made a statement yesterday, which is very burdensome. He said, at the right time, I will talk. Which right time? Rome is burning. The emperor is sleeping. He said, which other right time can you talk? So as a private citizen, as an elder in this country, there is nothing else I'm looking for but to have peace. To be able to sleep. I just woke up not too long ago. What am I running after? But you have children, you have relatives, you have the younger generations, this Gen Z, whatever. They are restless. And what is happening in the north is a reflection of the restlessness of the youth. Because, you know, we are lucky in the southwest here, all the way to the old Bendel, to Delta. When the action group ruled Western region, Baba Olowo emphasized the need for education. Education makes people easy to rule but difficult to deceive. Very easy to govern but impossible to deceive. So now I went for a graduation ceremony in Katsina State University, when my younger brother Shema was their governor. They had their first graduation ceremony. As I sat beside him there, They were, congratulating the graduates, and then there were two young men. One had a first-class honors in mathematics, another first-class honors in science. Then I said, Excellency, what are you going to do to these young men? He said they will be sending them abroad for postgraduate program. And he said, oh, guy, the interesting thing? These two old men there are their fathers. The real Kaufulani men and their fathers. Now, so having exposed all the crannies in the north to education, the challenge is now coming up. So why they've been to the university, they have graduated. Where is hope? Where is job? Where is food? They went straight back to the hamlets where they went to school. So, and they are seeing all those leaders going up and down. They are bound to react. There's something at the back of my head here. The Northern Youth Council came here. He said, Oga, we've been listening to you. We want to honor you. I said, from where? I said, they are the executive leaders of the Northern Youth Council. Right here. So I sat here and they turbaned me. Gave me some, the name is all up there. And so after all that, I said, what is your mission? They said, sir, we want to link up with the Southern youths. That came to me like they said they are fed up. They want the youths of this country to come together to start. That's the gene, what did you call it? Gen Z. Now, my thought then was, as a retired general, that wouldn't be my approach, linking you this. Politically, yes, you can do that, join our party or this, because it could be misconstrued. Because Buhari was there. He said, yes, we know George is a troublesome man. He wants to make coup. He's recruiting people. They came for, and I said, okay, why don't you let me think about it? Stay overnight in the hotel. They said, no, sir. We came by night bus from Kaduna, and we are going tonight. Night bus back to Kaduna. So it is not just that. Yeah, they had. Even I attempted to say, okay, get some little stipends for you to say, no, sir, we don't need it. You see the commitment, the zeal in them, and the anger is what they are exhibiting now. Some people are behind them. Again, on this issue of these protesters, I want to advise my young colleague there, the Chief of Defense Staff. I had him talking to the public pronouncements on this. Soldier. My advice to him, and as an experienced general myself, by law, let him read the Constitution. They have legal departments. What are your do's and don'ts? Don't get involved with political issues. Warning people, doing this. There are covert operations that are done. You are to defend the integrity and the people of this country if we have the external forces. Yes, I realize, because I also took part before on the issue of when the police action on any situation cannot cope. We have what we call, it's a special operation in the military. aid to civil power. The special operation. The police will talk to the president to say, look, sir, we can't cope. Then they will call the military in. It's a special operation. But they hadn't got into that. I saw men marching around as if the people you were trying to control are foreign people. These are your people. They are the people you are to defend by your training, by your commitment, by your honor. So, it is not yet over. The issue of this oil. What is behind it? We are rolling into some other quarters very soon, next month or so. Is it true that there was a time that only Rwanda was lifting all our crude? Is it true or not? Mr. President and his team must address Nigerians. We've had stories. Because the first thing that came out from Aliko was that I'm going to import crude oil from America. Crude oil from America? How? That was the first leak. Everybody got quite startled. What? Okay, then gradually. So the issue of Malta also came up. What the hell is going on in Malta? Do you know Awando or whether the young man had been creeping all the crude oil? And I said, wait a minute. Man of fools. If I cannot tell my genuine brother the truth, then he's not my brother. What is happening in the oil industry, we want to know. Maybe it didn't start today. We had stories too, that some people were just screaming all this subsidy or no subsidy during General Buhari's time. And some even went to him. Stories we had that, this money that we are collecting is too much for doing nothing. Whether it's true or not. So Nigerians, we want to know the complete story of in the oil industry. Now, this is an interactive session. The next one is this food insecurity. The solution is not to start importing food as palliatives. Where are the economic advisors to the villa? There's an old saying, teach me, Baba, teach me how to fish so I can feed myself forever. So I will stop coming to harass you. What have you forgotten? So every little thing now, like they think they've resolved it, you go and import food. Very, there should be a short-term, medium-term, long-term policies. I remember during Baba's time, there were certain banks set up specifically to meet the needs of this country. There is an agri bank that is set up that I know. I was chairman of BOI. We had these microcredits. Government can intentionally, all this money they are using to import useless, expired palliatives, they should give loans at almost 0% interest to the farmers of this country. And there are millions of people who are farmers. I know Lagosians don't farm. What we know best to do is buying and selling or land. That's our own trade. But once you go from Epe to Ijebu to this, all the way to the north, there are farmers. It can be coordinated very efficiently so that you can give them almost zero interest loan to go back to the field. subsidize fertilizers for them. That is the real palliative. All these one shot, and when they go and buy the items, the palliatives, the people show us on the TV, say, look at this rubbish, look at all the rice they are giving us, dirty and rubbish. So again, the approach, the suggested solution cannot work. It's not working. It makes our country look like as if we are in the Stone Age. Now, the next one is the economic stagnation. The rate of inflation is rising by the hour. So which means interest rates cannot fall. And that's why you see a lot of our people, well, they say, we are here at bank. Whatever you want to do, you want to send me to jail for borrowing money. Because you can't get any money in the banks. I am suggesting, get all those managing directors, former managing directors of banks, current directors of banks, for a closed door meeting. All the dollars allocated to them in the past, what did they do with the money? They didn't talk. Because they can be, where's the fact that they are producing one item or the other? It's our dollars that have been given to them, and then the same dollars they now use, that they call round tripping. I'm ready for a challenge on a debate for that. Go to the airport, you see their private jets. You buy private jet for 10 naira? What happened? I hope Yemi Cardoso will be strong enough to replicate the efficiency from his family, because his own Baba too was an accountant who worked for this country. So don't let us close that chapter. I don't know whether he invited them, called the ones before, and those who are there now. They know. They know. The round tripping issue didn't start just now. It started a long while ago. Now, the next thing is the constitution we are running. One thing, truth, no matter how long, turn it over like this, bend it over like that. When you leave it, it will still tell you this is the direction. That is the truth. I listened to one gentleman who said he came from Kano. All these stories we've been talking about, the need to restructure this country. We can't continue like this. He spoke, it was so enriching when I listened to him. He's from Kano. He spoke brilliantly well on the need to revisit the present constitution and the system we are running, and that it is not working. We've been saying that. It is not working. It's like a military doctrine, because in the military, power comes from the top and percolates downwards. When the order is given by your commander, and you don't follow it, you know the consequences. But in democratic dispensation, power comes from the base. The people vote you there to go and manage the resources of their land for the benefit of them, not for you, not for your own benefit. Now, I'm happy the story is now growing. There is already a concluded report on this, our constitution. What should be done was handed over by Jonathan to General Buhari. It's not easy. It's not isn't a new thing. Let them go back to that archive, bring out the report, and let's discuss it, so that the lawmakers can do something about it. We are deceiving ourselves. You see, you look at the war of words. They said, "Oh, federal government, Supreme Court has given this order of local government, money should go directly to the state government." What the hell does the president need to be directing the chairman of Lagos Island in my own local government? What, or in Sokoto, or in Calabar, or where? What is the involvement of the president or the national heads about the local government? That's why they call it local. An administration. It should be handled by the state. If you want to have 200 local government, that's your business. If you want to have one or two, it's your business. That's exactly what happens in the United States. Whoever is in Washington has no business to be talking about the other counties. The counties are under the state, and the assembly depends on how much money you have. You take California as a state. It's the 6th largest economy in the world. They can afford to have bicameral parliament, legislature. Maine is the smallest state in America. Everybody will cut their coat according to the available cloth. Maine has only one camera. They cannot afford Senate and Assembly. And then the beauty of it, you go to New York, the county of New York controls not only the ports in New York, the JFK, the airports localized there in New York is controlled by the mayor. So these are the resources they will now accrue to be able to lift their people up. Here we are in Lagos. The Nigerian Ports Authority, the MASA, everything is controlled from the Federation. How? How? I am hoping that the Ashiwaju will be bold enough. This is going to be a measure of a decisive measure of his commitment to this country. Go and restructure. Go and refit. Because if we don't do it, like I said, we are presently in the middle of an intensive care unit, both politically and economically. The next thing, our electoral process. Okay. We sat here that night of election. All of a sudden, professor who had told us that they had done a trial run, the whole system was solid and it was working and we are ready. I threw a party here that Nigeria, for the first time since I was born, is taking a turn to civility. From nowhere, we just heard there was a glitch. Glitch care. What are you talking about, glitch? In a system, a computerized system? That's my training in the military. I trained as a weapons systems engineer. You know, if they fire a missile at your ship, you know, in those days, there were no missiles, they fire, you know, guns and things. It takes a time. They use their own eye to be watching and they fire back if they can get it. But now the eyes are now the radars. The radar will lock on, give you information about the details of the incoming missile to your ship. In microseconds, the results, this time of arrival, I mean the speed at which it's flying, and the weather situation, and what time it will hit you if you don't respond. The calculations are quickly made by the computers, robust computers. We don't have glitches. If you have a glitch at that time, what is going to happen to you? You are dead like meat. You know. So when he said there is a glitch, I said, what kind of system are they running? Is there any computer system like that that will not have an alternative channel if one channel blocks? Until Amazing, that big company, said no, there was no glitch in their system. What we have is like you switched off the system because we were watching you online. I haven't been following all these elections. Elections are coming now in Edo and Ondo. I hope we won't have glitches because it can only happen in Nigeria. Go to Rwanda. They were in war recently. But by Jove, that nation has arrived. Look at Kenya. The Americans called the man for a special handshake. You think, when you look at those small countries compared to Nigeria, the largest, the biggest, the richest, when they were all in crisis, this country was funding them and helping them. Who helped the ECOWAS? We did. Who funded all the crises in Liberia? I was in the system at that time. In Liberia and then in Sierra Leone and all that. We did. So what has happened to the giant of Africa? For God's sake, let these people do something. This nation is not supposed to be at this level anymore. The Malaysians came here. They took our palm kernel. Now that's the largest producer of palm oil now in the world. Now, there is something that has been happening. It's an infringement, a serious insult and hardship being impacted on most of these young people in Lagos. It has happened now to two of my young people. That's why I want to say it publicly now. There's a gentleman, I'm no local, one policeman. By every calculation, is unfit to wear that uniform. He is a complete disgrace to the Nigerian police. I'm saying it publicly. We have a lot of police friends, but this particular boy is the one in charge of arresting. You know, they say you go through one way or you do this, they grab your car or grab your machine, and then they will tell you they are all going to auction it or they are going to crush it. Now, one of the boys who worked with me before was an inspector. He lived in Ikorodu. Was coming to work, because he's riding the machine was during rainy season. So he was wearing only the top uniform. He didn't wear so that his trousers would not be wet. So they stopped him. They grabbed he's an inspector by rank. Grabbed the machine from him and he explained himself, showed his ID card. This boy, his name is Shola Jejeloye. Jejeloye. He's not a Jejeloye. He's a first class, discreditable person to the uniform he's wearing. What did he do? He grabbed the machine. You saw that he's an officer, like you, an inspector. Then you took the machine to their office. By the time we were now trying to, call who is in charge, who is this and that, they said they've sent it to be crushed. That's police to police. I had to, thank God the exchange rate wasn't this bad that time. I bought him another machine because he had to go to work. He had been with me for a long time. So I bought him a new machine. If I want to buy a new machine now, it's about 1.something million naira. Yeah. Then, recently, about 2 weeks ago, there was this young man. His name is Okoli Godswick Chukwurka. Brilliant young man. In fact, my stepson and him won the award, the Mandela Award, for inventive technology. He is an expert in renewable energy. This young man. He's early 30s. So, after they got that award, they could have stayed back in America, like the Japa. But they said no. The two of them, my stepson too and him, won that award. That one has a doctorate degree in renewable energy. So with the two of them, they partnered, and I was so proud. I'm still so proud of them. One night he was heading home. That was the time they blocked certain areas on the IBB bridge. So some police now were telling him, pass through here, go through there in the night. While some other policemen were waiting. The place they said they should was a one-way.
Today to protest. We are tired of hunger. We are calling the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to listen to our cries. He should end the hardship.
I came out here to join you to mobilize the nation for your sake. So we must show what we want them to do. We must be a perfect example. I would have sat down in my house and allowed you to be on the street. But I went ahead of all of you to mobilize the nation to bring an end to bad governance. Till this morning, 4 a.m., there have been contentious demand from me to make a statement to the nation to withdraw from this protest. But I rejected it.
Joining us now on the show as we look at the state of the nation of Nigeria amid the nationwide protests is Prophet Issa El-Buba, convener, Initiative for a Better and Brighter Nigeria, and the General Overseer of El-Buba Outreach Ministries International. Good morning, sir, and welcome to the morning show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure joining you this morning. And glad to see Dr. Rufai. And yourself. I've met your husband in Kenya.
Oh, great.
Right. And Dr. Ruben, doing a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Well, Prophet, you led the protest. It was reported in Jos, Plateau State. As a prophet, The expectation is that you preach messages of love, unity, even hope, which President Tinubu has joined, saying he's a hope champion. But you led a protest against the state. Can you explain why you have chosen that option? And then now you are here physically with us in Lagos. It looks like you abandoned the protest. The protest was supposed to be August 1 to 10. Were you persuaded by President Tinubu's address to abandon the protest and leave Jos and come to Lagos?
Well,
those two issues.
Let me answer the last one before I get to the first one. Having abandoned the protest, I believe that you've seen that there was curfew that was declared on the plateau, and also I have some meetings with some of the leaders here in Lagos that we need to sit down and look at the whole situation, and also on how we are going to keep the fire burning until we get things right. And so I'm here specifically to be able to strengthen the hands of men and women that are also willing to fight and to sustain the fight until we recover.
You brought the Plateau spirit to Lagos.
Yes, because Plateau stood out. By the grace of God, we were able to lead the protest without one soul, without losing one soul, without a breakdown of law and order. And so it stood out in all the protests in the country. And everybody was calling on the Plateau model and template on how they need to follow what we did on the Plateau. So let me come back to the first one. The first one, I'm a prophet by calling. And if you look at the calling of true prophets are restorers of values. True prophets are people that raise the standard of what a society needs to look like. True prophets are men and women that restore certain truths to the society and to its leaders. True prophets are men and women that can look up to the eyes of anybody who is doing what is wrong and confront the person without bending down their eyes. True prophets are not materialistic, and they are not people you can buy their conscience. They are emotionally detached or separated from people that will manipulate them for anything. They actually stand for the purpose of God on earth, and they also present the needs of humanity to God. So they stand in between, and that means that they are there for the defense. For instance, the Bible says that Jesus Christ came into this world in order to redeem humanity from captivity. And if that is what Christ came for, to redeem us from captivity, for this purpose, the Son of God was made manifest.
Prophet, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
It's the same Bible,
yes,
which is the main textbook.
Yes, sir.
Romans 13, verses 1 to 3. Says that the people should submit to the governing authorities.
Yes.
Do you object to that section of the
you have
Bible?
to understand the context of that scriptures. What is the meaning? Why did that scripture? The scriptures there did not say we should cover the iniquity of leaders. But the scriptures there is saying, look here, you sustain institution by invoking the power of God. Now, anything that contravenes the constitution or the institution of God's word, you are meant to go against it. That's why Paul, the same Paul who gave that admonition, said in the book of Timothy, what did he say? He said, all scriptures is given for instruction, for admonition, for correction, for rebuke, and for righteousness.
All right, sir.
Okay? So what we are called for is to correct, is to exhort, is to lift up the standard of system and society for the benefit of the people. That's why you're a shepherd. You're a shepherd not to see the people go the wrong way. You're a shepherd in order to guide the people on the right path.
All right. Okay, great. And thank you so much, sir, for Dr. Bati is a Bible college scholar as well, even though he did not graduate when he went to Bible college. But I wanted to ask you something yesterday, and I'm glad that one of the leaders of the protest is with us in the studio. Senator Adams Oshiomhole was with us yesterday, and he said that the protests had no leaders, had no people, no faces, and so it's good to see your face. But he also mentioned that it was about ending this government, not about poverty. And I want you to speak to that. Was that what you were agitating for in Jos? Were you trying to take out the president from office in terms of ending bad governance? And then if that's not the case, I'd like you to also speak to your statement where you said that the president and the National Assembly should stop living lavishly and be sensitive to the people. What would that look like? Was it reflected in the president's speech?
Let me bring you to this. I think this is one of the things that is really, really getting me hard and hot within me. I've observed in this country that we love to sit on the chair of deception and lies. And I'm being very frank with you. Most of the political class, I say most, and that means 90%, come to a stage where they feel they can lie on the people and deceive the people or manipulate the people. Now, let me give you this about this protest. I never knew there was even any plan by anybody. I was in Warri having my conference. I was on a national tour. And I was going from state to state by road. I want to see the state of the nation, so that when we are praying, we know that we are praying specific issues. And I tell you the truth. I've never seen Nigerians in pain like the way I've seen them this time. I've never. When I confronted the former president, I confronted him because I told the nation. This time around, I went on a tour road and I saw the state of the nation. I was in Warri, and God spoke to me to confront the government, to do things quickly and put things right. People are suffering, and there are things that just ordinary, let me use the word, ordinary mind should be able to tell you. I'm not well educated, but at least there are simple things that an ordinary person should know. Short-term, mid-term, and long-term goal. What do we do with the pain that we've thrown the people into? This president threw Nigerians into uncommon pain. People are eating grass. People are eating leaves.
So would you say that it was not about ending the government, but writing?
It will amaze you.
Yeah, because
it will amaze you to know this, that not one person has given 1 penny. Not one person has spoken to me. All my chapters across the country, when I called for the protest, I said, if the president do not act on alleviating the pain of Nigerians, we will get on the street. That was when, after that broadcast, a group of young people from Kano, Sokoto, Kaduna, Borno, and all of that, on the Twitter space, over 110,000. I got in there and I heard what the young men were discussing. And that was when I knew that, yes, the North is ready to bring about a change that has never been.
Over hunger and
the level of poverty and suffering in the land and insecurity.
Okay. Right. So you've said all of this, but let me put forward some positions, and I'm sure you can react to it like the government will have put forward. The government is now talking about the fact that foreign forces are trying to take over the nation, which is the Russian flags being peddled around. They are also talking about the fact that they have done a lot, like President Tinubu said. He has given this, he has given that, he has given 570 billion to the states and all of that. I'm sure if a government spokesperson, when you say people were eating grass, if you're a government spokesperson over here, it will be like, oh, vegetables is a form of grass. Probably that will be their reaction. I'm just hazarding a guess. The government is now saying, where is my iniquity? And that's the last question I was asked. So where is the iniquity of President Tinubu? Can you show it to us?
Number one, I want to say that there's no any international. From what all I know, there's no.
But if I arrested some Polish people, we are saying, look at the Russian flags. Look at the Russian.
I'm going to come on the Russian. I'm going to come on the Russian.
They've arrested the tailor and all of that, and they're saying people are trying to take over the country.
No, there is none. I just gave you the background of mobilizing the nation for this process.
That you know of.
There is none. There is none that I know of. That's number one. Number two, let me tell you, one of the days on TikTok, they were having a meeting. There were over 1 million people in that space discussing the state of the nation, and they were all young people, no foreign. I tell you this, the entire protest, you see, nobody has given a dime. In one of the days, I was just leading the protest.
They're a freeze account of some people. They said foreign influence
What
money
we don't
came
know
in.
about that. It's so surprising to me to hear that people were donating with money and sending from abroad and all of that into Nigeria. In one of the protests, is there a young man came up the stage and took 5,000 and said he's donating to buy water. Another lady went and brought some bags of water. People were just bringing things. Another person, 1,000. I and my family, we were buying the drinks and the water. People were standing from 7 a.m. until 2 when I would dismiss them to go back home. I mean, nobody was crying of getting food because they said they are already...
How many people did you mobilize in Jos?
Oh, they were in there, tens of thousands.
Did you guys count them? Do you have a register of the people that came out?
And we didn't have the distance, but if you take something that spanned almost half a kilometer, that tells you the crowd.
And you mobilized all of them?
Yes, we mobilized all of them.
The church mobilized all of them?
The church and the people. I mean, it's both Muslims and Christians. It will amaze you. The number of the Muslims, the wall of religious divide that politicians have been using all these years has collapsed in northern Nigeria. The plateau, you see, while the Muslims were having prayers, I would ask the Muslim brothers, okay, it's time for your prayer. And then the Christians will surround them and the Muslims will offer their prayer.
So who are these people carrying these flags? If you say they're not your
these
people.
These people you see carrying these flags, let me tell you about the North. That's my place.
Okay.
One thing about the Northerners is that the Northerners, let me use the word, they are driven by an ideology. When something comes into them and they see it's working, they will tend to pick it up and run with it. Most of these things came from this recent Niger. They are seeing Niger as working because Nigerians are now going into Niger to seek for refuge. So they are seeing Niger, they are seeing Burkina Faso working. So they are now demanding, I'll tell you the truth, they are now demanding that if the military rule can provide Niger
with a fence according to the constitution, the military, we can't afford to have anarchy.
Yeah, but that is the level of the understanding of the people.
Prophet, 2 questions. The first is, tell us about the role of Solomon Dalong, because we were told that he was your partner in leading the protests in Plateau State. And then secondly, the other question I wanted to ask you, respond specifically to President Tinubu's address. Are you satisfied with the address, or do you believe, like some other people who were involved, civil society groups who were involved, that the president was delivering beautiful nonsense, to quote Omoyele Sowore?
Let me, Mr. Chief Solomon Dalong is an amazing soul, I tell you. He's an amazing, amazing soul. I mean, he got to know about the broadcast and that I made in Warri. And when he got into these spaces, he discovered that the young people were discussing about that broadcast. And so that got him passionate about, okay, if this is it, he's going to be part of it. And I tell you, he has done a lot in shifting the minds of the Northerners, majority of the Northern youth, from the violent part of protest to a peaceful part of protest. He's a great soul. Number 2, he came out to apologize to the Nigerian people that I was part of a government. We promise you that this is what we're going to do. But I feel so bad that we did not deliver, and I'm sorry. And he apologized before the entire crowd. That is what leadership is all about. And I tell you, if we can have few...
That's not Tinubu, that's Buhari.
Yes, that's Buhari, but he was part of a government. He was part of APC. This was what they promised, but this is what they brought on the people. So one thing with leadership is to own up your irresponsibility or your failure. Let me come to the presidential address. I mean, that was, to me, that was out of point. I was expecting, Mr. President, there is no protest that has given such a long notice like this protest. And I was expecting the president to come out, let me give you this, on 4 things. Quickly. Number 1, my government, I have heard your cry. My government immediately will work on the subsidy the reinstatement of the subsidy for the next 6 months, while we fix the CNG kits and what have you, the convertible centers across the nation. That's number 1 point. I'm giving directives that in the next 7 days, you can take me on ABC. All right? On agriculture, I am instructing the Minister of Agriculture immediately to deploy all the instruments that are required. Number 1, there are crops that you can grow them in 1 month. There are crops you can grow them in 60 days. There are crops you can grow them in 90 days. Cassava of 90 days, rice of 90 days, corn of 90 days, apart from the vegetables. Apart from the land where we are having issues with security, there are still land where people can cultivate not GMO product, but our real agricultural plants or products. And so in the next 3 months, Nigerians, you can take me up. We're going to have this number of food supply. I am instructing the military and the armed forces to give a cover to farmers, to protect them in the farms. That is what we were expecting. I heard that fertilizers were released. Sir, I bought 450 plots of land in the city of Jos in order to distribute to families to farm this year. I bought a bag of fertilizer for 40,000. I never saw one fertilizer from the federal government. And they said 200 trucks.
Did you see rice?
I never saw anything.
Rice.
I know nothing was there.
All right. Okay. So let me come in, and this is really important.
So let me.
So the last two.
Yeah. Let me take you on the third one. The third one on the electricity tariff. This thing is biting hard on manufacturers and producers. And so what he needed to do is, okay, on the electricity tariff, we're withdrawing this tariff for this period of time. Until we get our acts together, then we're going to implement the electricity tariff. Number 4, what the president needed to do was quickly to instruct the armed forces to act on the state of security and then say, okay, we want 100 youths in every village, especially in the areas where we're having this insecurity issue. I want you to liaise with the 100 youths to secure this territory. That's all the president needed to do. Then number 5, on my cabinet, I am going to reject this cabinet. 85% of the members of the cabinet are non-functional. They are just wasting the resources. And the president needed to cut down on the cost of governance. For me, as the president of Nigeria, I'm cutting down on the total allowance. 50% of my allowance. It's not a poor man.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. I mean, thank you for outlining your demands and stating clearly some of the quick wins that the protest is hoping that the president would respond to. But I have 2 questions for you. The first one is that you say that this president has plunged us into poverty, but they would argue that it didn't start from now, that they inherited a bad government, and that right from the time of President Muhammadu Buhari, the economy was plunged into where we are today. And so they are just trying to mop up what they inherited. What would you say to this? Especially because you didn't protest during President Buhari's time. So why didn't you protest then when things were hard for Nigerians? And then in the first 1 year of the administration, you're protesting. That's one. The second aspect of the question is, are you getting support from the Christian community? You're a lone voice, at least at the moment, in terms of, but some people have said that, oh, if more Christians and pastors spoke out like this, then maybe we might see the change because they have the ears in some parts of the government. They can speak to power directly. What do you have to say about those things?
Let me answer the second one. That's the office of the prophet. Sometimes the prophet do not go with the multitude. Sometimes you know that you're passionate about the state of the people and you go all out. Whether you have the support or you don't have the support, you don't wait for it. You declare the stand. Now, let me come back on the issue of the president is just 1 year.
So you're getting support. So you're working on your own.
Oh, I'm getting support.
Okay.
I'm getting massive. You can see the Christian.
Are we looking forward to hearing more voices rise up?
I trust God for that.
Okay.
No, this support is it in
No.
In dollar terms.
Nothing.
Because we have some accounts.
Nothing.
I've been receiving
not one
prayers.
naira. They can check my account. My accounts are there. It's all run by my family. The accounts are there. Not one dime has come from
Are you
anybody.
mobilizing more Christian voices to come?
I'm mobilizing more Christian voices and Muslim voices. Because right now I have a lot of sheikhs who have moved away from what they used to know and what they used to teach. Now they are ready to begin to teach the right thing. The affliction you see, the massive, let me use, response from the Al-Majri is because of the wrong teachings some of the Islamic scholars gave. And so now we are approaching that.
Fair point.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the
first question.
This administration saying that they inherited
Let
a
me
bad
say this to
economy.
you. It's not Buhari's administration. The administration of Buhari is Buhari and Tinubu's administration. I can tell you that.
What, in the last 8 years? Or the last
Yes,
1 year?
because some of the ministers you see in there were given by Tinubu. Some of the parastatals were run by Tinubu. And remember, Tinubu was the leader of the party. That's why even in the second term, he came and said, this is the man. He went all out. This is the man that will fix the nation.
So he's responsible for how?
He's responsible. And let me take you this. If you're a leader and you're eyeing a particular position and you want to take, even when you don't have it, you do your homework. I mean, it's open there for him to be able to know what's the state of the economy, for him to know the state of roads, for him to know the state of electricity, for him to know the state of security. And you plan, you sit down with think tank, men that will think through and bring out solution in number of days.
Okay. Reverend Buba, I get you. But let me also be brutally honest with you. A lot of people will say, most of the things you said just now, Tinubu's speech addressed it. He talked about CNG. He said we're going to make 1 million CNG kits available. He also went further and he talked about, and I'm trying to be government spokesperson here, which is playing devil's advocate. He talked about agriculture. He said he was going to cultivate 10 million hectares of land. Last year, they announced 500,000 hectares. This year, he says we're going to cultivate 10 million hectares. That's secondly. Moving further, you talked about electricity tariff. The question I'll ask you, Reverend, is where are they going to get the money to pay from? In a country where we are using our crude to borrow money, it's that bad now. Where are they going to pay for electricity tariff that's going to the trillions, which they said was a problem for them and they can't carry that on their books? As we speak now, the government already has 21 trillion in debts. You talked about rejigging the cabinet. Yes, granted, I give you that. He could have quickly done that. Cutting the cost of government. Yes, I give you that and all of that. But they will also argue that they are now taking a supplementary budget based on foreign exchange variations, and that's why they are bolstering the budget. So they are saying, we are doomed. You are saying they can do better. What's the argument here?
Let me give you. When did they promise that they were going to supply the CNG kits?
No, that promise, Reverend, in all fairness to you, it's been long. In fact, the promise has been since the days of Wario.
Okay, all right.
The president has said 5 million.
Okay, they promise you, let's assume that the president came on board and did what he did, the wrong policy that he threw to the Nigerian people and threw them out of balance. He made the promise, let's assume, in the month of June. This is now August 2024, not one kit have we seen.
No, they will also argue with you that they've seen some CNG buses.
We haven't seen, sir. I mean, I advise this government.
There's a presidential initiative on CNG.
No, sir.
Some buses have been deployed. In fact,
where?
They went to check some CNG buses that they were building in a plant in Lagos.
Where?
And some other parts.
Okay.
We've heard of CNG use.
But we haven't seen anything enough. We haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything.
You're sure about that? Okay.
All right. Now those convertible kits are not something that are like aircraft engine that you will have to go and place an order.
And recently they made a donation in Sokoto to some public transport owners. Yes, in Sokoto.
What donation?
I think about 100 or more than 100 CNG kits for their buses.
Well, we haven't. I have told you this. I have gone. I traveled to the entire northern states. I went state by state. I haven't seen one.
Okay.
Now, this is over 1 year. These kits are not things that will take you more than 3 months to import them and bring them into the country. It's nowhere. Now they said they're going to the agricultural thing. You said how
Yes,
many?
they're going to cultivate 10 million hectares of land.
How many hectares of land have they cultivated since they've been in office? I just gave you that there are
last year they announced 500,000 hectares.
Okay. So did you see the 500,000 hectares? Okay. Now you have plants you can plant in 1 month. Okay. You have corn you can grow in 60 days. You have cassava. Okay. Cassava is the common man's food.
Prophet.
I'm coming, Mr. Ruben. Cassava is the common man's food that you can cultivate in 90 days. Now, between then and now, this government would have cultivated 3 times. That would have flooded the market and crashed hunger in this country.
Okay, prophet.
So the fact is that promise is one thing. Doing is one thing.
Prophet,
so, yes, sir.
To summarize, I know many prophets in the southern part of Nigeria. It's a great privilege to meet you. Tell us, who is Prophet Isa Elbuba? And second, is this Christian versus Muslim? Because Muslim ticket was a big issue in the lead up to the 2020 elections. Are you fighting Tinubu because you are a Christian leader and you think Christians are being unfairly treated? So is it Christian versus Muslim?
Not at all. Yes, in the first instance, when growing up to the elections, I was against it because I believe in equity. I believe in justice. Isa Elbuba is the son of Elbuba Sadiq. My father was a statesman. My father fought and stood for humanity. He was in Burma, laid down his life to secure humanity. My father came back as one of the most honored royal officers. And when he came back, my father served this country and served it so well that we were not allowed to touch a dime of what belongs to government. My father would rather allow us to suffer. And he was an officer.
No, talk about yourself.
I'm talking about where I'm coming from. Because you know about me from where I'm coming from. All right? You know the character of the person from his foundation. That is Elbuba. And I am a Kanuri Chupri by tribe. From Maiduguri, I'm a father of sons and daughters. I'm a grandfather of 8 grandchildren. And I'm the leader of the prayer movement called Ebomi in Jos. And the convener of the Initiative for a Better and Brighter Nigeria. I am a Nigerian that want to see a Nigeria work. I believe in the new Nigeria. I believe that people need not to go through what they're going through right now. This country is extremely blessed. But I tell you the truth. There are a class of elites that have bonded a covenant that they will not let this country rise. And I have a mandate. I have a mandate to make sure that this country rises. For the past 4 years, I've not traveled to the United States. I've shut down my trips. I've shut down my trips to Europe because I can't be preaching to people in a foreign land about the greatness of the grace of God, and right in my country, things have been messed up.
All right. Well, thank you so very much, Prophet Isa Elbuba. You brought the fire, Holy Ghost fire.
You want to say what a prayer for Nigeria?
Yes, I will want to. I want every Nigerian to know that we have a hope. And all Nigerians, you know that nobody can heal a nation except you. Stand up and defend your right to know that this country belongs to you. Don't be intimidated by anybody. The time of change has come, and we must all rise to protect our government and protect our institution. May the Lord be with you. May the Lord bless you.
Here, Prophet. This Arise station is non-partisan, non-religious. We are completely neutral.
But it will amaze you that the Muslims in this protest demanded for the prayers to be offered, and we prayed in Christian religion, and then on Friday we prayed with the Muslims.
Yeah, in the churches and the mosques. But here we are non-partisan, non-religious.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very much.
And thank you for your continuous support and prayers for Nigeria off air. Thank you.
Thank you.
Defiance of the federal government, especially that of the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, his refusal to accede to our demands, and the assault that has been meted on protesters and even journalists like yourself during these last 8 days is what has, gingered us further to get over 1 million people on the street in each state, each of the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory.
Well, let me ask you for clarification on that, because when you say you're leading a 1 million persons march in each of the 36 states and Abuja, do you mean that you're going to mobilize 37 million people across Nigeria, or 1 million people collectively in all the 36 states and Abuja?
37 people across Nigeria.
37 million
people across Nigeria.
Well, that's a bit ambitious, isn't it?
Well, we are a country of over 220 million people. So getting 37 million people on the streets to protest against bad governance is not a big deal.
Yeah, but you said that the president had not hearkened to your demands. Yeah. I mean, did you just expect to, walk out on the street? I mean, he talked about dialogue. He talked about communicating, sitting down and talking with you. Shouldn't you give them a chance to communicate with you before you then make this move?
There are several means of communication. We do not sit down. We do no dialogue behind closed doors. We asked, for example, here in Abuja, we asked to use the Eagle Square as the venue for convergence for protesters. But the minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, denied us that venue, and the place was barricaded by the military and police officers and the DSS. So we are not interested in any closed door meeting or any closed door, behind door dialogue. If the president wants to dialogue, he should come to Eagle Square and speak to Nigerians, millions of Nigerians, both in Nigeria and in the diaspora. He should come speak to us the way he was there on May 29 or on June 12.
Right, so where are you going to hold this march in Abuja, for example? Because you said you were prevented from going to Eagle Square. The last time.
Despite the prevention, right, we've never stopped going there.
So you'll just take to the streets, basically.
We'll take to the street everywhere. We occupy the whole street, the whole country.
And I mean, you've effectively widened the protest twice now. First from a hunger/cost of living march into an end bad governance movement, and from that now it's evolving into a 1 million person march on August the 10th, which is 2 days hence. I mean, you've got all your guns blazing, haven't you? You're really piling on the pressure. Definitely.
The president deserves that. The federal government deserves even much more pressure, because the cost of living has exacerbated. People are very hungry. People are hungry. Insecurity keeps on rising across the nation. You go everywhere, you see how every day people just keep buzzing your phone, demanding support, financial support. People are hungry, they can't afford to eat. Now people are being paid 30,000 minimum wage. Now he recently signed and asking people to be paid 70,000 naira per month. 70,000 naira cannot do anything for an average Nigerian. The cost of living has risen over time since he announced the fuel subsidy removal last year. So you don't expect us to just sit at home while the president says, "Oh, I'm doing something. You guys should go back in, and with time this would happen." But this same man bought private jets. He built a new apartment for his deputy, the vice president, Kashim Shettima. So we're asking him just to do the basics. Give Nigerian workers 250,000 naira minimum wage. Reverse the fuel subsidy removal. End insecurity. These are just some of the few demands. Release all politically imprisoned persons or detained persons. These things are not hard to do. You could do it. Yeah.
I'm going to come to those detained persons in a minute, but just in response to the things you say that are not being done. The government has been spelling out what they've been doing to alleviate the hardship. They say agricultural production has increased. They've given temporary cash payments to those who are very poor. They've distributed tens of thousands of tons of grain from the National Reserve. And they're urging people to be patient, but clearly your patience has worn thin.
But where's the proof? It's not evidence in the public. People, you can see it in the eyes of Nigerians that they are hungry. So if he says he's doing that, probably his minions are pocketing whatever it is he claimed to be giving out to citizens. Citizens are hungry. These things are not getting to anybody. The poor of the poorest of Nigerians are not getting these things. People can't even afford 3 square meals per day. So if the president says he's doing an agricultural revolution or whatever he calls it, It is not getting to the
Yeah,
people.
but he can't wave a magic wand. He's not Harry Potter, is he? He can't wave a magic
we
wand.
are not asking him to do
Well,
magic.
yeah, but that sounds like what you're asking
Well,
him
last
to do,
year
to
when-
wave a magic
when he-
wand,
when-
and within a year, everything
When he
is
announced the
sort
removal
of
of the,
shipshape and
the removal
seaworthy.
of the fuel subsidy last year on May 29, while he was being sworn in, he didn't do any magic. He just took the microphone and said, fuel subsidy is gone. And since then, we've got into trouble. So he should do the same thing now and get us back
And say,
into our Eldorado.
fuel subsidy is back on.
Yes, it's simple as that.
Yeah. Well, of all your demands, and there are quite a few of them, of all your demands, perhaps the most fundamental is your call for the government to address the constitutional foundations of Nigeria, which you say is the basis of the political, ethnic, and development disaster that this country has been facing, and the failure of successive governments to meet the fundamental objectives of security, welfare, etc. You wanted this to be addressed with utmost urgency. Have you heard anything in that regard?
Yeah, we haven't heard it. The president didn't say anything about that at all during his last
But I mean,
speech.
it's the job not so much of the president, but the National Assembly.
Definitely, we are not, but of course it could mean it to the National Assembly to work on that. And the president is not the only person in government that we are facing. We are also demanding good governance from the 36 state governors and the FCT minister, and also the lawmakers. So it's not just about President Tinubu. It's about the Nigerian political system.
And that's why you're taking it like to all the states
Definitely.
and to make sure that the noise that you make is heard in the state.
Yeah, it has been heard everywhere.
Right.
There have been protests in Kano, in Rivers, in everywhere.
Right. So what's the situation with your colleagues who've been arrested and are currently being detained? Are they still being held? Because at one point, I think the secret police, the DSS, said they were not the ones holding one of your colleagues, Michael Lenin.
Yeah, that is a lie. The DSS picked Lenin on August 5th at his home in Abuja, around 2 a.m. Midnight, and he was taken to a place where we didn't know, but later he was detained at the intelligence response unit of the Inspector General of Police, the former SAS office at Guzape. So, today our lawyers have been there. They've been there since. They went there today. Before I got into the studio, I was just informed that others that were arrested alongside Lenin have been released, but that they got an order from the National Security Advisor, Mr. Nuhu Ribadu, that Lenin must not be released.
Right.
I don't know why Mr. Ribadu wants to keep Lenin in detention, but he has to come and tell Nigerians why he's keeping him. Lenin has done nothing wrong.
Right.
He was only exercising his rights. So the government has no reason to detain him.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Are you worried that as voices rise in anger, because, I mean, a lot of the people we saw protesting were angry, perhaps justifiably so, but they were clearly angry. Are you worried that as voices rise in anger, that decorum could unravel and things could get really dark and violent on August the 10th?
Well, we don't think so. We are not a violent people. Even at the Take It Back movement, we are not violent. We have always been peaceful. We didn't just start yesterday. We've always been here, and we've always been peaceful. However, even the pockets of violence that occurred during this last 8 days came from the part of the government, the police, the DSS. The DSS shot at protesters at the National Stadium, the same venue which the government got a court order for protesters to. Of course, the court order has elapsed just yesterday because it was a 7-day ex parte order, and it has elapsed. So despite the fact that we do not even think that such an order should have been given, which infringes on the rights of Nigerians. However, we're glad that it has elapsed, and Nigerians will keep on protesting. We've never stopped, even while the court order was on. We've continued to protest. So the government have been attacking protesters with tear gas, live bullets. Over 40 protesters have been killed across Nigeria since August 1st, since the protest started. On the first day alone, one of the national newspapers reported the second day, on August 2nd, that 17 persons were killed on August 1st. So the person that is not, the person that is not peaceful is the government. not the protesters, not the Nigerian people.
Yeah.
We've been peaceful. I don't think no police officer has been killed. We do not have any arms. We don't have knife. We don't have guns. They are the ones who have been shooting at protesters.
But I mean, given the political panorama against which these protests are taking place in Nigeria, I mean, you wouldn't be surprised by the protests and the way it potentially could whip people up.
Yeah, sure. You know, we are glad that people are waking up.
I mean, whip rather
people
than
up.
wake people up.
Okay.
Whip them up into a frenzy. You see
No,
what I mean?
I do not think so. I don't think it will whip people up into a frenzy. Nigerians are strong people. Nigerians are not cowards. They can't be whipped into frenzy at all.
Well, I mean, looking at the anger that bubbled to the surface, some of it clearly turned into violence and thuggery. I mean, we saw that. Do you think it's your responsibility, the organizers of the protest, to ensure that it is peaceful, or does that responsibility lie with the police?
You know, on our part, we've always told our people to be peaceful, and we've always told protesters. But it is the duty of the government and also the police, you know, to secure lives and properties. So the police should, wherever you see that some persons are looting whatever properties or causing mayhem, you arrest them. Those ones are not protesters. There could be government-sponsored talks. But they are not our people.
Right. But you can understand, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time, I'm just trying to see it from all sides, because it's our job to enlighten the public. I mean, you can see why there might be a bit of nervousness on the part of the government. For example, when you look at Bangladesh, where student leaders and young people have in the past few days led a protest that successfully overthrew the government. I mean, when you see a place like Bangladesh, what comes to your mind?
Hope.
Hope?
Yeah.
Hope in what sense?
That we could achieve more than, even we could achieve what we are asking for, and even more than that.
But it begs the question, what are you aiming? What's the end game? What are you aiming to achieve?
The end game is good governance, an end to bad governance. That's the end.
So what can the administration do now to stave off further protests beyond officials sort of snooping at you and snapping at your heels?
They should accede to our demands, reverse the fuel subsidy removal, announce a 250,000 naira minimum wage, release all detained NSAS activists and other politically detained persons.
But, I mean, perhaps releasing detained persons and that kind of thing might be something that can be reasonably achieved. But that's why it's necessary to have a dialogue. I mean, are you aware of the potential damage that could be done to the economy and the reform program and the message that might be sent out internationally to potential investors that Nigeria is, in terms of its fidelity to its policies, is very shaky?
Well, we are not the ones making the policies. It is the government that makes policies. Ours is, we are demanding for good governance from our own government. You know, for example, there have been Boko Haram insurgency in the country for years. ISWAP have been ravaging some part of the northeast. Yet people are still investing in Nigeria. So our
but they're not investing in that part of Nigeria.
Well, I was in Adamawa some weeks back. I saw international companies.
Yeah, but Adamawa is nowhere near as bad as
as Borno.
Yeah, the real epicenters. And to be fair, things have improved.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not as bad as it was perhaps in 2014 or 2015 or sort of subsequent years. I mean, it's you know, the insurgencies have gone down.
But they're still there. Boko Haram there was still a bomb blast in Borno some weeks back. Yeah. So people are still living in fear in the Bay State, Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe. And now it has moved into Zamfara and some parts of Kaduna. Even in the FCT, you know, there have been banditry everywhere. So that's the duty of the government to, rather than, you know, as like I said somewhere earlier, the Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, rather than deploying soldiers on the street, he should deploy them to terrorist ravaged areas. We don't need soldiers on the street. This is a protest. Only the police should be there, and probably the NSCDC. And those ones shouldn't even fire tear gas at people, as long as they are peaceful.
Yes, actually, that's an interesting comment you make, because I was with someone the other day, and they said, well, look at all the police cars and the military vehicles that are lined up on the streets.
Protest.
Why can't those people go to fight
yes.
the insurgents and all the other people? Although, arguably, the military will say that they are doing that. But can you say at this point that essentially your protests have really not achieved anything so far in terms of what you wanted to achieve?
Well, it wouldn't be right to say our protest hasn't achieved anything so far, because if not for anything, it has raised the consciousness of Nigerians.
And that's an important thing.
It is a very important thing. You know, like Karl Marx said, that, you know, the material condition of people is what determines their consciousness. So the material conditions of Nigerians, hunger and poverty, impoverishment, is determining their consciousness at this moment.
And now that you've mentioned Karl Marx, that brings up the issue of Russia and the waving of Russian flags. What's your reaction to that, and your assessment of the way the government has reacted to it?
Well, Karl Marx existed during the Soviet Union. Russia is different from the Soviet Union.
Yeah, but Russia is the Soviet Union boiled down to one country, and the heart of the Soviet Union was always Russia.
Yeah, you're correct, but of course we have nothing to do with the alleged use of Russian flags. And however, that is somewhat immaterial. Why is the government or the security agency so concerned about, you know, people waving some pieces of clothes around? Those are just mere pieces. We see flags of various countries at hotels. The Russian embassy, for example, if the allegation is true, the Russian embassy is here in Nigeria. It has the Russian flag on the Nigerian soil. Different hotels, several hotels. Oh, what am I even saying? There's a club called Moscow Underground here in Abuja. It has the Russian flag.
Yeah, but the intention is different. That's why when you're in court, they always assess what the motive is. You see what I mean? That's part of a legal process, is establishing motive. Because once you establish motive, then it kind of, it's like a domino effect. I mean, the question is the motive behind waving a flag, Russian flag, at a protest that is aimed against the government.
You know, you had to be shocked that those waving those, because there are few persons, I saw some clips, those waving those, the Russian flag might be government-sponsored persons. You can't take anything beyond this government. You can't. There might not be people who are even protesting for, you know, against hunger. There might be government-sponsored thugs who only want to, you know, cause mayhem and, you know, give reason for security agencies to clamp down on protesters. But in whole,
but that's purely speculative, isn't it?
Of course, the claim that they are part of us, or, you know, the protest is being sponsored by any foreign power, is also speculative. It is false, even in our own opinion. It is false because no one is sponsoring us. No international body is sponsoring us.
Right. Even though you quoted Karl Marx. I mean,
Karl Marx
but in fairness, I mean, that's not anything against you. I mean, Karl Marx is a philosopher.
Definitely.
That everybody, I mean, I've read Karl Marx and a lot of people. It doesn't make me a communist or anything like that. But what kind of a moment would you say this is in Nigeria? How much is this country at a crossroads?
Well, I think this is an awakening moment, you know, for Nigerians and also for the Nigerian government. It is a notice for them to sit tight, the government especially, to sit tight.
You mean sit up?
Yeah, to sit up and, you know, get things right. Not, you know, just going about traveling, junketing from country to country, you know, getting luxurious cars, building homes, you know, laundering our funds. It's a moment, it is a moment for a call to action. Let people live well, let them live in peace. And you have no problem. Governance is not that difficult. We travel to other countries, we see other countries that are doing well. So they don't do it by magic.
Why do you think it's going belly up in Nigeria here? Why do you think it's going wrong?
I think it's just these people are not interested in developing the country. That is what I believe. They're not interested in they just want to get there and loot whatever they can loot. Because they just take political will to get things done. They don't have that political will. And they're not ready to do it. That's why when you ask them that, why don't you do this? They just say, go and shoot at them. Rather than saying, okay, how do you want me to do it? If you want a dialogue, you don't just say you want dialogue by words of mouth. You come to the Eagle Square. In the presence of all Nigerians, you come and announce. You tell us the policies that you can immediately, the demands that you can immediately meet, and the ones you want us to give you time for you to meet. Not that you call us, we can't go behind closed doors. We don't do that.
So in other words, you're not going to dialogue with them?
No, we are not against dialogue. We are asking the president to come in broad daylight.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to come to. I mean,
there
are all kinds of issues that would arise for him going to the middle of a protest.
Nothing would happen. He has a security hate. He's not bigger than any Nigerian. He's an elected official. He's a public servant. So it's only right for him to come to the public and talk to the people.
Do you believe that history is on your side and that this million-person march could open up a hopeful path into Nigeria's future? Or are you sort of it's just another one of those protests? Because you said, the needle hasn't moved and it's not likely to move.
No, absolutely. History is on our side. Even posterity will be on our side. This is going to...
Well, we can't judge posterity now, can we?
Yeah, but at least we can be hopeful. And of course, when your conscience is right, when you're doing the right thing, you have to be sure that posterity would judge you right. History will be on our side because we know that this thing that we've started would result in success. It will be successful. Whether the president likes it or not, it will be successful because we are not going to give up. Whether on the 10th of August or beyond that, we won't give up until these demands are met.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you very much indeed, Mr. Sanusi, for coming in to talk to us. Biodun Sanusi is one of the leading organizers of the Take It Back movement, which is the main group behind the protests, and you heard them there announcing that...
You people went out for Occupy Nigeria in 2012. The word occupy, you are blaming...
I wasn't part of it.
No, hang on a minute. I'm saying when all these well-meaning Nigerians, including the current president and affiliation with the political party, the APC, went out then protesting against subsidy, you are saying that the word occupy Nigeria doesn't mean to take over Nigeria. You are saying they didn't probably threaten regime change and all of that. Comrade, the truth has to be said that the group that organized this protest is not faceless, except you choose to say you don't know them. You are saying you don't know Deji Adeyanju. You are saying you don't know Yemi Adamolem, which are people that have been frontline, civil society activists in this country. These are people that also made input in other protests. They're a valid group. So let's set that side apart first. Let's set apart that side. The second one, you said the president, when he gave his speech, it was a good speech. A lot of Nigerians say no. If you read that speech, apart from the conciliatory part of, yes, I'm sorry about the fact that people died, which a lot of people blame the president, because if he had come out to speak on time, that protest might not have even held in the first place. But he left it until after people died to come and speak, which was an abdication of responsibility. He now went ahead to rehash promises that we already know. Let me give you empirical facts this morning. As at 2022, Timi Praye Silva's target was to get over 5 million CNG cars on the road. President Tinubu promised 1 million CNGs. That's even a backward walk from Timi Praye Silva's promise. He said he's going to do 10 million hectares. He said he's going to cultivate 500,000 hectares last year. We have not seen the food. Food inflation is still over 40%. He's celebrating the fact that, okay, we have 9.1 trillion now in revenue earnings, that we earn more compared to last year. But don't forget also the fact you politicians come out to tell us how broke government is. In fact, the deficit is also increasing. He said he's going to he's giving over 570 billion to the states. Some of the states came out to say that they've got nothing really. We said we are sharing palliative. People can't feel the impact. So a lot of people say it was just another campaign rhetoric, empty on promises and less on impact. How you said that speech was okay? So my two questions are...
Can I reply, sir?
Yes, go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Your two questions, because you spoke at less, so reduce that to two questions.
Yes. The first question is...
What are your two questions, sir?
The people know, you people know the organizers of the protests. Do not say it was faceless because it's been hijacked by people. And ample intelligence was provided that it was going to be hijacked. What did the government do about it? You people know the organizer of it was not a faceless protest. That's the first question. I'm challenging your initial narrative. And I'm saying the president's speech was flawed. And I've given you empirical facts.
Excuse me, my dear friend Rufai, I hope to see you in the very near future so we can have a tea without or after this session.
And we dance again.
You are entitled to your evaluation. Excuse me, I will dance again. And I have improved even at elder age. But you know, one thing you have to agree is that one man's sense of objectivity is another man's idea of objectivity. When people say, I am being factual, as you have claimed, I am being objective. You are objective sometimes only to the extent that you are not aware of your own biases or you are not aware of your own subjectivity. This is fact in social sciences. And to say that one evaluation is standard, any deviant is wrong, is not valid in social sciences. Now, I told you one word. It's not about all those who want the president mentioned, was just to remind people that he has not been sleeping. If he says he will farm, he will have farmed and produce all the food in 1 year. If it was that easy to produce the food in 1 year, from Obasanjo's return to school in his first coming as military government, as a military head of state, I saw him with joy as a villager. I saw a president with them, Chief of General Staff, Yaradua, say school to farm program. I remember President Shehu Shagari saying, we want green revolution. All these governments have promised this. This man is only in office for 1 year. He outlined what he's going to do. And Rufai, how long did it take to set up a credible, now highly competitive Arise television? From the day my dear friend conceptualized the idea, and I told him it's impossible. I can reveal to you, I and KK discussed, I said, this man is always into, how is he going to compete with CNN? How is he going to compete with China already established? Today, it's a reality. It's not just in existence. Arise has become an authoritative national network. Between conceptualization and realization, it takes time. It takes huge time. Now, why I say these people are faceless and that they wanted regime change, I listened to all these names you mentioned, plus others. I don't know them. You can't say I know them because you know them. Now, which Nigeria does not know Wole Soyinka? Who didn't know Gani Fayemi of blessed memory? Who doesn't know Femi Falana? You see, the issue of we know some individuals. How much trust do those individuals command in the bar of the average Nigerian? Those people carry sticks in Kano.
Do you know Sowore?
Those people who... I know Sowore as a defeated presidential candidate. And when you are defeated in election, you wait for the man who won, you give him time. Sowore should know. He had interviewed me in Washington, and I met with him. I like what he was doing. I think he became one of the most authoritative first online, publisher, Sahara Reporters. What you get from Sahara Reporters, I often wonder, how does he get his information? In my view, he was at his best. But once he dragged himself into politics and contest election, he has become a politician. And if you discredit politicians, Rufai, as you often do, you can't pick and choose.
Congress Senator.
So Sowore cannot be seen as speaking. People will see him as still nursing the grievances, the pain of his defeat.
Congress
So
Senator.
that is not the guy to speak for those people in Kano, for those who throw bomb in Maiduguri, for those who hijack vehicles in this. Number 3, what did you expect a president to do when he is mourning the death of people avoidably? No president will throw ice cream where the nation is under stress.
Senator.
He didn't need to smile unnecessarily because he wasn't addressing
Senator.
He wasn't, listen, you have to give me the opportunity, sir, with due respect. He wasn't celebrating October 1st or Democracy Day. He was addressing rioters and protesters that have claimed life. He needed to wear a face of a president that recognized. Did you watch the British Prime Minister? Did you see how he addressed the British people following the riots in Britain? He didn't deny the fact that 3 innocent children shouldn't have been killed. However, that was not a justification for looting and violence. And he said, we will deal firmly with these right-wing protestants, these extremists. We will deal firmly. We will bring them to justice. I didn't see him saying, Mr. Ice Cream, increase ice cream from Arrows, I distribute to them. No leader. We watch those smokes in different parts of the country, and they come and wear a smile. My children, I'm appealing to you. He told the children, I have listened. I have heard you. That is loaded. Minimum words, maximum wisdom. Now you want him to decree on the heart of us. He said, even if it was lawmaking, can he decree a law? He's not in a position to do so. Now I have listened. What I expected, people like you, Rufai, people like you, Ruben, I saw you say you should have made the address before. Let's face it, play back a lot of your own coverage of the villa, and you will see a different fora. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says, I understand the unintended consequences of some of the bold decisions I have taken. Now, I had a huge challenge to make between managing the exchange rate to avoid these rent seekers being in business where a central bank governor can make a Ruben. If he likes you, he allocates you $5 million. You become $3 million rich overnight. You don't need to work again.
Mr. Shomole, Dr. Abati needs to come in here.
And he said, I could have... Wait.
Dr. Abati needs to come because of time. Mr. Shomole, he needs to come in.
For people like me, for people...
Please.
Well, very quickly. What's your take on the state of the nation, the protests, and people talking about end bad governance, people talking about regime change, and the security agencies saying nobody under their watch will accept what they call regime change or the flying of the Russian flag within this territory called Nigeria. The president also has spoken. What do you think of his speech? Do you think he has met the protesters halfway, or is just the same tradition of making promises that hope will be renewed?
Thank you very much, Dr. Abati. Let me congratulate you for what you said yesterday. I watch you. I have always done that. It's always enlightening. Namely that it must be clear to everybody that the only way to effect a change of government is to go through elections as provided for. There is no room for regime change. There is no room for military takeover of government in Nigeria. We have gone under military rule for several years. If it was a solution since 1996 or till 1999, Nigeria would have been Eldorado. So for the courage with which you speak, you did this out of defense. I was quite pleased with that, along with your colleagues on this program. Now, on Wednesday, just on the 2nd of August, before the protest began, I saw many people, including some of your colleagues, calling for peaceful protests, emphasizing that the Constitution guaranteed the right to peaceful protests. I found myself in a very difficult situation because, Ruben, more than anybody else, you and I have interfaced even during protests in front of Guardian newspapers. I have led so many countless protests, whether in the public sector, in the private sector, at the national level. However, I did say then, that was on the 2nd of August, like, let nobody talk about peaceful protest. It is impossible. Why did I say that? Whereas I recognize the right to peaceful protest, which I exploited and I enjoyed it, I expanded it, I practicalized it. I also said, when you exercise those rights to protest, we must also look at what are the demands. And I'm happy that I said, after seeing, because these people are faceless, I look at the totality of the different voices we can put together from the social media, and I say my summary, my takeaway from it is that a lot of these guys are only hiding other hunger, other unemployment. What they actually ask is for is regime change. And I said, you cannot legally, lawfully, and peacefully demand regime change under the Nigeria Constitution. And that those who have lost presidential election, those two candidates who spoke in favor of so-called peaceful protests, I have had the opportunity to interface with them when I was president of the NLC. And at different fora, each of these guys lectured me about the need to avoid, quote, miscreant, quote, hoodlum from taking over whatever we consider to be a legitimate thing. And I said, sociologically, it is absolutely impossible for an amorphous group, I emphasize amorphous, in the sense that, and it's not a degrading word, amorphous is that they are not organized, they are not structured, the faces are unknown, they talk from time to time, different guys talk, both within the country and outside the country. And so, who are you going to engage? And they are not accountable to anyone. They are not elected by anyone to whom they will report to as to at what point do we start, at what point do we stop, and where was the forum where they gathered to meet and agree on this demand. And my summary of it is that what they were demanding cannot be achieved peacefully, and it was illegal demand to demand regime change. Because also some of them say, for example, they want to revise a repeal of the 1999 Constitution. And I said, you cannot peacefully demand that because the power to change the 1999 Constitution, if that is what Nigeria wants, is not vested in the president of Nigeria. The only way to amend the Nigeria Constitution is as provided for in the Nigeria Constitution. That power is not with the executive. That power is not even with the federal legislature alone. That power has to be shared by both national and state legislatures. And a lot of eminent Nigeria, well-meaning Nigeria, even though I don't agree with them, have canvassed various ways whether we should return back to regionalism, whether we should report back to parliamentary system. All those are legitimate ways to express people's opinion. But I see confusion among the elite because it is this same elite, including a good section of the media, that celebrated Rotimi Williams' 21-man wise men who ordered the military after consulting Nigerians, quote and unquote. Those Nigerians are the elite, the speaking class, those who are invited to conferences, who told us that given Nigeria experiences that led to the overthrow of the parliamentary system in 1996, but we now need to have a strong president, a strong center. And so they move away from the parliamentary system to presidential system. And they enumerated how beautiful the American system is. And so here we are. If people, for whatever reason, and these are not things that are done by people carrying sticks, people carrying green leaves, this has to be done by people who are really seasoned and who are knowledgeable about those issues. Now, what has the 1999 Constitution do with the fact of fuel subsidy? What has it going to do with the fact that somebody is hungry? If you change overnight, assume it's about changing from NEPA to generator, will that bring food on the table? No. Those canvassing these views, I was clear, are not those guys who are hungry. I saw a young man in Plateau, and I was excited that young man, we shouldn't be more than 22, 25. And he looked like a graduate, by the way, listening to his language. He said, we have spoken. We don't want this to get out of hand after the first day. I believe the president has listened. Now, the second question is about the president's speech. I commend wholeheartedly, from the bottom of my heart, the patience of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the way in which he addressed those issues. Now, let me explain why.
All right.
He tried to, first, he acknowledged that there is hardship in the country. He didn't dismiss it. It's important that a leader acknowledge the legitimacy of what people are saying. However, he said, I have listened. I have heard you. A leader, a father who is talking to children who are crying. My children, I have heard you. I have listened. Stop crying. I will do something. There is no, if today I am the president, if today, Dr. Abati, and you are qualified to be president, you are faced overnight with those numbers. I say, we are hungry today. What do you do today? In any case, the immediate thing the president has to do, which some of us don't even agree to.
All right.
We now have to seek governors President commissioning distribution of rice. I would like to see commissioning of industrial, of factories that will provide job. Commissioning return to agriculture. But the government of President Tinubu had to resort to what they now call palliatives, which has become a huge source of scandal in many states.
Yes, Senator, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
I think a number of things that, hearing from your response to the first question, is that there might be a mix of those who hijacked the protest and the people who actually went out to peacefully protest. Because for those people, it wasn't a regime change in particular they were looking at. And with regards to their demands, that was the number one. Hunger featured prominently on the list of what people wanted the president to tackle. In fact, in some cases, it was called the hunger protests. So that didn't have a conversation around regime change. Cost of living crisis, insecurity were issues that were raised with regards to why people were going out to protest. So saying that it was just particularly about ending a regime is not factual, it's not accurate. Then with regards to who are those who were the leaders, if you look at Occupy Nigeria, who were the leaders of Occupy Nigeria? There are similarities here because there were many figures whose faces were, in front of that protest, but not many people who came out to say that they're the ones who were in charge of fronting or consulted with the people to come out with demands. The people had a shared challenge and shared purpose, and they came out to protest, which was the same thing that happened. And so coming back to what you said, as a comrade yourself who exploited the opportunity and the constitutional provision for peaceful protest, it's interesting to hear you now say that what they were saying was, people shouldn't have come out for an end of regime. That wasn't really the thing. Because, Senator Oshiomhole, are Nigerians hungry? The level of poverty, has it increased since Occupy Nigeria protests, where our situation is not worse now than they were then? Do you think people are justified to come out to peacefully protest, not to necessarily remove the government of the day, but to express themselves and to have their voices heard?
Ayo, thank you very much. I watch you every day, and I have the opportunity to engage with you today. You've been doing a fantastic job. I don't always agree with your views, but that is what makes democracy rich and robust, and we must defend it, the right to differ. Your evaluation with due respect, with profound respect, is wrong. As the Yorubas, my part of the country, Edo people will say, and I think Abiola of blessed memory popularizes, that when you see some birds dancing on the highway, the drummers are not far from the bush. Without those drummers, those birds will not dance. Now, it is not about whether there is hunger. I said so. If the president acknowledges it, who are you and I to deny it? That is not the issue. The issue is the people use what they see as what everybody can feel. And why do you think, Ayo, that President Tinubu resorted to giving state government 570 billion naira to do quick win palliatives? Why has it become suddenly? In my days, I don't know how many times President Obasanjo, when I was NSC president, went to buy rice to distribute to Nigerians. He said, well, I should go and farm, which is the legitimate thing to do. But this government, realizing the pains and so on, has had to resort to these measures in the short run. In the long run, it has to be that we produce what we eat and we eat what we produce. But this cannot be decreed by 10 days protesters. The president has spoken. Why I said it is not legitimate, and I have no question about that. At no time in my protest history did I demand that there should be regime change. If I see politicians try to hijack by their comments and so on, I was always quick to say, look, we are not here to change the policymaker. We are here to, excuse me, Ayo, you have to arrest me.
Yes, I'm just
that's the problem.
Because that's the question I asked you. Who asked?
They are faceless. And I said, understand me. No. The point, my summary, you didn't take note of it. And I want to repeat it again.
Please go ahead.
When you have an amorphous group, unknown faces, now you refer to Occupy Nigeria. I saw people like a pastor who had contested for vice president with
Pastor Bakare.
He was a pastor in Lagos. I can't remember his name now.
Pastor Tunde Bakare.
Bakare. Yes. And you will recall when I was in NLC, not only is my face known, we share platform with Professor Wole Soyinka now at 90. I'm happy he's aging gracefully and God will continue to bless him and give him good health. I share platform with Femi Falana. I share platform with Beko Rasomkuti or something like that. One of the Bekos who was very active, a medical doctor.
Yes.
And I remember one occasion on the front of Alausa, Ganifa Emi collapsed in the course of addressing workers. So these are Nigerians that are known. They have responsibility.
But sir, EIE Nigeria came out.
For
sir,
human rights.
Sir,
wait, he spoke for anger.
I just want to challenge that point.
In this occasion,
yes,
excuse
sir.
me.
I just
even
want to...
the name, excuse me.
Yes.
You can challenge anything, but you must listen to my point.
I've listened.
No. This is meant to be an engagement. You know, a question, excuse me, a question cannot be as long as the answer. The answer must be longer than the question. Check yours when you were a student. When they ask you one question, you use pages to answer it. So give me the time, because Nigeria need to understand why a man who lived my background refused to acknowledge that a peaceful protest can be used for regime change. I emphasize regime change because I understand the logic. I led from the front. These people you are mentioning, I don't know them. If I don't know them...
You don't know EIE Nigeria?
I don't know their faces. And I am happy that, listen, excuse me?
You don't know EIE Nigeria? Take it back, Nigeria?
Now, it was a take back Nigeria. I said, who has occupied Nigeria? In fact, this was the one that suggests that people wanted regime change. When they say we want to reclaim Nigeria, I said, is Nigeria currently under foreign authority? Is Tinubu not a Nigerian? The southwest he come from, is it not part of Nigeria? Who is that guy? Who are those groups who wants to reclaim Nigeria for Nigeria? And excuse me, all the names you mention here, I listen attentively. I don't even know if I don't know some of these faces. At no time did they sat on a common platform to say this is who we are. Excuse me, the business of governance is not a tea party. And when I saw people say Tinubu, excuse me, because at the heart of the question by Ruben is, was President Tinubu's response appropriate? I say yes. What was summarized?
Okay, comrade.
I have heard you.
Comrade,
I have listened.
Comrade.
I am open to dialogue. Even that one, I saw people saying, set up a panel to negotiate. To negotiate with people who are in Washington, people who don't know their address. You may know them. I don't know them. Yes.
Comrade.
Yes.
This is Rufai speaking. Rufai speaking. Yes.
Oh, Rufai, how are you?
Very well. Morning, sir. Comrade, let's be truthful in Nigeria. Because I see we lack a lot of truth, and that's why our lives are never going to be better as a country. The day we start to speak the truth...
On both sides, yes. Truth is constant. You can't defeat the truth. And that's why I have the courage to speak my mind.
Let me learn, comrade. You are saying today that when you people went out for Occupy Nigeria in 2012, the word occupy, you are blaming...
I wasn't part of it.
No, hang on a minute. I'm saying when all these well-meaning Nigerians, including the current president and affiliation with the political party, the APC, went out then protesting against subsidy, you are saying that the word occupy Nigeria doesn't mean to take over Nigeria. You are saying they didn't probably threaten regime change and all of that. Comrade, the truth has to be said that the group that organized this protest is not faceless, except you choose to say you don't know them. You are saying you don't know DJ Adeyanju. You are saying you don't know Yemi Adamolem, which are people that have been frontline, civil society activists in this country. These are people that also made inputs in other protests. They are a valid group. So let's set that side apart first. Let's set apart that side. The second one, you said the president, when he gave his speech, it was a good speech. A lot of Nigerians say no. If you read that speech, apart from the conciliatory part of, yes, I'm sorry about the fact that people died, which a lot of people blame the president, because if he had come out to speak on time, that protest might not have even held in the first place. But he left it until after people died to come and speak, which was an abdication of responsibility. He now went ahead to rehash promises that we already know. Let me give you empirical facts this morning. As at 2022, Timi Praye Silva's target was to get over 5 million CNG cars on the road. President Tinubu promised 1 million CNGs. That's even a backward walk from Timi Praye Silva's promise. He said he's going to do 10 million hectares He said he's going to cultivate 500,000 hectares last year. We have not seen the food. Food inflation is still over 40%. He's celebrating the fact that, okay, we have 9.1 trillion now in revenue earnings, that we earn more compared to last year. But don't forget also the fact you politicians come out to tell us how broke government is. In fact, the deficit is also increasing. He said he's going to he's giving over 570 billion to the states. Some of the states came out to say that they've got nothing really. We said we are sharing palliative. People can't feel the impact. So a lot of people say it was just another campaign rhetoric, empty on promises and less on impact. And you said that speech was okay. So my two questions are...
Can I reply, sir?
Yes, go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Your two questions, because you spoke at less, so reduce that to two questions.
Yes. The first question is...
What are your two questions, sir?
You people know the organizers of the protest. Do not say it was faceless because it's been hijacked by people. And ample intelligence was provided that it was going to be hijacked. What did the government do about it? You people know the organizer of it was not a faceless protest. That's the first question. I'm challenging your initial narrative. And I'm saying the president's speech was flawed. And I've given you empirical facts.
Excuse me, my dear friend Rufai, I hope to see you in the very near future so we can have a tea without or after this session.
And we dance again.
You are entitled to your evaluation. Excuse me, and we dance again. And I have improved even at elder age. But you know, one thing you have to agree is that one man's sense of objectivity is another man's idea of objectivity. When people say, I am being factual, as you have claimed, I am being objective. You are objective sometimes only to the extent that you are not aware of your own biases or you are not aware of your own subjectivity. This is fact in social sciences. And to say that one evaluation is standard, any deviant is wrong, is not valid in social sciences. Now, I told you one word. It's not about all those who want the president mentioned, was just to remind people that he has not been sleeping. If he says he will farm, he will have farm and produce all the food in 1 year. If it was that easy to produce the food in 1 year, from Mohbad'sfather's return to school in his first coming as military government, as a military head of state, I saw him with joy as a villager. I saw a president with them, Chief of General Staff, Yaradua, say school to farm program. I remember President Shehu Shagari saying, we want green revolution. All these governments have promised this. This man is only in office for 1 year. He outlined what he's going to do. And Rufai, how long did it take to set up a credible, now highly competitive Arise television? From the day my dear friend conceptualized the idea, and I told him it's impossible. I can reveal to you, I and KK discussed, I said, this man is always into, how is he going to compete with CNN? How is he going to compete with China already established? Today, it's a reality. It's not just in existence. Arise has become an authoritative national network. Between conceptualization and realization, it takes time. It takes huge time. Now, why I say these people are faceless and that they wanted regime change, I listened to all these names you mentioned, plus others. I don't know them. You can't say I know them because you know them. Now, which Nigeria does not know Wole Soyinka? Who didn't know Gani Fayemi of blessed memory? Who doesn't know Femi Falana? You see, the issue of we know some individuals. How much trust do those individuals command in the bar of the average Nigerian? Those people carry sticks in Kano.
Do you know Sowore?
Those people who... I know Sowore as a defeated presidential candidate. And when you are defeated in election, you wait for the man who won, you give him time. Sowore should know. He had interviewed me in Washington, and I met with him. I like what he was doing. I think he became one of the most authoritative first online publisher, Sahara Reporters. What you get from Sahara Reporters, I often wonder, how does he get his information? In my view, he was at his best. But once he dragged himself into politics and contest election, he has become a politician. And if you discredit politicians, Rufai Ashiwofu do, you can't pick and choose.
Comrade Senator.
So Sowore cannot be seen as speaking. People will see him as still nursing the grievances, the pain of his defeat.
Comrade
So
Senator.
that is not the guy to speak for those people in Kano, for those who throw bomb in Maiduguri, for those who hijack vehicles in this. Number 3, what did you expect a president to do when he is mourning the death of people avoidably? No president will throw ice cream where the nation is under stress.
Senator.
He didn't need to smile unnecessarily because he wasn't addressing.
Senator.
He wasn't. Listen, you have to give me the opportunity, sir. With due respect, he wasn't celebrating October 1st or Democracy Day. He was addressing rioters and protesters that have claimed life. He needed to wear a face of a president that recognized. Did you watch the British Prime Minister? Did you see how he addressed the British people following the riots in Britain? He didn't deny the fact that 3 innocent children shouldn't have been killed. However, that was not a justification for looting and violence. And he said, we will deal firmly with these right-wing protestants, these extremists. We will deal firmly. We will bring them to justice. I didn't see him saying, Mr. Ice Cream, increase ice cream from Arrows. I distribute to them. No leader. We watch those smokes in different parts of the country. And they come and wear a smile. My children, I'm appealing to you. He stole the children. I have listened. I have heard you. That is loaded. Minimum words, maximum wisdom. Now you want him to decree on the heart of it. He said, even if it was lawmaking, can he decree a law? He's not in a position to do so. Now I have listened. What I expected, people like you, Rufai, people like you, Ruben, I saw you say he should have made the address before. Let's face it, play back a lot of your own coverage of the villa, and you will see a different fora. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says, I understand the unintended consequences of some of the bold decisions I have taken. Now, I had a huge challenge to make between managing the exchange rate to avoid these rent seekers being in business where a central bank governor can make a Ruben. If he likes you, he allocates you $5 million. You become $3 million rich overnight. You don't need to work again.
Mr. Shomole, Dr. Abati needs to come in here.
And he said, I could have... Wait.
Dr. Abati needs to come because of time. Mr. Shomole, he needs to come in.
For people like me,
Please, he needs to come in here. But at least now, Dr. Abati needs to ask you a question because of time. But at least I'm happy now you now know one of the protester leaders, Sowore. So because you said you don't know any of them before. So I'm happy at least you've claimed you know one now. Dr. Abati, please, your question.
I do not recognize the legitimacy of a protest from Washington. I do not. Okay, you can't be in Washington and be organizing protests in Nigeria. No, those are absentee leaders. Excuse me, we call those ones absentee desktop leaders. No. I led from the front. I collected tear gas in the premises of Guardian newspapers.
Okay.
I did it
Senator.
in the premises of Federal Secretariat.
Senator.
I did it in Shomolu in Lagos. So, excuse me. So, when we are talking, how can you ask a serious president, a president elected, to now allow one of those he defeated to go to the comfort of Washington and be shouting from there? I say, I am directing you. I'm hungry. If he's hungry, he's going to fix Nigeria from Washington. Come on, let's be serious. Protest is not a Christmas party. Okay. It's not distributing ice cream.
Very quickly, I wanted to
So Sowore should do what is best. He should have called to Nigeria. Excuse me, when I was NSC president, and President Tinubu increased fuel price to a level I consider injurious to our economy. That was the first battle, from 10 naira to 30. I came back from Geneva where I was a board member of an International Labour Organization. Because for me, if I'm not home, what am I doing in Geneva? I came back home.
Okay,
I left from before. I told my colleagues, let's go to Abuja.
Senator, we need to go to Dr. Abati. Thank you.
Senator, okay.
Thank you very much.
So many questions to ask you, but let's see what we can quickly, in the remaining 2 minutes that we have, dragging. I will
try to be as brief as I can to you.
I don't think the big issue is about the identity of the protesters. This is a Gen Z-driven protest, and They are just saying they have the right to protest. They don't need to be big names. We have seen what the Gen Z has been able to do in Bangladesh, for example. Who is the leader of the protest? They just say they are students. But let's go to Edo State. Now, Monday Okpebolo, who is the candidate of the APC in this election, is now being supported by Philip Shaibu. We saw Philip Shaibu joining the APC and bowing down before you. Now, how comfortable is that for you? And then secondly, the allegation that you also seem to have subtle sympathy for Asue Ighodalo, the candidate of the PDP. Just your comment on Edo State politics. Let's leave President Tinubu, you worry about his own issues. Yes, Edo State.
No, I'm sure he's taking charge. Today I saw it from your Guardian, from your lead newspaper, this day we say newspaper of record, saying that only yesterday, the vice president chaired a committee on how to bring the textile industries back. And they recognize that they can create 1.5 million jobs in the textile industry every year. That is, today I'm going to celebrate, because I've been talking about that time and time again since this president came in, that the job have to come from manufacturing sector. So that's it. Now, Edo politics. Asue Ighodalo is not electable. Right now, he fraudulently, according to the Federal High Court, manipulated and disobeyed the constitution of the PDP. He violated the electoral law and the electoral act, and that the primary that produced him was done in clear breach of the law and constitution. So as we speak, he's not a candidate. Number two, Asue Ighodalo cannot even speak the language of people of Ewohimi, where my late wife come from. Asue Ighodalo is not electable. Nigeria don't want double-breasted consultant transaction expert with one hand in the pocket. They have never been identified. He said he was chairman of Alagodaro. What was the achievement of Alagodaro? Other than spending billions of naira in consultancy, he is not electable. He does not understand the people. He doesn't know Edo State. He can't speak the language of his own village. Even the day he went to announce himself, he carried an interpreter to speak to his own villagers. When he finished, he went to Benin. He didn't sleep in his village because local people, in his view, are all witches and wizards, typical of some segment of the elite. A man like that can't govern. How can I, my dear friend, Ruben, you know I can never sit on the fence.
Treason, issues of subversion of our democracy. Did you ever envisage
First of all, we understand that, in crisis management, if your crisis management effort is going to be effective, you have to plan for it. You have to be proactive about it. You have to plan ahead. And good enough, those who organized, or rather who are behind these protests, give this country, give everybody enough time. So the security agencies and the government will not say they were taken unawares. They had time to plan for this. So now the fallouts we've seen, the destructions, the violence, all the sides of it, including the management of the protest by the security agencies, are all a lesson for us to learn. I think that going forward, the government and those who are directly in charge of managing situations like this must understand that you are dealing with human, situation, and it's not, most times it's not what that was intended that you see. You can see how I'm sure those who planned this protest envisioned a peaceful and well-organized protest to drive home their points. But you could see that some elements have infiltrated the protest and then give some violent dimension to it, seeing some destructive dimension to it, seeing some sovereign intervention to it, and all manner of things. So I am thinking that, this has given us a very, enough reasons to plan ahead. Our security agencies must be able to be protected, actually, as a matter of fact. I didn't get to see our policemen with shields. Now, you see, as our protests are going on, so protests in the UK is going on. And you could see the security agents in the UK, well protected. I mean, they have shields, they have all manner of gadgets that protect them from, objects and stuff. I didn't see much of that from our police guys. The best you could see is, probably police wielding baton, and then, so of course, some of them wielding assault rifles, and then, of course, the tear gas and stuff. So, like I said, managing protests going forward, it has to be something that we must be deliberate about. We have to protect our security agents. We have to protect those who are peacefully protesting, because, like everybody have noted, protest is actually a constitutional right. It's only when it takes all this kind of dimension that, you begin to worry. Ordinarily, that same constitution that gave the police the right to maintain law and order gave the citizens the right to protest. So it's all about how do we balance this, how do we manage it to make sure that we get the best from the situation. I don't like the idea of demonizing protests. We can't demonize protest because it's a constitutional provision. But those who want to protest must understand that the security agencies have a job to do. They have a role to play. They cannot sit by and watch elements infiltrate a protest and destroy critical infrastructures or kill innocent people or bring some dimensions that are actually inimical to our national security interests. So once those things begin to happen, then your protest is no longer innocent. So you expect the military or the security agency or whoever is involved to ensure they do their job. So like I said, going forward, we have to be intentional about how we manage our protests so that Nigerians who have the right to protest must be able to protest peacefully without, becoming, part of a security concern.
Right.
That's my initial reaction. Vimbai.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Omeji. And speaking of intentionality, prior to the election, to the protest, there was a lot of information shared regarding intelligence that the protest would be hijacked. My question to you is, why do you think that this intelligence failed, and why this consistent theme where Nigerian security matters are concerned of intelligence failure, whether it's other incidents, security incidents that happen elsewhere in the country concerning other issues? Consistently, we hear intelligence failure. Why do you think intelligence failed this time around?
Well, most times when we say intelligence failure, how do we really measure it? Do you know, how do we define a successful intelligence? What you see could be that the intelligence, because of intelligence proactiveness, it was contained to this level. Or it actually mean intelligence failure. But what I'm trying to say is that, the intelligence community, the intelligence assets work surreptitiously. They work in a way that you and I may not know. So sometimes what we think is a failure is actually a containment, level they've done. But that's not to say that we've gotten it right. The riotous nature it took, the violence we witnessed, the idea of introducing foreign, sovereign intervention by flying flags, and then those who are calling for military takeover. These are things that actually demonize the protest. So intelligence failure, like I said, they work covertly. You and I don't know how to operate. I don't know how to operate. But I want to believe that they won't sit back and allow things to get so much awry that national security will be impaired. But at the same time, they could do better to ensure that this level of violence witnessed, destruction witnessed, could have been nipped in the bud. These are possibilities, really, if there are actual coordination between the intelligence, assets, and then, of course, those, the physical police will see.
Right.
So, like I said in my first introduction, this is a lesson learning period for everybody, including those protesting and of those managing the protests. We have to learn because in the future, we have to anticipate crisis. Crisis is part of part of society. Crisis must come, but we need to anticipate it and plan better for future.
Right now, in the spirit of this being a learning curve, yesterday at the security briefing, we were advised that some of those who were protesting, especially in the north, are said to have crossed the border from Niger. They are saying that some of those Russian flags as well were imported. Now, of course, we know that Nigeria's border with Niger is notoriously porous, but we're also aware of how intertwined the people who live around this border area are with one another. How would you advise that we manage this delicate situation in light of what we know is happening in this region, what's happening in Niger and so forth? How do we manage these delicate relationships?
Yeah, the geopolitics in the Sahel region should have given our security agencies a cause for concern. It should have given them an idea that things like this should happen. Now, I do not know who is behind the foreign flag that were flown in Nigeria, but you know that there's a shift in Western influence within that Sahel region, where you have the Niger Republic and Mali and Burkina Faso, severing links with the West. Then having a very robust relationship with Russia, and just like you rightly said, there's the border between Nigeria and the Niger Republic is somewhat very porous, such that there's always intermingling. So now you see all these dynamics are something that I'm sure that those who are managing our security must be putting into play. But don't forget also that yesterday at the briefing they had, the one who was speaking for the DSS spokesman actually told Nigerians that they have gotten a lead about those who are behind the kids who are flying the flags. Those, of course, everybody know that those chaps flying the flags did not just procure the flags, so people are behind them. So we are waiting. The country is waiting to know who indeed are actually behind these, this sovereign intervention, in the Nigerian protest. So it brings also to mind the issue of border. Cross border that we always talked about. If you don't manage your border well, you should expect this sort of thing, especially when you are dealing in a very volatile region like the Sahel, given all that's happening across the Sahel countries, where you have cross-border banditry and infiltration of terrorists and all manner and Islamic militants, all manner of things jumbling up in the same region. So you expect the diffusion of some of these things into our country. So it behoves on those who manage our security to make sure that our borders are much more secured, because what happened now, this particular flag flowing incidents we've seen, it should be a cue to our security people to see that, look, we have to be careful. This is a very dangerous precedent, I've just said. We can't afford to have any foreign national intervene in our internal security dimension activities. So it calls for actual introspection within the country security architecture.
Right now, while that has transpired in one part of the country, it somewhat has overshadowed the original vision of these protests, which is that it was a hunger protest in essence. Now, my question to you is, in those places where we did witness peaceful protesting, even in some places where those peaceful protests were hijacked, why do you think the security forces were unable to separate protesters from hoodlums? Because should it be the case that all protests must be suspended because the security forces are unable to protect peaceful protesters from people engaging in illegal activities? What's your assessment? Why are we failing to protect peaceful protesters?
Most times it's not as easy as we are saying it. Managing such crowd is not easy. And look, you have to balance the right of the citizens to protest and the responsibility of the state agents to protect the state. So, there's a way those who are managing our protests will behave or act. Then you and I will begin to ask, wait a minute, are you professionals? And there's a way they will act, you ask, why? Are you negligent? So you see, sometimes you have to balance this because it's not quite easy. I mean, the citizens, those guys who are protesting, came under the banner that they have a right to protest. Then we begin to see infiltrations, begin to see introduction of things that you never imagined. I never, in the wildest imagination, expect that somebody is going to fly a Russian flag in our country. So these are dimensions that I'm sure the even security agency never anticipated. So, and this thing that have just happened now has more or less demonized, more or less toxified the whole protest. And so that if you ask me, I will ask those who are, who have planned this protest to probably re-strategize or actually call it off entirely, because already the protests have been, given a very bad name. It has been tainted by this, this sort of thing we have seen. So that you don't expect the state assets to sit back and watch when you have obvious, dangerous dimension introduced into something. So back to what you asked me, it is not always easy to manage a riotous situation when the citizens are telling you that they have a right to protest. And then, you now have a right to say, or have a responsibility to say, look, if you're going to protest, don't cross this line. So it's not easy. You have to balance it to make sure that both sides are rather satisfied with your, with your acts. So that's what I think about it.
All right. Now, what about military intervention? There was a report shared this morning from the army confirming the death of a 16-year-old boy in Zaria who was caught in the crossfire when the military were firing at some hoodlums and looters in that area yesterday. Is it time for the army to get involved? At what point do they get involved? Is it right for us to be seeing the army involved at this stage?
Well, now, at this stage, it will be difficult to say the army shouldn't get involved, especially in those areas where we see such level of volatility and such level of, the destructions and violence. And of course, we're now seeing foreign flag being flown. The military, don't forget, the actual constitutional role is to defend the country from external aggression or internal insurrection. And of course, they also have the mandate to assist, to aid the civil police when the internal security challenge overwhelms the civil populace. So good enough, actually. I think I need to praise the military now, because they owned up to that particular incident and they apologized. And of course, I read that the chief of army staff had to deploy the GOC one div to go see the family of the bereaved, of the chap that was shot down, that was killed. So that's just to show that they understand that what had happened shouldn't have happened. That the military ought to, hang around to observe, except the incident have turned so riotous that it's beyond the capacity of the civil police to deal with. That is where the military ought to be. But like I was saying, given the situation, given the dimensions that the whole thing have taken, that you would expect the military to be within the precinct to make sure that it doesn't go beyond the mere protest. So I don't expect to hear again that the military kill anybody except when there's actual need for such use of military deployment. So it's a pity that somebody had to lose his life. I don't know whether the chap that was killed, I don't know whether he was violent or whether he was possessing any weapon that led to that. But from what I read, the military are very remorseful about it. They've sent a delegation to go see the family. So we're waiting they say they're doing some level of investigation. We're waiting to see what happened. But, generally, the military ought not to be within that precinct, except if the protesters have taken a riotous dimension that is beyond the capacity of the police to deal with. Those things have to be determined. I wasn't there in Zaria to see what happened, but I'm not telling you the ideal situation, how it's supposed to be.
All right. Now, of course, when we're looking at security, it's a whole process that one considers. So we look at how it ends, which is arrest, conviction, and so forth. Just to compare, I know it's not always healthy to compare, but if you look at the United Kingdom, I believe the Prime Minister has already said that he expects all convictions to have taken place within a period of a week. From the arrests that were made on Sunday, and that's about 400 or 500 arrests, I believe. Daily Trust reports that here in Nigeria, we have made about 900 arrests. Some of those are already facing the mobile courts in Kano and in other areas. Are you content with this pace at which you're seeing justice, the wheels of justice turning where these riots are concerned? Very briefly as we round up.
Yesterday I listened to the IG, during their briefing when they said that the magistrate had to, go to the police station to make sure that those people that were arrested, are being prosecuted immediately, to make sure just to assure Nigerians that they do not hold them indefinitely. I think that if that's actually what is happening, then it's commendable, because we are talking about almost about 800 to 900 people. It's not easy. You can imagine, even to keep them in a holding facility will be a difficult task. So I expect that they should, as a matter of fact, prosecute them, and then those who are culpable, those who are found to be part of the violence that we have heard about, will have to be prosecuted. But those who are merely protesting should be let to go, because they are Nigerians and they have some level of constitutional right to protest. But it's only if you are culpable, if you have weapons are found with you, then of course you have to prosecute it. But so far, I think the police, in terms of that prosecutorial, expectations, I think if what Aji said yesterday is the situation, then it's commendable. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chidi Omeje, security analyst, thank you so much for this robust conversation. I think a lot was taken away. We appreciate you for your time today.
kú òwúrọ̀ ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa. Ohun tí mo fẹ́ ṣe lówùúrọ̀ yìí ó jẹ́ ohun tí mi ò tíì ṣe rí. Lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà tí n bá máa bá àwọn èèyàn wa sọ̀rọ̀, èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì ni mo máa ń fi bá yín sọ̀rọ̀. Mo ti ẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ nínú yín gan tí ẹ lè má mọ̀ pé mo ti ẹ̀ gbọ́ èdè Yorùbá wa. Àmọ́ kí n tó sọ̀rọ̀ jìnnà, ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ orúkọ mi. Orúkọ tèmi ni Ọládélé Tómilọ́lá, ọmọ bíbí Fárótìmí. Ìlú Ìjẹ̀bú Òde náà bí mi sí. Ọmọ Ìmẹ̀sí ilé Ẹ̀jẹ̀mú ni bàbá mi. Ọmọ ilé Olúkọ́lé ní Fìdítì nìyá mi. Ọmọ Yorùbá pọ́nbélé, ọmọ ọkọ ni mí, mo mọlé mi. Kò sì sí tàní tàbí ibo ló ti wá. Mo mọ ibi tí wọ́n ti mú mi jáde. So torí àwọn tá ń torí ẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ lénìí, nígbà tí wọn ò bá rọ́rọ̀ wí, n tó kù tí ó tẹnu wọn jáde ni pé wọ́n sọ fún yín pé ọmọ Ìgbò ni. Tòró dàbí pé tó bá ti gbogbo ẹni tó bá ti pè lọ́mọ Ìgbò nísìn, òun lọ̀tá Yorùbá, òun dẹ̀ lórí ẹ̀ ò pé, òun ni ò mọ ohun tó ń sọ mọ́. Ṣùgbọ́n lówùúrọ̀ yìí, ní tí mo fẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí, ó ní ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá yẹn tó ní Yorùbá ronú. Chief Hubert Ògúndé ló kọ orin tó fi Yorùbá ronú ṣe táìtù ẹ̀. Wọ́n release orin yẹn nígbà tí ọ̀rọ̀ Western Region tó gbóná joinjoin láyé ogun Akíntọ́lá àtàwólọ́wọ̀. Nígbà tó dàbí wípé a ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìrìn àjò wa sí oko ẹrú, tí àwọn tí ó fẹ́ ká bá Fúlàní ṣe nígbà náà, tí ó jẹ́ tàwọn Akíntọ́lá tí wọ́n fẹ́ bá àwọn Sàdáúnà ṣe. Awólọ́wọ̀ tó fẹ́ ká wà bá ṣe wà, ká dẹ̀ bá àwọn yòókù ṣe. Ó fẹ́ progressive politics. That was the time tí Chief Hubert Ògúndé tó kọ orin yẹn. Nítorí ẹ̀ ń pe Yorùbá sí òní pé ká lo ọpọlọ wa, ká má jẹ́ kí wọ́n sọ wá di bọ́ọ̀lù tí wọ́n ń gbá, ká má di ìṣanwọ́, ká má di tí wọ́n ń ta bí ọmọ ayò. Nǹkan tí Chief Hubert Ògúndé tó ń pè àkíyèsí wa sí nígbà yẹn nìyẹn. Ìtumọ̀ Yorùbá ronú tí Chief Hubert Ògúndé tó sọ nìyẹn. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá rò láròjinlẹ̀ náà lóòótọ́, ọ̀rọ̀ wa gba ìrònú, ọ̀rọ̀ wa ní ìdìrònú. In fact, tá a bá mọnú rò pàpà, ó yẹ ká ronú, ká fi eérú, ká fi ṣe òróró sórí, ká wá bú sẹ́kún gidi, torí bí ọ̀rọ̀ wa ṣe ẹ̀ ṣe wà, kò sí dùnnú fẹ́ lẹ́wọ̀n wa tá a bá wò dáadáa. Torí nígbà tí irú èmi yìí tí mò ń dàgbà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tí àwọn Awólọ́wọ̀ tí wọ́n kọ́, tí wọ́n fi ìpìlẹ̀ ẹ̀ lélẹ̀, ilé ẹ̀kọ́ ìjọba ni mo lọ. Bàbá àti ìyá mi wọn ní láti ní owó rẹpẹtẹ, kò sí tó jọ, civil servant ni bàbá mi, ṣùgbọ́n mo rí iléèwé gidi lọ. Torí àwọn tó ń ṣe adarí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá nígbà náà, wọ́n ní ìfẹ́ Yorùbá, wọ́n lójú tì, wọn ò fi ọwọ́ mẹ́wẹ̀ẹ̀wá jẹun kátẹ̀ tó wá sọ pé wọ́n á tún wá lọ máa yá owó tí wọ́n máa jí jẹ. Kò sí nǹkan tó jọ. Ṣùgbọ́n nígbà náà, wọ́n ní kí Yorùbá ronú. Ṣé ìwà wo bí tá a wà ń sìn ká wá bira wa, ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ wa ṣé kò gba ìrònú? Sọ̀rọ̀ wa ò gba ìrònú. Mo rò pé bí ọdún 7-8 sẹ́yìn, ọ̀gbẹ́ni kan wà, ó ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún Vanguard newspaper. Orúkọ ẹ̀, I think is Nana Ocheroni. Mi ò rántí dáadáa bóyá bọ́ ẹ̀ ń pè ní ẹ̀, bàbá rántí pé Nana lórúkọ ẹ̀. Ó kọ ìwé pélébé kan, ó kọ̀wé kan ó wá fi àpèjúwe ẹ̀ ṣe sophisticated moron ìtí Yorùbá ń pè ní ọlọ́gbọ́n àgbọ́nfu nígbà tọ́gbọ́n bá pọ̀ jù tó wá ń yí ọlọ́gbọ́n gangan nínú po n tó pé ìran Yorùbá ń gbà náà nìyẹn ẹni tó máa gbaná jẹ nu wá gbaná jẹ ẹni tó máa jà ó jà rẹpẹtẹ how dare he yanmirin bú wa ó láàgbọ́n sophisticated moron ẹ bá gbọ́ ìbò nú yín ẹ bá dẹ̀ gbọ́ Yorùbá jinlẹ̀ nígbà tí wọ́n bá léèyàn gbọ́ngbọ́n àgbọ́nfu gọ̀ǹgọ̀ṣú èdìdàrẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe gbọ́n tó bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ ṣe gọ̀ tó nǹkan tí nànà tó ń sọ ń gbà náà nìyẹn àmọ́ bá a ṣe bú tó ń gbà náà bá a ṣe jà tó tí ò bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ò jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé tí ò bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe kò jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ báwo la ṣe débi tá a wà lénìí nígbà táwa wà ní kékeré nílẹ̀ Yorùbá kì í ṣe pé ní tí wọ́n wí fún wa nǹkan tí a fojú rí ọdún yìí dẹ̀lẹ̀ mi pé 56 ọgọ́ta ó dín ní mẹ́rin nínú ọdún ní iṣẹ́ ọmọdé mọ́ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tèmi dé bá bóyá o jẹ́ lẹ́sìn ìbílẹ̀ ni o bóyá o jẹ́ mùsùlùmí ni o bóyá o jẹ́ Christian ni o kò kànyàn kankan n tó kan gbogbo wa ni pé ṣọmọlúàbí ni ẹ́ ṣé o níwà ṣẹ́rí ẹ ṣe é gbàjẹ́ ṣé o lóòótọ́ n tó kan ọmọ Yorùbá nìyẹn nígbà táwa ń dàgbà àwọn Awólọ́wọ̀ kì í ṣe páwọn nìkan náà kú dá wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ṣùgbọ́n àwọn làwọn èèyàn wá gbẹ̀rí wọn jẹ́ àwọn náà máa ń darí bá a ṣe ń yan olórí bó dẹ̀ ṣe wà nìyẹn ní First Republic mi ò rí yẹn mo bá tàn ni wọ́n ní bọ́mọ ò bá bá tàn á bá àròbá ní bàbá àtàn by the Second Republic UPN Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀ ló dilẹ̀ Yorùbá mú party strong débi wípé gbogbo àwọn legislators gbogbo àwọn governors to a very large extent ntí party lóhun á ṣe the 4 cardinal programs of the UPN òun náà ṣe irú ẹ̀ làwa jọlá ẹ̀ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀fẹ́ làwa lọ 1978 ni mo wọ secondary school 79 ni free education bẹ̀rẹ̀ by the time tá wà ní school gbogbo ìwé tó fi mọ́ exercise tó fi mọ́ báírò níjọba ń fún wa tó bá lọ sílé ìwòsàn ìjọba ìwòsàn ọ̀fẹ́ wà ń bẹ̀ ìjọba wà tó bẹ̀rù aráàlú tó dẹ̀ nífẹ̀ẹ́ aráàlú òun làwa dàgbà bá ṣùgbọ́n lénìí tá a bá wí wọ́n á ní pé kò nífẹ̀ẹ́ Yorùbá ni àwọn tó nífẹ̀ẹ́ Yorùbá bòná bá wa dé níbo ni wọ́n bá wa dé àfáà ń sanra ọmọ ọjọ́ ń rù àfáà ó ń sanra ọmọ ọjọ́ ó sì ń rù látìgbà tí AD ti kú àwọn tó pa AD nílẹ̀ Yorùbá àwọn náà sọ gbogbo àwa ọmọ Yorùbá wọn á mú wa wọn á sọ wá dẹrú tá a bá tún gbẹ́nu pa fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ pé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń ṣe yòókù díẹ̀ káàtó orò dẹ̀ ló á kù tẹ́ fi ń lé wa káàkiri nsìn orò so gbogbo èèyàn tí ò bá ti gbà tí yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe fẹ́ ó ti di ọ̀tá Yorùbá so ntí Tinubu bá ti fẹ́ ni gbogbo Yorùbá gbọ́dọ̀ fẹ́ gbogbo ẹni tí ò bá dẹ̀ ti nífẹ̀ẹ́ Tinubu ọ̀tá Yorùbá ni gbogbo wọn bó lẹ fẹ́ ti rú wa sí a kórìíra ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n ẹ wòra yín mélòó nú yín lọmọ yín sì kù tó ń lọ iléèwé ìjọba mélòó nú yín ló lè ṣàìsàn kó lọ ilé ìwòsàn ìjọba mélòó nú yín ló ń ṣí táàpù tómi ẹ̀ ń jáde mélòó nú yín ló lè fínúfíndọ̀ kọ́ bá pò kó mówó gidi jáde fi ṣe nǹkan gidi. Wọ́n ti wá sọ gbogbo wa, wọ́n sọ wá dákúṣẹ́, àfẹn tó bá ń bá wọn ṣe nìkan ló ń jẹun yó. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀tún wá jẹ́ kí wọ́n tún wá sọ wá dọ̀tá ara wa, kan máa bá wa wá ọ̀tá fúnra wa. Kí ló dé? Kí ló dé? Mo fẹ́ rán yín létí o. And ìgbà míì wọ́n ní àròkàn àwọn mẹ́kún àsùn dá wá, Ọlọ́run má pa wá lẹ́kún. Mo rò pé bí ọdún mélòó sẹ́yìn, nígbà tí wọ́n pa ọmọ bàbá wa Fásọ̀rántì, àǹtí Fúnkẹ́, kì í ṣe ará àta sí mi, ẹ̀gbọ́n ló jẹ́ fún mi, àjọ wà ní kíláàsì kan náà lásù ni. Politics kọ́ leléyìí. Nígbà tó ń pa àǹtí yẹn tí Tinubu lọ s'Àkúrẹ́, ṣebí ṣe ló ń béèrè pé bo ni màálù wà. Màálù náà ń wá l'Àkúrẹ́ náà. Ó ṣe wá jẹ́ wípé Tinubu ọ̀hún ló ṣe wá jẹ́ pé lè ní ìta bá béèrè wò wípé kíní yìí kò pé wà, bó ṣe ń lọ yìí kò sí nǹkan tó kò san fún yàn kan, kò san fún gbogbo wa ló jọ ń kó lẹ́rú pọ̀. Kíní ikú díẹ̀ káàtó ẹ ṣe. Àwa dọ̀tá Yorùbá, gbogbo ẹni tó bá ti sọ̀rọ̀ tí ì ṣe, tó bá ti yàtọ̀ sí nǹkan tí Tinubu fọwọ́ lálẹ́ lé, ọ̀tá Yorùbá ni gbogbo wa ń sìn. Níbo la ń múyá ayé lọ? Ó wá di wípé ohun ṣẹ̀ǹbáyé wa, ohun ṣẹ̀ǹbáyé wa, ó wá di nǹkan tán wá jágbà tán wá sọ di tí wọ́n fi, ó wá di nǹkan tán ń lò fún tọ́gìrì àti politics. Orò ó mà ṣe o, ó mà ṣe o. Ó kò gidi ni bólẹ̀ ń báyé lọ nítorí ambition èèyàn kan, nítorí ìjẹkújẹ àwọn èèyàn tí ò jù kéékèèké lọ. Ẹni tébi ń para wá gbé orò á lọ máa fi orò nítorí ìjẹkújẹ táwọn kan máa jẹ. Ẹ̀ẹ̀kan ní iye ọdẹ afífìlà pérìn, níjọ́ tó bá ti kọ́kọ́ ṣe náà ló níyì. Orò tẹ́ gbé láti fi gbé orò Jídé Sanwó-Olú wọlé, ẹ tún fẹ́ gbé pé káwọn èèyàn gbọ́dọ̀ fẹ̀hónú wọn hàn. Èmi ò ní káwọn èèyàn jáde kí wọ́n lọ máa jà. Àwọn Nigerians ò dẹ̀ fìgbà kan jáde kán lọ báyàn kan jàrí. Èmi ò rí ibi tí wọ́n ti organize protest ní Nàìjíríà téèyàn kan mú weapon jáde lérí. Látàárọ̀ ọjọ́ ìjọba náà ló máa kó tọ́ọ̀gì wá, ìjọba náà ló máa kó sójà wá, ìjọba náà ló máa ń pa aráàlú nítorí pé ẹ fẹ́ mọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe fẹ́ pa wá lẹ́nu mọ́, a gbọ́dọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀. Bá ti ẹ̀jọ́ ló ń dùn pàpà níbi tẹ́ ẹ bá lé ayé dé, tẹ́ ẹ bàlújẹ́ dé. Béèyàn ò tiẹ̀ fẹ́ jáde, béèyàn ò fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀, ṣé ẹ fún yàn lẹ́nu ọ̀rọ̀ ni? Ṣé lè tẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí, ṣáyé lè tẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí náà? Ọmọ tálíkà ò lè jẹun ẹ̀mẹ́ta lójúmọ́ mọ́. Ẹ mú gbogbo ọmọ ọlọ́mọ, ẹ sọ wọ́n dẹrú, ẹ wá máràlú, ẹ sọ wọ́n dọ̀tá ara wọn. Ọmọ Ìgbò ni, Yanmirin ni, ayé ìgbà kan Fúlàní ni. Kí ló dé? Kí ló dé? Kí ló dé? Ẹ̀yin pásítọ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ ń wòran, ẹ dákẹ́, gbogbo yín wá di olóró dé. Ẹ̀yin imam ojú ti ẹ̀ tì yín torí ń tẹ́ máa jẹ ẹ̀rántí ọjọ́ àti sùn mọ́. Ìkankan nu yín ò rí nǹkan kan sọ. Àjágbe mọ́ kèfèrí, à ń lé ìpọ́nrí kú káàkiri. Olóòlù ò gbọ́dọ̀ jáde. Níbo lẹ wà ń sìn? Ṣó tán? Àsìkò yìí àwọn bàbá wa ní báyìí kàsà là ń sọ̀rọ̀ ajé ní mẹ́ni pẹ́kọrọ. Àìtódòótọ́ sí, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni mo sọ, àìtódòótọ́ sí, òun là ń pé kó lúwẹ̀rí, kó dọ́ bojú pa afẹ́ tọ̀. bàbá tó dòótọ́ sí ayọ̀ kínní látọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni èmi ó tọ̀ sílé ẹ̀yin bàbá Adébóyè ẹ̀yin sheik gbogbo yín tẹ́ wà mọ́rákàs gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ pera yín lórí ẹ̀sìn sójú òtì yín ni wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣé torí ń tẹ́ ń jẹ ni àbí nítorí ń tẹ́ fẹ́ jẹ ọdún mélòó ló kù fún yín kí ni ìtumọ̀ dídákẹ́ yín ṣé bí ìlú ṣe wà yìí ṣó dáa ni ṣó dáa ni ṣé bí ìlú ṣe wà yìí ṣó dáa ṣé kájà máa gbàdúrà lẹ́fẹ́ máa sọ fún wa ṣáàdúrà yín gan lè gbà pẹ̀lú òrò tẹ́ ń rú káàkiri tó ń ru òrò káàkiri ẹ̀dẹ̀ dákẹ́ ẹ̀panudé wọn ibi ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ẹ̀rí ibi ó easy fún yín láti gba ibi kẹ́ ẹ pa ibi mọ́ kẹ́ ẹ máa wòran níbi kẹ́ ẹ ṣàlàyé ibi ojú òtì yín ojú ògbà yín tì àwọn tí mo dárúkọ wọn as type ni mi ò ní nǹkan bá yín sọ as individuals torí ẹ̀wùwà tó ń tẹ̀ fi lè pè yín lólórí tán bá máa bá yín sọ èyí tó ń jó tọrọ ẹ wò ó náà ẹ wò lútẹ tí ń claim pé ń pariwo nítorí olùkọ́ Ọlọ́run ẹ wò ó ẹ̀yin fúnra yín ẹ wò ó náà ẹ yẹlú ìwò sójú òtì yín ni ẹ wò fúnra yín náà kẹ́ wá ṣàlàyé bóyá jẹ́ wípé ojú òtì ẹ̀ gbà yín tì àwọn ọba àti ẹ̀gbọ́n wọn kú ti sọ gbóyún di civil servant local government chairman lọ̀gá ọba ńlọ̀gá emir méjì náà kójọ ní Kánò ń sìn pàpà so but ẹ ti ẹ̀ pọ́nra ẹ róra yín láṣọ yìí náà ṣé bí ìlú yìí ṣe ń lọ yìí bólẹ́ fẹ́ sá lọ ńgbà tí ìlú bá dìdàkudà tán wàá gun Bentley òun gun Rolls Royce nínú gbogbo crazy traffic nínú gbogbo wàhálà kò tó oríṣiríṣi torí ń tẹ́ máa jẹ ìlú dẹ̀ ń bàjẹ́ lọ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ rí nǹkan kan sọ rí nǹkan kan sọ ṣe rí mo rò wípé ibi tá a bọ́rọ̀ èdè ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ èyí tó ń jẹ́ òkodoro fúnra wa torí àwọn bàbá wa náà ní ọ̀pọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ kágbọ̀n ṣùgbọ́n àbọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ náà láti wá ń sọ fún èyí tó bá ń pè rẹ̀ lọ́mọlúàbí gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá gidi dẹ̀ lọ́mọlúàbí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ tẹ́ etí yín bẹ̀lẹ̀ jẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ gbọ́ mi gidi jẹ́ ṣàlàyé ọ̀kan. èmi ò ní wípé kí àwọn ènìyàn kan jáde kí wọ́n lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní máa fàjọ̀gbọ̀n wọ́n máa dáná sunlé kò dẹ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ rí níjọ́ tí kan ti bí èmi sí ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà yìí ipe àwọn tí ó jáde pé àwọn ń protest wọ́n lọ ń sunlé wọ́n ń sun mọ́tò ìjọba ló máa ń rán wọn jáde tán lọ ń sunlé tán ń sun mọ́tò tá a bá rí Ọlọ́run ṣe ayé social media láwà eléyìí tí Sanwó-Olú ṣe láláúsá nígbà ensars tán fi bọ́ọ̀sì ìjọba tí wọ́n fi kó àwọn tọ́ọ̀gì wá sáláúsá is on video ó wà everywhere lórí internet wọ́n identify inú àwọn ẹni tá à ń wí ọlọ́pàá ò ever sún mọ́ wọn bóyá ọlọ́pàá àti ẹ̀dùn fún wọn ní escort ni because àtijọba àtọlọ́pàá àti tọ́ọ̀gì wọ́n ti dẹ́yọ kan so èmi ò ní pé káwọn èèyàn jáde kán lọ fàjọ̀gbọ̀n kán bàlújẹ́ kán dàlúrú àwọn èèyàn wa ò dẹ̀ ní irú intention bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n bí tí ìlú bàjẹ́ dé yìí tó wó epo tó ti ń tún gẹ̀rẹ́gẹ̀rẹ́ lọ sí 1000 tí sálárì minimum wage tí ò kọjá 70 ẹni tó bá dẹ̀ ní employees tí ìṣèjọba àti some 70,000 yẹn pẹ̀lú gbogbo wàhálà tíjọba ti kó sọ́nà fún yàn gan ó ti dìṣòro. ṣé ẹni tó bá ń wo ìlú tó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣé wọn lẹ́tọ̀ọ́ àti fẹ̀hónú wọn hàn ni ẹni tó bá wò ó tó rí wípé even ọjọ́ ọ̀la fáwọn ọmọ gan-an wọ́n ti bàjẹ́ wọ́n ti tà á wọ́n ń yá owó ọmọ wọ́n ń yáwó nú kólú ẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ná jẹ lórí ìranù lórí ìṣekúṣe kì í ṣe pé wọ́n ń yá owó láti ṣe nǹkan gidi ṣé kò tó kéèyàn fẹ́ òónú hàn téèyàn bá ń worú ẹ̀? Ẹ wo iye tá à ń ra oúnjẹ lénìí, ẹ wo iye tó jẹ́ bí ọdún kan sẹ́yìn. Ṣé kò tó kéèyàn fi ẹ̀hónú hàn ni? Ṣé ọ̀rọ̀ bílù ṣe kan gógó tó kan gógó láti rìn láti ìletò kan sí ìletò míì tó di ìṣòro, ṣé kò tó kéèyàn fi ẹ̀hónú ẹ̀ hàn ni? Eléyìí ò kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ Ìgbò, ọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ Nàìjíríà ni gbogbo wa ló kàn. Èmi ló kàn làwọn sọ lọ́jọ́ kìíní àná. Àwọn ló kàn láti fìyà jẹ àwọn aráàlú ni wọ́n kún sọ fún wa, ẹ̀yin lẹ gbọ́. N tó kan gbogbo wa ń sìn ìyà ni, Ọlọ́run má fi jẹ́ kí ìyà kó kan gbogbo wa. Bá a dẹ̀ ṣe máa kú olóko ẹrú tí wọ́n mú wa lọ la gbọ́dọ̀ máa rò. Kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ Ìgbò, kì í ṣe ọmọ Ìgbò rárá. Ṣé ọmọ Ìgbò ń lọ sọ́jà mi yàtọ̀ sí ìtẹ̀yìn ń lọ ni? Àbí wọ́n ṣe títì mi yàtọ̀ fọmọ Ìgbò? Àbọ̀mọ Ìgbò ló gbé jígà tó ń já tó ń fọ́ gbogbo títì wa lẹ́kọ̀ọ́? Ọmọ Ìgbò, ṣé ọmọ Ìgbò ló mú wa lẹ́rú? Ṣé ọmọ Ìgbò ló mú wa lẹ́rú? Tẹ́ bá fẹ́ gbàṣírí ọmọ olè, ẹ dúró kẹ́ gbọ́ngbà tí wọ́n bá ń jà. Ṣé ọmọ Ìgbò ló san 100 million, náà ló gba $100 million tó sọ gbogbo àwọn ará free trade zone aláìnílẹ̀ mọ́? Gbogbo Yeguda, gbogbo bí tí wọ́n láwọn ń kọ́ alárọ̀ sí. Ṣebí làwọn èèyàn kan náà gbà ń bẹ̀. I was involved in that case at the time. Ṣọmọ Ìgbò ni? Ọmọ Ìgbò ni? Ẹ má jẹ́ kí wọ́n fi búrẹ́dì gígan gbọ́n yín lómi ọbẹ̀ lọ. Ẹ má jẹ́ kí wọ́n kọ́ta yín kó máa nawọ́ ọ̀tá yín sí yín. Ọ̀tá yín ló ń nawọ́ ọ̀tá yín sí yín. Ọ̀rẹ́ yín náà dẹ̀ ń nàka sí pọ̀tá yín ni. Bọ́mọ Ìgbò tí ò dá ṣe wà ní Yorùbá tí ò dá náà wà. Èèyàn lèèyàn ò mọ̀ jẹ́ títí láéláé. Ẹ má jẹ́ kéèyàn bá yín yan ọ̀tá tí ìṣọ̀tá yín. Ìtó wà ńlẹ̀ yìí kò sí nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ fúnra mi, tí mi ò fẹ́ fọ́mọ Ìgbò, tí mi ò fẹ́ fọ́mọ Haúsá, tí mi ò fẹ́ fọ́mọ Fúlàní, tí mi ò fẹ́ fọ́mọ Ìjọ. Kò sí nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ fúnra mi tí mi ò fẹ́ fọ́mọ nìkejì mi. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ kí ibi kó bá wa. Èyí tó ń jó tó ń bẹ̀ tí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ dìmú kẹ́ jẹ́ kó yé yín láàárọ̀ yìí, kẹ́ ẹ sì gbọ́dọ̀ gbàgbé, òní wípé tá a bá fira wa ṣe kan, a lè jáde nínú oko ẹrú táwọn ará bíi mú wa wọ̀. Kì í ṣe gbogbo aṣọ náà là ń sá lórùn. Ọ̀rọ̀ ó tún rókù nìbọn ń wí. Ó láwọn nǹkan tí a gbọ́dọ̀ ṣẹ́ ẹnu kù sọ ńgbà míì. Nítorí ìdí èyí máa ṣẹ́ ẹnu kù. Ṣùgbọ́n ọkàn tí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ rèé. Ifá ò ṣèké o. Ọ̀pẹ̀lẹ̀ kò sì ṣàbòsí. Gbogbo ẹni tó bá sì dalẹ̀ yóò balẹ̀ lọ. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń bá wọn gbé orò rọ́, tẹ́ mú ìṣẹ̀ṣe wa, tẹ́ wá sọ di yẹpẹrẹ nítorí ìjẹkújẹ tẹ́ fẹ́ jẹ. Àwọn alálẹ̀ á bí yín. Àwọn alálẹ̀ wọ́n á bí yín. Orí àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ tẹ́ ń mú lẹ́rú, tẹ́ ń fà lóko ẹrú nítorí ìjẹkújẹ, nítorí èèyàn kan, á bí yín. Ẹ wo ògbóró dáadáa, ẹ rí bí ìlú ṣe kan gógó. Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ máa jáde láti fẹ̀hónú yín hàn, mo bẹ̀ yín. Ẹ rántí pé ìjọba tẹ́ ń dín pẹ̀lú apààyàn ni wọ́n. Tẹ́ ẹ bá mọ̀, ẹ rántí tí Buratai ṣe ní Kaduna. 450 share náà pa, 430 share náà pa, according to their own panel report. Ẹ rántí ń tán ṣe ń Lẹ́kí. Ní tó worst jù ń pa ọ̀rọ̀ Lẹ́kí ni pé wọ́n tó wá mú ikú àwọn ọmọ ọlọ́mọ náà fi ń justify why táwọn èèyàn ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ jáde protest lọ́tẹ̀ yìí. lẹ́yìn tẹ́ pa àwọn èèyàn tẹ́ deny ikú wọn lẹ́yìn tí panel yín confam pé ẹ massacre wọn ẹ tún wá mú ikú wọn ẹ tún wá fi ń parọ́ ẹ tún wá ń lò ó láti ṣàlàyé ìdí táwọn èèyàn ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ jáde láti wá protest ẹ jẹ́ gbogbo wọn á bí yín láti ìran dé ìran ló máa béèrè lọ́gbọ̀ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ ń pa kú wọn ọ̀pọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ kágbọ̀n o èmi ò ní sọ jù báyìí lọ láàárọ̀ yìí ṣùgbọ́n èèyàn ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ mú àpò ronú yín ẹ gbé níbi tẹ́ ẹ súnkọ́ sí oko ẹrú náà mú wa lọ eléyìí ò kì í ṣe pé èèyàn jọ́ta èèyàn kankan Tinubu ti wọlé èmi ò sí nínú ẹni tó ní pé kó jáde ṣùgbọ́n ètò ìdìbò wa ètò ìṣèdájọ́ wa bá a ṣe ń ṣèjọba orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà owó epo tó wọ́n gógó bí security ò ṣe dáa gbogbo àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí làwọn ọmọ tó láwọn fẹ́ fi ẹ̀hónú wọn hàn ó wà nù tó ń béèrè fún èyí tèmi gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹnìkan tí mo align ara mi sí tí mi ò dẹ̀ ní any apology for anybody bá a ṣe ń ṣe ètò ìdìbò wa tó fi máa jẹ́ pé ìbò wa á kúnjú wọn á wúlò a gbọ́dọ̀ wá nǹkan ṣe sí ilé ẹjọ́ wa tó ti dìdàkudà tí Temple of Justice tó dilé aṣẹ́wó a gbọ́dọ̀ wá nǹkan ṣe sí ṣùgbọ́n kí eléyìí kì í ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ Ìgbò ọ̀rọ̀ ara wa ni bọ́mọ ìyá méjì bá wọlé tí wọ́n bára wọn sọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n jáde tí wọ́n rẹ́rìn irọ́ náà pa fúnra wọn bẹ̀ ẹ̀yin ìyá lọ́jà wa ẹ̀yin bàbá lọ́jà ẹ̀yin oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ ọmọdé àgbà ẹ bára yín sọ̀rọ̀ interest Tinubu ò kì í ṣe interest Yorùbá interest Tinubu ni interest Tinubu ẹ ń bá rí jẹ́ ń bẹ̀ ajá àwọn tiẹ̀ tó ń dúró tì láti ṣàjẹjẹ interest ẹ ò kì í ṣe interest wa this is not about the Igbo kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ ọmọ Igbo ọ̀rọ̀ ara wa ni ìjàgbara ara wa ni ire o wọn ajẹkọsẹ kò san wa o àsan wa sówó àsan wa sọmọ o àlàáfíà bàbá ọ̀rọ̀ o ire kò dàbọ̀.
Ebi pa mí o! Ìyà jẹ wá! Ebi pa mí! Ìyà jẹ mí! Ebi pa mí débi ẹ̀ sí! Ó yẹ! Ó ti kẹ́ sọ́dún pọ́ọ̀tù yẹn! Ẹ má bọ̀ wọ́n! Màmá ẹ má bọ̀! Ẹ má bọ̀ mi protest! Yẹ!
Even gone, one work is no longer for me. Why? We learn work, we go school, we don't see anything. And we are still here suffering every day. Ẹjọ́ tó lẹ bá wà kan ṣe sí o, kí gbogbo wálẹ̀, epo ọgọ́gọ́ wálẹ̀, tí kò bá ti wálẹ̀, gbogbo máa ṣe kí ó máa change. Wọ́n náà kọ́ máa sọ́kọ̀ báyìí náà. Kò í ṣe Nàìjíríà tá à ń béèrè fún lélẹ̀ náà. Ẹjọ́ tó lẹ bá change ẹ̀, bá change ẹ̀. Change lẹ́yìn pa fẹ́, kò í ṣe stubbornness là fẹ́, ẹ bá change ẹ̀. Ẹjọ́ tó lọ, ìgbà tí mo ní láti sọ nìyẹn o.
Continue this way. We can't continue. We can't continue like this. With my salary, I can't even feed my family for a good month. This onion now is 1,000. This tomato now is 1,000. 2,000. How much is my salary? How much am I earning? How much are we earning? How much is our earning? Pepper is not here. Without pepper, no maggi, no groundnut oil, no palm oil, just tomato and 3 pieces of onion.
Mr. President, help us.
Whatever I want to cook, is it rice or eba? It's not here. Please, Your Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Bola Tinubu, please do something. It's too much. It's unbearable again. It's unbearable. It's unbearable. Nigerians are not supposed to be crying like this. We are the least in Africa. We are too wayward man. Do something. How can we be feeding from hand to mouth in a country? Please, Mr. President, we are begging you to do something. We are suffering. It's too much.
Tomato like this 2,000.
Do something.
Or 2,500.
Do something.
Mr. President,
Sibisha, we learned that Ben 10.
That is why we are protesting our government. The Nancy Tinubu work, Arisha Tinubu, that is why we are protesting. Tinubu just sit on the ground. That's why we are protesting.
If you are going to do it, they will have done it where we are coming from.
We'll tell our people to come in now and we'll have our protest. I'm at work. I can't continue. Bye.
This is CP of Lagos State. This is CP of Lagos State. This is our CP of Lagos State. This is our CP.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Just hold on. It's rebooting the system.
Okay. We can just hear. So I think they're trying to recalibrate things and
different.
Okay.
They are going to the Alausa Secretariat, that's the seat of government. Others say they are going from here to K2, but we are not sure what the route will look like until maybe we'll get to that junction there. But at the moment, they are singing all manners of protest songs, and you can see inscriptions on their placard. We need grants, not loans. That is one beside me here. I don't know if the camera can see it.
Morning, everyone. And these are the common men and women on the street. Common not in the sense that their humanity is diminished, but common in the sense that they don't have the same level of access to information as those of you who are able to follow what I am saying. So I will be doing a whole lot more in Yoruba language. And even the things I'm doing in English language, I'm going to spend some time and resources and try and see if we can have them translated and subtitled in our local languages, because it is actually very important that someone is speaking to the victims, because you no longer get to hear anything in the churches or in the mosques for that matter. I'm going to be touching on those two places in the course of our discussion. And certainly you are not going to be hearing much from the houses of debauched Horo and all of that. So religion, whatever the manifestation in Nigeria, has obviously been completely shorn of any content of spirituality. So we'll deal with that in the course of this morning's discussion. Suffice to say that we'll be doing a whole lot in our local languages going forward. But this morning, I'm particularly interested in speaking to a subject that I have titled Cause and Effect. You know, the Yorubas have these, when I started seeing what was going on in our streets, I had a Yoruba phrase brought to my consciousness, and it's the one that says, Tiwonba fagburu, bua faigbo. There is no need for me to waste too much time trying to translate that imagery. Native speakers of the Yoruba language understand that quite clearly. But what he's simply saying is that if you pull on the, I believe, the climber, that's the one, you know, those vines that grows into the tree. When you pull on them, they also pull on the tree limb on which they are climbed to which they have climbed. They would, when you pull the vine, you pull the tree branch as well. And when you fag guru afagbo, and that's the reality, what has been happening in the last week has been essentially a situation where the victims are reacting to the actions of their oppressors. Don't worry, I'll take the time to explain this. In the natural order of things, there's what you call seed time, and then there is harvest time. So if you plant, you will reap what you have planted, because every seed reproduces after its kind. I recall a verse in the Bible. It says that for the fathers have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. Cause and effect. The more classic definition is when you look at the doctrine of causality. It says that a thing or event causes another thing or event. The first thing or event is called the cause. The second is called the effect. Sometimes you have ripple effects. What you're seeing on the streets of Nigeria, save to a very large extent the land of the Oriental brothers and sisters, Ndi Igbo. What you have seen in the last week is a reaction, violently, sad to say, in most cases, to the cause, or shall I say the causes, all rooted in the same thing. Even the silence of Ndi Igbo and their attempt at staying above the fray is in itself a reaction. Let them know, say we did it. Let's stay out of it. Let it not be said we are the reason. Let it not be said we started it. So Ndi Igbo has kept quiet. Cause and effect. The northern streets are boiling. Cause and effect. But if I speak about cause and effect, you must understand that there are intended causes and then there are unintended causes. There are intended outcomes and then there are unintended consequences. They are easily foreseeable and desirable consequences, not necessarily desirable to the victim, but desirable to those who initiated the cause. And then there are unintended and undesirable consequences, all of which was never envisaged or expected by those who initiated the cause. Let us attempt to break this down one by one. Exactly what may be said to be the cause? What exactly may we say to be the cause? What I have done is to list a litany, outline a litany of what has led us to where we are today. A man comes into office. Even if we took the INEC figures as a given, even if we assume that Mahmoud Yakubu is not a crook, I'm using those words deliberately. Even if we assume that Mahmoud Yakubu is saintly and he had acted in good faith and released the original result, and if we accept that what has been given is the real result, it still shows that a larger percentile of the country did not vote for the person who is sat in Aso Rock today. That is the reality. I am a Democrat, even though I live in an undemocratic environment. Even though I know that the man did not win the election, let me presume to him that he has won. And it is on the basis of this presumption that one might be able to engage. Let us presume that this man won. It does not change the fact that he's sitting there on the basis of the mandate of a narrow minority. This doesn't change that reality. Since he became the president, how has he sought to govern for all? Let me remind us, the president's first executive action was to announce the removal of the fuel subsidy. Argument for or against that, we can leave to the academics. But we know today, thanks to the quarrel or squabble with Dangote, we know as a fact who is receiving our subsidy money. The subsidy that was publicly cancelled was privately resumed. And it was privately resumed is up in the air. Everybody is drinking Malta now. That's in one area. The multiplier effect of that singular pronouncement has meant that costs have literally gone through the roof. Food inflation is about 300% or more in most cases. Some things have become completely unavailable. A bag of rice, 85,000 or 90 in some cases. The man's salary, 70,000. That is what the government has recommended and signed into law. A lot of states are unable to pay that. A lot of private employers are incapable of making that payment. There is a bleak reality out there for a whole lot of people. Begging is on another scale. People who would never ever beg anybody have been turned into beggars over the last 1 year. The quality of life has become horrible for everybody. In the midst of that, the security situation in the northern part of Nigeria has degenerated completely. When we in the south hear of banditry, what we think of most of the time, because that is our own encounter with banditry, we think of when you're traveling on the highway and you might get kidnapped, or if you're living in Abuja and they walk into your home and kidnap you wholesale. So it's either you're on the road to get kidnapped or you live around Kaduna or Abuja. That is the impression of the average southerner. But the reality is that the northerner, for him, banditry means he's unable to go to his farm. He's unable to stay in his village. The rural area has been despoilated. Banditry means there is illegal mining going on in which the police, the DSS, the military, the government officials, emirs are complicit. But because of their complicity, it's completely abandoned and the Nigerian press is not reporting what is going on. So for him in the north, you've got complete disruption of his way of life. Now here is the thing. The Nigerian press, complicit in the mess, compromised almost beyond redemption, do not report these truths. So the North is left alone. So when we're talking insecurity, we rarely ever speak to the pains of the North because we are rarely ever properly informed about the pains of the North. So here is what has now happened. Because of the unprecedented amount of hunger, the level of multidimensional poverty that has been layered on top of the existing structured poverty of the northern earth, what you have today is that for the first time in 37 years, let me repeat myself. Did I get that right? The last time the North was involved and was part of a national movement for change was in 1986, 1987, during the SAP riots in the Babangida years. In the immediate aftermath of the SAP riot, the government took a deliberate decision to divide Nigerians along ethnic and religious lines. In the north, Islam was weaponized on campuses to ensure that northern campuses were unable to respond to national calls for strikes. In the south, fraternities were militarized so that we were unable to speak with one voice in most cases. When issues came up that should unite us, we begin to speak in divisive tones, and Nigerians were steadily and deliberately divided. Trade unions were infiltrated. Nigerian Labour Congress, the Nigerian Medical Association, Nigerian Bar, every influential trade organization, every collective that used to speak with solidarity, ASU, all of them infiltrated and factionalized just to ensure that they were unable to speak with one voice. So the North has never, since 1987, been part of a national movement for change. All that has ever happened is that the people in the North, the common men, were weaponized and used to maintain the status quo. So every time there was a national movement for change called out in the southern part of Nigeria, where the pains of the victimization of the system are largely felt, what tended to happen was that the South will be speaking in one way, the North will be speaking in another way, structured to be like that, systemized and maintained since 1987. In recent times, I've had occasion to speak, and I have said, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, that until the North is ready for change, Nigeria will not change. The North is ready for change now, but the leaders of the North, are they ready for change? This is a call out. This is a call out because when you leave a people devoid of purpose, what you find is the chaos and anarchy that we have witnessed on northern streets in recent days. I would explain. Once upon a time, it was the politicians who harmed and maintained the mobs and directed them to purposes. And then there were traditional levers of powers that also could mobilize these mobs on the street. And then there are the madrasas, the sheikhs and imams. Today, cause and effect. All these levers were largely pressed into service in ensuring the emergence of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as president of Nigeria, in fulfillment of the many lies that have been told to the people that religion would somehow evaporate our problems, in forgetting completely that God has left the governance of this earth to the sons and daughters of men. It is up to us to fix our country. Saudi Arabia is not less Islamic than Nigeria. Look at Saudi Arabia today under bin Salman. Look at Dubai. They're Muslim countries. Look at Qatar. Those are Muslim countries, but it hasn't stopped them from progressing. Every country develops on the back of hegemonies. What has the hegemony that produced Bola Ahmed Tinubu done for Nigeria? You've destroyed Nigeria. That's essentially what has been done. That hegemony has members from across the length and breadth of Nigeria. I'm not suggesting that it's a northern thing alone, but the northern prerogative is real. We cannot pretend that it is not there. It is there. But what has it done? What you're seeing on your street, your inability to speak to your people, is because you are the ones who have sustained the lies to the point where you are at today, and it's almost impossible for you to now tell them the truth of what will bring back peace to the north. But I'll suggest a few to you, if you will allow me to. Peace can only be guaranteed by justice. Justice can only be guaranteed by equity. Equity can only be guaranteed by love. Each and every one of us must embrace this doctrine and understand very clearly that if we sow storms, we will reap exactly whatever it is that we have sown. All right, so now we have a president. In the midst of crippling, grinding, biting inflation, the president and the National Assembly voted 21 billion to renovate, hear me, renovate the vice president's house. 70 billion naira was voted to the National Assembly members to buy SUVs, as 160 million naira for each one for senators and House of Reps members. 4 billion naira was voted to renovate Dodam Barrack. Another 3 billion for Aguda House. 5 billion was given to the Presidential Task Force, a Tax Reform Committee, less than 20 members. 1.5 billion was given to purchase cars for the First Lady, an office unknown to our Constitution. Judges, for job well done, got 300% salary increase. I'm not complaining, no. I'm not saying judges should starve. 5 billion was budget for presidential fleet. At least one repo, they will buy fuel now, have you? Every senator gets 21 million naira monthly. No, don't worry. I didn't forget the reps. 13.5. This government voted it. We are going to be spending 15 trillions to pave the road with gold from Lagos to Calabar. And your president's friend is the one building the road, Uncle Chagori. Yeah. Unlike when they used to go to Mina, if they wanted to speak with the occupiers of Aso Rock, these days they go to Uncle Chagori in France so that he can speak with his friend, the same one who gave him the road. And yet, we are told to calm down. We are told to calm down. Where is the money taken from the subsidy? If you say there is no more subsidy, but then we now know that there is subsidy. When you take all of this together, and you then factor in the multidimensional sufferings of the victims of the system that would allow all of these, you can then begin to have an inkling, an understanding of the anger that you are seeing on the streets. Hopelessness births chaos. Hopelessness births chaos. Give the people hope. It's not about letting the poor breathe, because they certainly aren't breathing. You've choked them. But give them hope. Not illusion, hope. Hope, real hope, substantive hope. Give them hope. Let them have a basis to believe that tomorrow will be better than today. Show by your own example that you still believe that we should be tightening our belt. Tighten yours as an example. Let them see it. But then you are incapable of doing any of that. But like I said, cause and effect. But here is the issue. For those of us who have no other country to flee to, and I say that full-chested, I do not have the residency of any other country aside from Nigeria. I might have visas to travel back and forth, but I do not own a home outside Nigeria. I actually do not even have a foreign account that is operative as we speak today. I opened one, I think, in 2010 in Houston, but I have not operated it since 2010. I think I have maybe less than $100 in the account. I'm sure they would even have closed it by now. That's the only reason I can't claim that I don't have a foreign account. I'm all in. This is my country. I'm not running anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. And I'm not interested in seeing it burn. But if Nigeria is not going to burn because there is cause and effect, the impunity by which our ruiners have operated, the horrible way that they have responded to the pains and sufferings of the people before they went on the street, sent traditional rulers with marching orders to be telling people they mustn't protest. They're protesting because they have no choice. Send thugs, Asari, that fat monkey, send that one to be threatening people. In Lagos, one that they call Sego is the one that is busy threatening them that they mustn't protest. The Nigerian Christian church, then the Nigerian church, oh, shame on you all. Oh yeah, sorry, there are one or two exceptions. It would be unfair to Pastor Sam Aedogbon, for instance, to count him amongst that number. Shame on you all. There are exceptions, but shame on you all. You can't speak to demand justice before this mess broke out, and you have no credibility to sue for peace. You have no credibility because you are part and parcel of the mess. And that goes for you, the Muslim clerics as well, and even more shame on the traditional religionists. We can't even find one of you who will come out and speak against the abomination to which your spirituality, quote and unquote, has been pressed. Then the police came out issuing threats left and right. Mustn't come out, and it's a democracy, quote and unquote. These are not the responses that brings peace. These responses brings no peace. Where are the elders? How come there is nobody who can sue for peace? No credibility. Because those who should sue for peace have become part and parcel of the problems. I look at our traditional institutions. Shame on you all. Barring, which one of you have actually spoken out in a manner that will give you respect amongst the people? That they will be able to understand that you are touched by the pains of their afflictions, and on the basis of the relativity of that, they might listen to you whilst you speak to those who have caused this problem. But then you are all part of the problems. So traditional rulers can't speak to the people. Politicians, we don't even have any of those. But ruiners have become so discredited that none of you can actually make appeals. And the president, Yaya Olundu, speak, is not saying anything. The only thing that is issuing forth from government, threats. The army busy threatening people. Who is paying who? If we're in a dictatorship, you guys should just say so once and for all. Let us know that our country is gone. If it's a dictatorship, let's know whether it's a military dictatorship or that of Bulaba. There is no point in lying to us that we're in a democracy. You are living like pashas, living as though money is not an object. Burning money up and down the place, living like royalties, like Arabs, like Arab royalties. Meanwhile, the people are living in poverty. You have like 20 million children strolling on the street, and you don't expect them to loot when you force them to the street. That was always a tragedy foretold now. Like 20 million of them. You don't even have an accurate census of how many of your children under 15. United Nations last estimate was 16 million of our children under 14 years old. Because when they say somebody is outside school, out of school children. They're talking about people in that age bracket. They are slapping the street. If I don't know what the ones up north are doing, I know what the ones around Jack Ondia and Co are doing. Every time there is any sort of demonstration or protest, they get violent because it's an opportunity for them to steal. It's an opportunity for them to get to do what the government and everybody else is doing, steal. So they grab it. When you now factor in the unemployable, untrained, it is the children you refuse to train that will sell the houses that you have built. You talk about them removing rail track, condemn, and condemn. It's because you fail to train them. They don't own that. They don't believe in the ownership of that thing as being. They don't believe in the common ownership of any commonwealth because they know there is no commonwealth. You steal everything. So, for them, the protest is an opportunity to get some for themselves. The same way you, the government, is getting it for yourself every day. So they do not believe themselves to be doing anything wrong. They have merely taken their cues from you. And that is what you're seeing. It is the beginning of the end. The system is telling you that it is unsustainable. And it is demanding of you that people of goodwill should step up and speak. If you're speaking to the mob has leadership. If you can speak to the mob, then you can speak to the oppressors of the mob, the government, to find a solution to the mess into which we are all being dragged. I have never believed that our situation can be resolved by protests because we do not have listeners in government. They are deaf and dumb. But the protests are started. I have no single word of condemnation for those who have decided that their only recourse is to protest. They tried doing it with their votes. Their votes didn't count. Okay, so elections are over. Who is not feeling the pain now? All of us are feeling the pain. All. Bulaba, Batidiots, articulated, obedience, revolution. Everybody is feeling the pain. We all go to the same market. Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Fulani. Everybody is feeling the pain. So you've managed to unite the people with hunger. The genie is out of the bottle. Remember, I told you, this is the first time in 37 years that the North has been part of a national demand for change. You know that revolution I always told you was coming is upon you. You thought you quelled it in 2020. You didn't. You can't kill it. The fact that you killed so many people in 2020 actually guarantees that it will not die. You've shown the people how far you are prepared to go in order to thwart their demand for change. 4 years later, we're back here again because the human spirit instinctively rebels against inequity. The way you've captured the whole country, rendered all of us as slaves, divided us along religious and ethnic lines so that you continued your stealings, is done. What are you going to promise them again? Muslim ticket? You've given them. What are you going to promise them? Yoruba presidency? You've given them already. In fact, Sunday Igboho has shown us the lie of Yoruba nation. So there are so many reasons to be thankful to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Oh, there are many reasons to be thankful to him. Because of him, everything has become open, plain, and clear. The fraud of Yoruba nation as propounded by the likes of Sunday Igboho has become obvious. It's become pretty obvious. The lies of the competence of the master planner, it's become obvious. The inability of North and South to collaborate in any effort for change is been proven a lie. Hubris. Hubris. The overreach of the system has resulted in the hubris that we're witnessing today. The overreach of the system has battered where we are. For there to be peace, I repeat, men and women of goodwill would have to speak to the street. Let me do my own part, even as I bring today's sermon to a close. Nigeria is not a democracy. You are not citizens. Our country is ruled by impunity and not by law. However, for you to remain human, justice must prevail in your space. It is the absence of justice, in this case, economic justice, that has driven people onto the street. It is your right to protest. The silence of the lamb victimizes it. If the lamb would cry even as the dog barks, men would think twice about slaughtering it. The silence of the lamb victimizes it. Do not be silent. This venal class have no problem whatsoever with turning all of us to slaves if we keep quiet. The churches, the mosques, the traditional rulers, they are all complicit. Your right to protest is guaranteed even by the fraudulent constitution by which they have enslaved us. But please, I beg you in the name of the Almighty, however you worship Him, please, I beg you, refrain from an embrace of violence. Articulate your demands. Be unyielding in standing behind them. But please, I beg you, avoid violence. The system profits when you embrace violence, and the system prefers that you embrace violence, because in your embrace of violence, your struggle is delegitimized and you are silenced. Please avoid violence. God bless you. Have a beautiful week ahead. And yes, end bad governance in Nigeria is a plague. It is an abominable plague. And I repeat my own position. Our electoral system must be reformed. The judiciary must be restructured and overhauled. And we as a collective must do better. Our reality stinks, and we owe our children much better than what we have done. Cause and effect brought us to where we are today. What the government had done in the past, what successive ruiners of Nigeria have done in the past, is what has brought us to where we are today. Cause.
Okay, from my perspective, I would say it's partly what the president was unable to, say or do with his speech. A lot of people anticipated that the president's address would actually address some of the problems that the protesters pushed out there. But at the end of the day, it didn't. So right now, even though we didn't experience the protest down here, but we've been following what's been happening across the country. And the reason for the dying down of the protest, like you put it, or the de-escalation somehow of the protest, is the role the security agencies have played. It's the role the citizens themselves have played. Because when you use the fellow citizens to attack innocent journalists who are in the field working, what have you done? You've also put fears in their minds. We know that it is our fellow citizens that are thieves and are terrorists. And then you allow them, you empower them to go out there and attack innocent journalists who are merely doing their jobs as members of the media. So those are the things that contributed to the dying down of the protest. The attacks the citizens themselves faced out there in the fields of protest, just because of they were making demands for their legitimate needs as citizens of a country. And then you clamp down on them using either thugs or security agencies. Those are the things, because I tell you sincerely, most Nigerians wouldn't just want to die like that because they are demanding for things to work out fine in Nigeria. So these are the things, to my mind, I felt made people now decide not to go out there and protest. And somehow we may not have huge number of people coming out on the final day of the protest as some of us had envisaged.
Chinwe, I'm going to come back to you based on what you said about, in your own area, in the eastern part of the country, not coming out to protest. Some have accused the Easterners of having some kind of conspiracy of silence. You are in the East, you will tell us more about that. But before then, I want Austin to kindly respond to Blessing's question as well. What do you think led to the, in Blessing's words, dying down of the protest? You have seen it in Delta State, now you're in Rivers State. You've experienced 2 states now in this protest period. What do you think would have happened in both states very quickly that has watered down the protest? Today is day 8, was supposed to end at day 10, but we've seen that it has reduced in several parts of the country. From your experience, what do you think would have led to this?
First and foremost, let me begin by saying that in Delta State, the first day of the protest seems to be more of compliance, but we had a low protester who started the protest, but we have the heavy presence of security personnel on the ground. And after a while, about 2 to 3 hours, we saw, the groups started coming in, and the number started increasing. So the procession started from Intaba roundabout in Asaba. They marched through the major Nebisi Road, make a U-turn at the FMC roundabout down to Anwan Road before they were addressed by the police, and they expressed their displeasure about the ongoing situation in Nigeria. The onward procedure to the Intaba roundabout. So when they got to Intaba roundabout, they insisted that they must go to the Summit Junction for them to begin their procession. But in between Intaba roundabout and just, of course, I know you might not be familiar with the road, the police came and they opened tear gas canister on them, and thereafter the protesters started dispersing here and there. I was even tear gassed on the process, and a couple of journalists who received the tear gas baptism. So this actually made the protesters to feel bad, and they expressed displeasure. The police who are supposed to provide them with security and other things, they couldn't continue the protest. However, not only that, so journalists were rough-handled on that same day at that same Intaba roundabout. So when the other groups heard about the protesters, converging and taking off and processing around the major streets and roads of Asaba, they got angry and they came back, and the major journalists who were engaging them, interacting with them, giving them the platform for them to express themselves. Before they knew what was happening, someone from behind burst on the journalist, and another person burst on another journalist. So this was how some journalists were rough-handled and they were beaten up in Asaba. But however, from Asaba down to Port Harcourt, where we currently are, we saw what played out about a few days ago, about yesterday, when the protesters came out to protest, and they were, invaded by some other persons who claims to be, anti-protesters, claiming that they don't want any protest within the state capital, since the president has given a nationwide broadcast that all protesters should cease their protest and engage in dialogue. But that is not the situation at hand. We saw a couple of persons who were beaten up. We heard journalists were equally beaten up as well in Rivers here, in Port Harcourt. And this doesn't actually go well with some of us, because, however, without the media, nobody would know how the protest is going across the nation. So it's very important that the media are given, a place for them to be accommodated. Even you are for the government, or you are against the government, or you are for the protest. However, the bottom line is that you give the journalist a coverage, so that the journalist will be able to do his job or her job effectively, Austin, without being harassed or intimidated.
All right.
So what we've seen is that
I need to
the journalists have
to pause on that. Please hold that thought concerning journalists just for a short while. We have Umar Kirawa who's joining us from the north. Kirawa, before I come to you, and the north, I know we had more of the protests in the north. I want to quickly ask Chinwe, coming back to you, how come we didn't have any of the protests in the southeast? It's a question that many have asked. Some are saying there was a conspiracy of silence by the southeasterners, and others are saying that the silence itself was their own form of protest. We had a guest who said that. I'm still trying to make sense of that statement. But Chinwe, you tell us, what happened in the southeast that made it the most peaceful region in the country in the past 8 days?
Or what did not happen in the
Or what did not happen? That's a good question.
Okay, what did not happen was that there was no protest. There still is no protest, and there may not be any protest until after the 10th of August. I believe that the people of the Southeast are coming from a position of silence, because remember, over the years, we've had this sit at home every Monday in the Southeast, that are being enforced by non-state actors. So now it's become, whether intentionally or inadvertently, a way of life for the people of the Southeast. So when they want to protest, or when they are angry at something, they keep quiet, they stay indoors. So probably that is part of their own protest, or that is what they have accepted. But I can tell you that there was no meeting where any one of them, came together with the people and agreed, because it is not a matter of what the governors or the stakeholders of the region said or did. It's a matter of what the citizens themselves have decided to do. I think it got to a point where the people got tired of being victims. They got tired of dying. Because if you've been in this part of the country, you'll understand what I'm saying exactly. Because I couldn't even imagine the picture or the video I saw where some children or some young people were playing with armored tank. I was just imagining in my mind that it happened in the Southeast, the number of lives that could have been lost to that. So I think it was a kind of wisdom they developed to stay out of trouble sometimes, and just watch things unfold. And then if you ask me, I can also tell you that probably the people felt that they had protested during the election. And that was their highest protest that they did through the ballot. So any other thing, because from the people I interviewed before now, they said those things. So any other thing now is belated to them. So anything they couldn't achieve through the ballots, for them, is waste of time. So that is why you see silence in the Southeast. And even when I stand on the road to do my go live to report about the non-participation of the zone, people who drive past, who walk past me keep saying, we are not protesting, we are not interested, we don't want to protest. You don't have to continue talking about it. So it's like, we don't want to do something, and you people keep asking why we are not doing it. So, but I'm not sure they are interested in protesting about anything. Not that there is no hunger in the Southeast.
All right. Thank you so much, Chinwe, for giving us updates from your end. And yeah, it's quite spot on. You know, a lot of people were concerned as to, okay, you're not protesting, but you keep rubbing it in that you're not protesting. But once again, thank you for joining us and giving us the update. We also have Umaru Kirawa joining us from Borno State. We mentioned that earlier. Umaru, I'm going to quickly ask you what the situation is in Borno State before I even ask anything about the president's speech. What is it like currently in Borno State? We know that there are curfews in some certain areas in the north. Is it the same situation in Borno State?
Well, so far so good. Nothing like curfew. Peace is back to Maiduguri after the day one of the protests, which saw a lot of children and then other young persons trooping the streets to join their counterparts across the country to advocate for end of bad governance and so on and so forth. So the situation in Maiduguri, the Borno State capital, and other local government areas within the state is calm, peaceful, as people are going about their day-to-day activities, the struggle for survival in Nigeria, of course. This is what they are going through now. And, you know, their situation is peculiar, taking into consideration the years of the insurgency and so on and so forth. So, by and large, people are struggling to survive in Maiduguri and other parts of the state.
Just before we let everybody go and we relax this topic, I'll start with you, Umaru. You were the last we came to, but you'll be the first I'll start with now. I'd like us to just take one minute to express how the protest affected us as journalists. Tell me your own experience, Umaru Kirawa, in 1 minute. What do you think you experienced during this protest that may have been different from other protests you've seen? And how did this impact on you as a journalist particularly?
Well, it was, you know, journalism, as far as I am concerned, it's never an invitation to a tea party. It's usually punctuated with the good, the bad, and sometimes the ugly. For me here in Borno, experiencing the protests, the end bad governance protest, it's a whole lot of experience. I never thought I would leave. I never thought that I will scale that first day of the protest because of the violent nature of the people, the violent nature of the protest. People, yes, came out en masse to advocate change, improvement, and so on and so forth. But the way we were thrown, me and my colleagues, the way the tear gas, the shouting, you know, some of the things I can't even explain because we were just running, trying to feed, give information about what is happening, update, ask even the protesters to tell us what they want and so on. And so the experience is a mixed experience. The support we got from the police and even some of the protesters, some people assisted us, some people are shouting on us, some people are complaining, why should we do like this? Why don't we do like this? So it's a whole lot of experience actually, but life in itself is expected sometimes, but the experience is something else. We just hope that things get better and people go about their day-to-day activities smoothly.
All right. Thank you so much, Kira. From the north, we move to southwest. Austin, 1 minute. Can you tell us how your own experience was in 1 minute and how this impacted, you know, you as a journalist?
Foremost, the one of the protests, I received the baptism of tear gas. I've never received that before, and some of my colleagues, and not only that as well. And secondly, the protesters seems not to be organized, so therefore it affected our, production and our productivity on that same day. But so far, what I've learned so far is that from this protest as a journalist is that one, no matter how it is, anytime you are covering a protest, you must be security conscious, you must be vigilant, and take cognizance of your environment and know when to shoot and when not to shoot. Because, you must report the story, but don't be the one to be reported. So that's what I've learned so far from this protest. Security conscious and don't be the one to be reported so that it doesn't end in a bad note.
All right. Gentlemen and lady, okay, I think the lady has left us already. But
well, there's one lady here. So.
Oh, okay. But thank you so much, Austin Azu, who is currently in Port Harcourt, covering South, and Umar Kirawa up in the north. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Let's please stay safe even in the last few days of the protest. But thank you for joining us once again. Well, Blessings, very quickly before we go on a break, you didn't cover the protest, did you? Well, you did from the studio.
Yes, I did. I covered you guys out in this.
Exactly. What is? I know my own feeling from the time you spoke to the journalists on ground. What would you say stood out for you concerning this protest as it affects journalists?
So I think that there's been an unnecessary apprehension from the part of, I wouldn't say whether or not the government or security agencies, but I know that this particular protest, before it even started, brought a certain kind of fear that we could not explain. And that's why it was as though they did almost everything to try and thwart it. But eventually, when it started, it was more of, for me, watching from a third-party view, it was more of, there's a certain level, like we've talked about press freedom for a long time, but it's like this time around, it was an intentional attempt. And this is, apology to the security agencies, of course they're doing their best, but it's like there was an intentional attempt to even use the narrative of the media to stop so it was like at any cost. I remember when you went to I think Lekki toll gate, yes, and then they approached you and said something about, and I would not forget that they said something like, is this what we ask you to cast? And for me, it was like, this is not, we're not trying to help any party sell a narrative. We're here to tell the truth. So for me, when it comes to press freedom, it is as though, once again, Nigeria has dampened that. It's the height of disrespect, looking at what happened to you and, of course, some other media personnel out there.
Thank you for having me. I am so miffed.
We can hear you, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes, okay. I said I've been so miffed about the goings on in this particular industry. On one side, you hear, the fuel subsidy is still there. On another side, you hear that there's no subsidy. So, and I listened to the last segment of your production, and the gentleman who was talking, and trying to explain has further confused me. At my level, with the education I have, my experience in this country, I can't understand what he was saying. Now, who is telling the truth? The NNPC is owned by the federal government, which means it is owned by all Nigerians. We want to know what exactly is going on there. I'm not in that field of operation, but I'm educated enough to listen to A and listen to B, and then conclude in my mind if there is need to support the operations or the policies of the government, we will. And if there are shortfalls in what they are producing or telling us in the country, we will be able to say. Nobody has a monopoly of knowledge, but let's share it. Let's tell ourselves the home truth. I am more confused because first, why did we go back to re-energize a refinery that was built in the 60s, pumping so much money into it? I'm an engineer by profession. It's like you have a car that you bought in the 60s. This is 2024. You want to now refurbish it. It's like trying to redesign an old man at 80 or 90 so that he can be ready for a 100-meter dash race. How? The technology at that time, which was purely analog, compared to the digital systems now that we are running. So I am very confused. And if I am confused, many other Nigerians are confused. And one thing that beats my mind, now I ask myself, who is the Minister of Petroleum? The President. Who is the Chairman of the NNPC? His good friend, Akiye Lure. Now, there is the other gentleman from the Minister of State, Heineken from Bayelsa.
Yes.
So yes, they own. They don't own it. It's not a personal enterprise, and it's not a private enterprise. It is owned by all Nigerians. We want to know the truth. What is going on there? Then Aliko had his own. I remember when General Buhari went there to commission that refinery, we were told that, oh, Nigeria, as Nigerian government, has 51% of it. Recently, Aliko said, yes, we were supposed to have done certain things which we didn't do. Therefore, our shareholding has reduced to 7%. Please, look, time is running out. People are hungry, and people are therefore angry. This major source of income for this country is in dire strait. What are we going to do? Let them tell us the truth.
Okay, sir.
For God's sake.
Okay, sir.
It's the major, you know what further bothered me was the fact that last week they issued a statement, I mean this week, that, oh, we will sell the crude to Dangote in Naira. I got shocked. The young man that just left was trying to now explain, you know, the reason why, you know, they could still sell to him in Naira and all that. What is the major source of income for our treasury? It is the crude oil. So the mismanagement of that crude oil has led to a lot of losses into private hands.
Okay, sir.
And that's why this nation looks like a major capital country drifting into the abyss.
Okay, sir. So, I mean, you've made a very valid point. But I also know that you are on good terms with the president now, President Tinubu. I'm sure you guys still talk on the phone. Or when last have you spoken to him?
No.
You don't talk to him on the phone?
You know,
I thought after Mr. Gbajabia-Mila came to beg, I thought everything has been settled.
Yeah, it's settled, but, you know, we're not enemies.
But you don't talk?
We are not enemies. No. Because what would I say? He is known. I mean, we have physically met maybe about once or twice. One time at the burial of this gentleman in Ibadan. And I think that's the only time we physically met. But occasionally when I feel very concerned about certain policies, because they have come to say, please, we are sorry about what happened. I said, and I'm not God. I said, that's okay. But if I have anything, I'll call Femi, or call one of the other people that I know there. That, look, you guys, be careful.
Okay,
be careful. So explain yourselves.
So have you
know,
called?
I've been out now for about 6 weeks.
Okay, so concerning this matter.
for about 6 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Concerning this matter, have you by any time called Mr. Femi Gbajabia-Mila and say, Femi, can they be honest to tell us, is Nigeria paying subsidy or not? Let's even start from there. And the second question is, can they be honest enough to tell us why is it that NNPC that's supposed to be making money for Nigeria has become Nigeria's money borrowing device? Can you just, probably in the interest of the country, can you just call Mr. Gbajabia-Mila and probably you should ask him that question? Because you know, you have more legs than some of us here.
You know, I've been out of the country.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Right. Rufai, look, I've been out of this country for about 6 weeks. So, and I just came back. I came back this week. So I am fresh and green. And you know, when you are out of the box, you see it better. You listen to even the international voices, their comments, their perception about our nation. And as I landed, stories about NNPC, we are going to borrow subsidies there, subsidies removed. So I got quite interested to say, look, I thought we are in one direction, just to release the pain from the people. Let's release the pains from the people. And, you know, I am, yesterday was about the third day that I got back here. So once we finish, like you have advised, I will call Femi. People really are interested in the truth. If we know exactly where we are, that will define the problems we have. Then we can all be convinced, put all our energy in trying to support them to resolve the problems. The issue of palliatives doesn't make any economic sense to me. Look, teach people how to fish so you can feed them forever. And how many times are you going to keep buying rice and supplying rice? Some of those palliatives are so bad. You cannot. This country is massive. There are other issues or ways you can follow to positively impact on the people. Microcredit, very low interest rate, special rates for farmers. So you can buy fertilizers to support them for production. If it's just merely consumption you are looking at, then I don't know the voodoo economies that are there advising the president. So, like you suggested, I will call Femi and I will tell him my own mind. And that's why when we had a party meeting in Lagos, we all resolved that I must speak to the people, you know. But I will try. I will try and call him and tell him my own mind. Yeah. This story is, you know, it's very, very disappointing. Very disappointing.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And of course, thank you for your efforts to continue to engage the powers that be. Now, analysts, economists, the whole lot have done their calculations. So we know that if truly there were no fuel subsidy, that the price of PMS would most likely be more than double of what it's selling for at the moment. Now, my question is, are we ready for the unintended consequences that may follow if the truth is to be told, which is that subsidy exists, and the commitments, the contracts, the loans, the dollars that have come in from the IMF and the World Bank into this economy based off of the promise that subsidy would be removed? That's one scenario. The other scenario is, are we ready for a scenario where the government says, okay, fine, subsidy is truly, completely removed, and we see PMS more than doubling in price? Are we prepared for the unintended consequences of the demands that we're making?
You know, that is why you have a government. A government in a democracy. A government listens to the base. Like those who protested recently, all those activities were supposed to be a feedback on the policies of government. Of course, some rascals tried to intervene, to create mayhem and all that. But I believe when I had the comments, the response by the president that he has had Nigerians, I was happy that he says he has had Nigerians. But the solutions that he has proffered will further land us in an intensive care unit. He's not giving solutions that are going to be palatable or acceptable to the people of this country. They need to go back to their drawing board and assess. It is better to teach the people how to fish rather than be spending all that money buying palliatives. Over 200 million people. How are these palliatives distributed? So look, this is a modern world now. It's a digital world. Try and give microcredits to the farmers. Farmers are known. On those areas where they do production, in another 6 to 9 months from now, there will be so much production that the competition will lower the prices among the farmers. But the way we are going, oh, you go and buy this, or you appeal to this Oba, or you appeal to that, that's mundane. That's very, very, I don't know how to say it. So it is the approach now. Everybody has accepted that something has gone wrong, including the presidency. We don't even know who is the Minister of Information. That should be the voice of the government. We don't hear anything from him.
All right,
we
actually know
when I had
Chief Bode George, we actually know the Minister of Information and National Orientation. In fact, in recent times, we actually took a report earlier today, Mr. Mohammed Idris. In recent times, he's come out a bit more in terms of giving more information and talking about the efforts of the government. There's a full team of SAs to the government or to the president on information and strategy and the likes who've consistently come out. Maybe the messaging or the communication has not been effective, but they've been coming out, and I believe that they're trying to step up to do more. Yeah. But since we're on the issue of hardship,
because I wasn't in. Maybe
yes,
because
you were
I
away for
wasn't
6
in
weeks.
the country, I didn't know that.
You were for 6 weeks, but I believe that's great feedback for them, because if you haven't heard from them, then that's something to say with regards to how effective that communication is currently. But let's talk about the protests, because you also touched on it during your press conference yesterday, in addition to the fuel subsidy. I'd like to get your thoughts on this. The state of the nation, the fact that people are coming out to protest hardship and hunger in the land. The northern leaders recently made a statement that for the government to communicate what they are saying by action, they should cut all foreign trips. No more foreign. In fact, they should say no for ESTA codes. Do you agree with this? Should there be cuts in the spending of this particular government?
You know, it depends. It depends on what is going on in the world.
Please go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. I didn't quite hear the last segment of your speech.
All right. I said, so I was just asking you in terms of your view on the protest, hardship, the state of the economy, and cutting cost of governance.
Okay. Now, you know, once you have a major financial crisis and the inflation is running dangerously too high, and the government must sit down and find out solutions to put a smile on the faces of Nigerians. Part of democracy is the reaction, the feedback to the government on their policies. If people decide that, look, they are not satisfied, they want to go on protest, why not? It's part of their constitutional right. But the way it was managed in certain states calls for question. But government should not debar people from exercising their rights. It's a feedback. aside from the ministries that will come back and give you all those permanent secretaries, directors, and civil servants and all that will tell you stories, and those in the legislative arms who should visit their constituencies to get feedback, it is necessary. We're not in a military government. So I supported the fact that people should go out peacefully to tell the government why they are not happy. It's a feedback. And when you get the feedback, it is incumbent on you to go back to your drawing board and revisit your policies. Because power in a democracy comes from the base. It comes from the people. It is unlike the military, that power comes from the top. You know, so I completely supported the idea that people will, now they have now listened to the people. He himself accepted that now we have had you. We would now go back and try to find solution. Now, this other issue of subsidy or no subsidy, I don't know who is telling the truth. In one breath you hear there is subsidy, in another breath you hear there is no subsidy. Oh, it is the IMF or the World Bank or this. Let us know the truth, for God's sake. It's our fundamental right. And if you want to tell the people, if they know what the truth is, they will also think, we should support you to succeed. But if we are seeing it that all these stories that are going from Dangote to government to this, they're just like a whistling in the dark. How would you support? We are more confused.
Okay, sir.
So for me, I love, the way so far they have listened. They said they want to find some solutions. That one of the major solutions is this issue of crude oil. It's confusing. Something is not right.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
I deliberately asked you that first question for a reason. And that's why I asked that, have you called your people or do you still speak to them? I deliberately asked it for a reason. Because you were the one, a couple of weeks ago, probably before you traveled, sir, that you said we should give him more time.
Yeah.
And
I said
the argument with you then was, how can you give more time when next year people will start preparing for 2027? In fact, they've even started preparation for 2027 already. So why should we give more time? And that's why I'm asking, the same people you said we should give more time, have you contacted them? Because now you are saying we are not clear about crude oil. No. Maybe we should give them more time to tell us the truth about if we are paying subsidy or not. No. That's the first question. The second question, sir. I know you are a big Lagosian.
Yes.
I want you to speak to the ethnic rhetoric and baiting that is going on in Lagos.
Yeah.
2 questions, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Now, thank you very much, Rufai. Maybe you didn't quite understand my comments when I said, no, look, let's give him that time. The first year in office, he had to get himself prepared. He had never worked in the villa. He had never worked at that national level. Give him that 1 year, the first year, that's what I said, that first year as a learning curve, that after the May 29th, and I said to them, after this May 29, 2024, he has no excuse anymore. Please don't throw him under the bus because of the first year. Now we are in the second year. All the experiences he needed to have garnered, he must have all had. So what is he doing from May 29, 2024 to the future? This is why we are all coming out now. You have learned enough. The first year was a learning curve. I said people don't start firing salvos at him. Let us give him that time to learn. Fortunately, General Buhari's tenure too can be divorced from what is going on now, because it's the same party. So they are saying the same policies. Now people are now trying to separate his administration from General Buhari's administration. It's impossible. I just said give him that leeway, that 1 year, to learn how things work at the national, that Lagos is not Abuja. And of course, in 1 year, more than enough that he has learned. So from now on, maybe he hasn't been able to spread all his tentacles all over for people to input, towards his final decision making. I don't know.
Okay, real quick, but the ethnic situation in Lagos.
I didn't say give him perpetual.
Okay.
Now, the situation in Lagos.
Yeah.
The situation in Lagos. I want to be very candid here.
Thank you, sir. But
when I hear people talk about, the Igbos are not wanted.
Chief George,
yes.
Just to mention, we have just 1 more minute for this segment, so if you can put your thoughts together in a minute, we'll be most grateful, sir.
Very good. Lagos is a melting pot, like New York City in America. We do not discriminate about tribes, about this. We accept everybody who comes to Lagos. Once you have your goods to sell, this is the center of commerce in this country. Not only in this country, for the whole of West Africa. Since I was a little boy, they used to drum in our eardrums at that age, that there's a saying in my local language.
All right, sir.
Lagos, when I hear people who come from Ogun State telling Igbos you should get out, it is utter nonsense. We don't do that here.
All right, we don't do that here.
People, but you should know what you need to do. We don't send people out.
Thank
we
you,
accept
sir.
them. We encourage them.
All right, thank you so much,
Chief
Bode George, and welcome back home.
So first of all, I want to commend the northern youths. I post something for my story, so if you never see I'm after this live, maybe you check my story. Because Naya, they always talk about the organized abandonment. Throughout where government, they talk say na Spanish people bring flag, na some unknown people bring flag. No journalists, we they interview them, bring up, say no, what these young people are saying is that they want socialism. What the northern youths were saying by carrying the Russian flag is that they want socialism. I post down for my story. Anybody would say I lie. And if you know if you look my story, all of now, they Tunde Ednot page are sure. Now in page I from take the story. Somebody sent them to me from there. One of my comrades. I did to give am props. I don't want to give am props so they make your head know this way because I don't see her for this live already. So yeah. The northern youths. Because if I look my last live, I say, waiting with the fight, waiting with the protest. The northern youth understand what they are protesting. But they just don't understand global dynamics. And why? Because they are misrepresented to them by the media and the elders that own the media. So many of us for Africa, which is the mistake. That's why I tell you for my life, I don't support all this military coup for Niger, for Mali, but I don't support anyone. Because for Africa, we still believe, say, Russia is socialist because of the Soviet Union. Because we remember, say, Soviet Union and they fight for socialism, Russia. But brothers and sisters, let me remind you that Soviet Union no longer exists. This Russia is not the Russia of the 60s, the 70s, the 50s, the 80s. This Russia is a new Russia. Putin himself is one of the world's most, in fact, not one of, is the most powerful oligarch in the world. Putin is the world's richest oligarch. Putin is a ruthless capitalist. Putin has no strand of socialism in him. Putin is an exploiter like the US and UK and Western corporations. So what we the experience for Africa, we say the West and the East, Europe, the Eastern capitalists and the Western capitalists have internal crises. It no mean say Putin is suddenly a socialist. That this today Russia is against the United States is not based on the ideology of economics. No, it's based on the privileges of the economics. They are fighting for the privilege of capitalism. Putin is not fighting to remove capitalism. So my northern youth, I'm happy that I understand that capitalism is our problem. I am very impressed because many of our southern youths don't even understand that. And the southern youths claim to be more intelligent and exposed than the northerners. And I always tell people when they do political analysis that the northerners are far ahead in the revolution than the southerners. Many of the northern politicians cannot stay in their states. All of them live in Abuja. Local government, they cannot live, they are not safe. Politicians in the north are not safe. All politicians in the south are safe, bro. They are safe. They move around freely, they throw party. When last you hear say one senator just throw party for Niger? Now the alaye they will get military backing die, like Babangida will do wedding for him picking. Now you kind of big people, ex-president, that they fit do wedding for their village. Now them say their mama died, they'll go do big burial for not. You won't die. Who you among who? 2 times when they don't protest for Sokoto now. 2 times when they don't protest. Now the Sultan of Sokoto house they go. Now police protect them. The 2 times. Is the equivalent of saying make all Yoruba people go on your Ife house or Alafion for your house, go burn them down. See, they won't go burn them. No matter how we protest, we never do that kind of one. Say we go gather for Oni of Ife house, go gather for Alafion for your house. I said the 2 times for Sokoto. Now police pursue them from Sultan of Sokoto Palace. You don't understand? So the northerners understand. But look at, they say they want the Russian system, but they are failed by their elders. When they open their eye because we lack the education. They know the rhetoric. They understand the pain. But African people will not ever mix today Russia with the Russia of the past. We cannot replace the United States and Britain and France and Germany. We cannot replace the West with Russia. It's the same as saying we want to remove Tinubu and put Atiku. Do you understand? Internally, say you want to remove Tinubu and put Atiku, or remove Atiku, put Peter Obi. Nothing will change in your life. Nothing will change in your life. The only people where their life will change are the people where they in the line of business where they profit who they for power. The fact that no politician in the north is safe means that the northerners are far ahead in their revolution or in their understanding of what a revolution should look like than we are. You know. Somebody say agree with some of the analysis of Putin. Which analysis? Putin is a bloody capitalist. Putin is a stone cold capitalist. Stone cold. Red-blooded capitalist. Russia is a as Putin fights they fight American institutions. Putin is fighting the World Bank, is fighting the IMF. It does not mean Putin has instated any sort of socialist reform in Russia. Waiting Putin they fight for, be say make the Bank of Russia self get out like World Bank. That instead of going to borrow money from World Bank, going to borrow money from IMF, let us borrow you. Let us come and build for you. The West are not, they're just giving you aid, they are not building. But this will not be new talk. China is doing the same thing in Africa. Do you think that China is in Africa building all these things that they are building to help Africans? No. Who they build them? Not be Chinese workers. The Chinese government are bringing, they have surplus workers. Chinese government are spreading their money and influence so that their workers can leave China and work. In China, they are building cities that nobody is living in because they have to engage their people in work. Trust me, Putin will lose. Yes, I get call. I had a little phone call. Sorry. Putin will lose any respect when he gets among him people for Russia. He will lose any kind of respect. If any opposition in Russia can prove that what Putin is doing in Africa will benefit Africans more than it will benefit Russian people. Make I repeat the talk. I repeat, I say, Putin will lose his power and respect in Russia if the opposition in Russia can prove that what Putin is doing in Africa will benefit Africans more than it will benefit Russians. Let me repeat it the third time. Putin will lose all respect and power in Russia if any opposition he has in Russia can prove to the Russian people that what Putin is doing in Africa will benefit African people more than it will benefit Russians. So, if we understand politics like that, why we go to say anybody from outside can come inside our continent to do anything positive for us African people? By bringing Wagner Group to Africa to fight the forces of the West, where they talk, where they help them fight for Niger, where they help them fight for Mali. Do you know how much Russia is making in return? Russia is a big weapon manufacturing country. They are selling their guns to those countries, their bombs. He's making billions for those companies. It is those billions those companies are making from those Niger and Mali that they will use to give him to continue to hold on to power in Russia. So let me just tell you people something. So northern Nigerian youths, I'm very happy that you understand what's going on. But yet again, we have been failed because they don't understand. Say, that Putin won't define, that Russia will define. Now we be the Russia. Now we be the Putin. We have to put in our own work. Jojo. Rather, we have to put in our own work. Now we go do the work. So northern youths, please, MOP platform full for Telegram. Mona join for una states. Sokoto, Kano, Kaduna, Jigawa, Yobe, Yola, Damatu, everybody, let's go. We all understand this country needs socialist reforms. And what that one means, say let's use this thing for the benefit of everybody. I don't tell you that before, say it is in our constitution, say. This is what they tell you now. I'm standing on the Nigerian constitution. Chapter 2 of our constitution, now they stand on. Say everything in this country must be used for the benefit of Nigerian people first. It's in our constitution. And that's why I dey always tackle when this government do anything for any of these rich people. Because also in that chapter 2, this constitution say no individual or group must be given preferential treatment with the Commonwealth of Nigerians. Inside our constitution. So when Dangote is running around, president come outside to give Dangote preferential treatment. It is unconstitutional in this country. That's why I know say any president will get the love of Nigerian people in his heart can reverse any of these things. In less than a year, you will reverse any of these things and focus the problem. Because the constitution will back him. We cannot fight it because that same constitution talk say for chapter 6, it say we get the power to sue the government for not doing that thing. Right? That we don't have the power to sue the government for anything under chapter 2. Imagine they add up because people are beginning to fight them with the constitution, them Falano, them Gani that time. Early in the democracy, don't begin to use chapter 2. They fight this government. The government, they enter Senate, quickly go make new chapter for law. Say, they won't use the chapter 2, take government, go court. So fine, we cannot use the court. But if a president that has the love of Nigerians, they power. Like Yaradua did. Yaradua reverse all the nonsense. That's why they say Yaradua dead. One day Nigerians will know what really happened to Yaradua. If Buhari can be revived, if Buhari can be turned back to a young boy with Nigerian money, if Buhari can be alive, why should Yaradua die? I want to know. One day we will know. Buhari is alive, Yaradua died. See, all the acts of all this government in business, in the subsidy, in dollar, is all unconstitutional. Because it can be proven that those policies serve only a certain group in Nigeria or serve only certain individuals in Nigeria, and it is unconstitutional. So we the people have the power. We don't need to even with our president. 1980 is because they deceive una. They are organized abandonment. They don't want me to see una because they don't say if anybody will not dey part of them whole power. Say you even for local government level. You can improve the lives of Nigerians in ways that I said China has no national resource. China has nothing. Just people. China just get crowd. With the power of that crowd, China has lifted 800 million people out of poverty in the last 25 years. In the last 45 years, since 1980. 800 million people, that is 4 full Nigeria of people out of poverty. 4 full Nigerians. 4 full Nigeria of people. 9 Ghana, China don't move out of poverty because their elders are on their side. Their elites are on their side. They have vision for their people. Not the ones that have abandoned their people. That look to the West and Saudi Arabia and Dubai. Now they all their finest things day. Now they their finest car day. Now they all their finest girlfriend day. Their wife gone here. Where they keep the other one at Pero. And they tell you, these people, their life abroad in the I be which Nigerian babe they don't buy a $2 million apartment for. Bring Ghana for New York. Yeah, lobby. But what Rafa won here now? Exactly. Kilo share the gun. But if any 50 million naira apartment in Lekki, it's all right. You don't guy, you get you an apartment for Lekki. You want to say, buy me an apartment in New York now. So yeah, in these Olympic Games, I dey watch Olympic Games. You know, I wanted to save this live for next week, but you know, I know sabi cheat. This is my live for this week. Yesterday live na impromptu, so I think I just need give una the live for this week. I dey watch Olympic Games. Look how poorly. How many sports are we even competing? I can't see say now only the sport wey no need investment na in Nigeria dey. The one wey need minimum investment, wey be say just they no need to. You don't say to play ball, you just need ball. Post and net, other one na added. Boys they use stick do post. Slippers use two slippers do post. You know, all these sports we need racket, net, court, basketball, we need court, basketball, rim. All those we say, you know, we just easily improvise. We there for running because everybody they run everywhere. Police got it, everybody running everywhere in a track and field. So you can run. It's easy to do running. All those sports where we say, once we need equipment, I say, no, Nigeria ready for these sports. We know they there. We know they there. Once you need, we know they there. I see I must do. Okay. So when we they complain, say youth for Nigeria no get work. And these people, all youth for Nigeria, you know how I tell you say we bad for sport. Nigerian youth they bet on all sports. They bet for swimming, dog racing, badminton, sports where I don't say Nigerians they watch. I find that Nigerians they bet for cricket, American football. American football. I swear down, I don't know any rule in American football. If they play the game, it surprise me what's they happen for TV. I they wonder when they didn't know when to stop, when they didn't know when to start, when they didn't know when to carry the ball. How did I don't understand anything? Nigerians they bet. So it means that some people because we know all these sports. How much will it take to create good league? Where we say the winner of the league, the team will win the league, could take like $25 million. Winner of the league, $25 million. Players go they earn like 1 million every year dollar. Every player with the league minimum fee of player for our league $1 million. What is there? This is what boys are earning in Europe in a month. Some people are earning that amount every week in Europe and America. Okay, forget them. Let's make it $1 million a year for our own boys here. Nigerians cannot enjoy the talent of their own children. They talk am. All our biggest stars, when they never blow, yes, you feel they watch their show. So all these stars when they watch their show, lucky or they watch now. Because once a Nigerian star blow, after in one show for Echo for now, after in one show for December, which other show is he doing in Nigeria? Which other show is he doing in Nigeria? All our so-called big superstars. Which other show you don't enjoy your talent, but we all play all over the world. I don't play for New York, for America alone this year. 11. I don't play 16 shows for America this year alone. This year alone, I don't play 16 shows for America. I'm going to play 30 shows in Europe from October to December. 30 shows. This amount of shows alone, I don't want to count my shows for Australia, Brazil, all the other, like, you know, 5 shows here, 4 shows there. You know, I don't want to count just like major where everybody they do. I'm going to play 30. That's 46. I never do 46 shows, which I'm my own. I cannot talk my own because my own is not by choice. It's just by lack of opportunity. But it's not by choice. You know, I get 46 Nigeria offer. I turn all the Nigeria offers down. No, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. So maybe I'm not a good example. But I know say many of the boys, they get in a week 3-4 offers. I get friends who are they close to maybe big stars for Nigeria, where they top list, you know, as they say. And they get like 3, 4, 5 offers every week, you know, to perform. They will show I'll play this and no play this one. Okay, tell them I'm coming. They will take money and they will go for some. They will, I don't know how that works, you know. I don't know how that works. But yeah, but still, many of those shows now private show, party, weddings, banking events, launch of something, endorsement, performance somewhere, you know. But see, they put up concerts, like concerts where everybody can come and watch, pay gate fee, or you know, how many? Same for our athletes. Same for our athletes. And they watch the Olympics. People with Nigerian sounding names doing incredible things for different countries. People that look like you and I doing incredible things. Look at that Simone Biles. Where did they see her name? Simone. That girl, that black girl waiting for gymnastics. If that girl can be that good and she's from us, imagine how many Simone they for among Nigerian young girls wasting away because people will not invest in gymnastics to train our children, to make it something that somebody can say, when I grow up, this is what I want to do. Look at us doing well. A Nigerian is the best gymnast in Africa, or don't win Commonwealth for gymnastics. See the investment in a year for my country. If I'm a professional gymnast, I can see like $300,000. Or make at the train or see the facilities. Look at the things I can get. Look at the endorsements. Swimming, all these competitions, all these different sports. Imagine how they can just bring young people, even all these northern young people for North, where they say, young youth, they craze, see they wild, which opportunities have you given them? Cricket. People are making hundreds of millions of dollars in a year playing cricket. The Indian Cricket League is the biggest league in the world, paying some players 10 million a year to play there. Where is that kind of investment here? Teach our young people these sports to elevate them from poverty. In the medal board, China is second, bro. Yeah, America is first, China is second. How? Canada, all these countries, how are they doing? Their athletes, their children are competing everything. Nigeria, our first boxer in 20-something years to qualify. Why is it hard for us to have professional boxers that can qualify? Because for boxing, you need ring. Nobody will drop money to build ring everywhere. That's the problem. Naropa. We need ring, we need gyms, we need good gym where people go train boxing, where they go bring good coach, where they pay salary. Judo, badminton, taekwondo, all these are sports that people are making a living from. Lawn tennis, only for the big club, Lagos Country Club, which I'm a member, by the way. Yes, we are the Lagos Country Club, Ikoyi Club, Lagos Lawn Tennis Club. But where are the public courts for young people to learn tennis? If Serena Williams and Venus Williams can be great like that, we have many girls that look like them in Africa. In Nigeria, let me not say Africa, I'm talking about our country, that look like them. So definitely not be something where they're impossible for African girls to do and African boys. But we need investment for us to engage, for there to be lawn tennis league. That's how people become good. We're going to watch out for TV, broadcasting, money will come out. I remember when I was young, my senior uncles, they would go watch Nigerian league. It would be like seeing a war. Everybody, they go watch football. Shooting stars, they play with Julius Berger. The whole Lagos go, they hot. We had it. Our national track and until I grow, mobile track and field, stadium they full. Where we go watch people they run, won't go run for all African games, won't go run for Olympics, where they represent Nigeria. That girl, you used to call it mobile, track and field meet for national stadium. And why was this possible? Also, Nigerians had disposable income. People get work, if you carry money, go stadium, if you travel with the team where you like. At that time, the basis of this country was social. Transportation was subsidized, food was subsidized, accommodation was subsidized. Everything was subsidized. We were a socialist country until 1993, where Bangladesh can bring SAP. I'm sorry, 1986. Pardon my timing. Where they bring social adjustment program for the whole of Africa. That government cannot be helping the people. That was structural. That was basically what it meant. That since the rich people of Africa don't squander all their money, as they are still doing it today, squandering and not investing in their country. Buying big cars. That's what they've been doing since 19. Now, what it cost the first coup? Now, what is scatter this country with that? From the first day, these big men, so-called big men, elites, descendants of slave traders, every money that just squander. Now, what is squander? Where military say they take over with that? That's why they killed all of them. Okotiebo, Akintola, they kill everybody, just they shoot because they were useless, greedy goats. Finish. Pack all the money they chop. In fact, the way people they call for military coup today, that's how. Go back, study, read the Daily Times of 1966, 1965. Sorry, leading up to all the columnists. All of they were saying we need a coup in Nigeria. Military coup must come. And this democracy is rubbish. That somebody should come out and remove all this. That's what they were saying that time, 1965. Before military strike for 66. That's what they are. That's the only thing they can be that. Squander. This is what they need to put their money on. Not to come show us that they get 12 Rolls Royce. When I said, would they hail them? Somebody get 12 Rolls Royce, you don't get one library. Where if you go, you open one book on how to fix the engine of Rolls Royce. It's madness. It is madness. Now young children when they tell adults how to behave. That's like when they want to be cool like their children. They look their children. What their children they do. Now that's what they do. They wait. They do. I say George, where they do TikTok? President of Liberia, they do TikTok challenge. I say, hey! From the government office on Thursday, like say they take primary school. Hey! All the politicians for Nigeria, any song where they rain, anything they do, any when they go, they play the song. Anywhere they go, they play the song. They know everything. Àwọn àgbàyà, all of them, bar none. Now waiting young people they do. Now they say they do. They follow young people, they drag. They follow young people, they drag. Masters of industry, they go to Instagram. Post to, as they post, they say they post. God. They go to pause. They go to pause. They go to show their ability, their car, where they go top restaurant, where they go buy this one. I say, hey, this is somebody running a whole bank. A whole bank. They will say this one a business mogul. This one a business mogul. Our only people are just taking advantage, exploiting their own people for the benefit of outsiders. For the benefit of outsiders. Because the rule is that no, Whatever they make, they must put it outside. They don't bond them well to put out for their country. It is too much to say it's a coincidence when everybody is doing it. When everybody is doing it. When everybody is doing it. When last you see Bill Gates for Instagram? The only billionaire who they spend time for social media for America will be part of them is Elon Musk. And because he buy am. And I believe that guy is so evil. He buy Twitter. Twitter can they lose money. But when they lose mad bar, Papa say, how can I make bow? Papa go full right wing controversial. Full right wing controversial. Something but almost the most outrageous tweets. Papa they tweet the most outrageous. It was past Trump. The tweets. The no Twitter came. No league of any sport is functioning in this country. Nobody for this country they pray say make my pikin go enter Nigerian Football League. Nobody for this country they pray say make my pikin go enter Nigerian swimming team, Nigerian badminton. Now the poorest of the poor say they just now opportunity say kid if maybe mo le lost Olympics, but ya mo le lost come on making ja. Tell me, which sport for Nigeria, anybody here, they pray make their children enter? Politics sports. Yes, politics sports. Oh, but don't forget that league, oh, mad league. Mad league. Mad league. The way players they switch club. The way Peter Obi gonna play for 2 clubs in less than 1 season. In one season, he played for 2 clubs. Atiku, in 2 seasons, he played for all the Premier League clubs. Atiku played for all the Premier League clubs in 1 season. In 1 season, he played PDP, he played AD changed to APC, he played APC, he played PDP again. Now small, only LP remain. I don't talk that one though. I don't know who talk that one though. I don't talk, that be me oh. When I see my hand oh, that be me talk about. What did you talk again? Bomb put here and we call him a Jew. See my hand here. The abandonment of Nigerians. Today now you're going to look what difference. I said they watch Olympic sports. At the hear Nigerian name, I know they see Nigerian flag. Yet you people are parading yourself as big men. Proud. Because now they do give away. They don't convince all these children. So now be good people because now they feed their immediate hunger who na cause. So now they impart the hunger. The money will not thief from their football, thief from their lawn tennis, badminton, swimming. Because money they all these things for this country. How much Ministry of Sports they collect every year from all these companies? We're going to donate money for them. They have the right, they can collect if they are doing something right. What all these big companies they make money, all this oil company for our country, what are they doing? They are not investing in our sport and our young people. But Ministry of Sport doesn't care about that. Which concern Minister of Sport with that one? Which Minister of Sport don't beat in chest? Say in create one viable sporting program for Nigerian people. The only sporting program when Nigerian young people get is the same program for Nigerian professionals, JAPA program. The Niger to abroad pipeline. Finish. Anthony Joshua, Nigerian name, British flag. Bukayo Saka, Nigerian name, British flag. Obikwelu brothers, those ones first start to the run for a beauty that their name. 2 brothers who they run that time. And they follow one for Instagram. Now Portugal, they port to Portugal. 2 Igbo boys like that, they were the fastest people I've seen in Africa. They win all the gold. So they win world championship. That time, those two, Obikwelu, I don't forget their name. Adesanya is even the funniest one. Now, Adesanya is about to fight with a South African boy. The South African boy now come they tell and say, he, white man, is an African champion. He said that he be the first African champion of UFC. He said Adesanya is from New Zealand. Adesanya begin verse. Me, I begin shame. That was the difference between me and Adesanya at that moment. Adesanya the verse, me at the shame. Because the white boy was right. He was right. What can we say, fam? What can we say? Is it when you are partying and enjoying that you're a Nigerian? When they carry your name, it's another country's flag that we see. But it's not Adesanya's fault. Adesanya is a gifted fighter. Should he come and waste his talent to be abandoned by these people? They are the great abandoners. We are existing in organized abandonment. If you bring your talent into the hands of these people, they will abuse you and abandon you. He doesn't want to be abandoned. But we are now in a situation where Strickland is claiming to be the first African champion. And is technically correct. I mean, sorry, Duplessis, not be Strickland. Strickland ain't Duplessis beat to collect the belt. Go to South Africa. Those white people there, they invest in all the South African sports. Yeah. Multi-choice. Do you think that black people get multi-choice? Multi-choice is a white-owned company. Now, Super Sport, they bring the broadcasting money where they sponsor the whole South African league. Can you compare our league to their league? We even need DSTV go to show our own football match. Yet Nigeria will claim to be the biggest economy in Africa. Yet this Nigerian big men, they are their own pride. We are the biggest economy in Africa. But now white African company, they help on a show on a football match. They are the biggest economy in Africa. Now white airplane company, they help una carry una people go abroad, go South Africa, go anywhere where they won't go. You cannot do anything. You are the biggest economy in Africa. You abandon your people. Come, organize all of una together, plan them. Then they come carry all these, their influencers, and to come they lie to now. They love you, they are good people. Give away. I have 10 million to give away to you people today. I have 5 million to give away to you people today. Then I say, they jump the line up, follow them for back. Anyway, to end this life, let me just say one more. I'm very, very proud of the young people of northern Nigeria. Because the life on our head, they say I don't know, so that they suffer. They say that some people they sponsor una to talk so that they hungry. Say not be the hunger for una belly telling us that they hungry. So now too stupid. Say we too stupid to know say we say now somebody got sponsor us. They make different excuses. They say, no, na military flag they carry. The people have now told you what they carry, what it mean. That they are tired of capitalism. They talk calm. Now, that's why they don't want to show up for the news. Because you go offend in a white or gas, say, African young people, they talk calm, say they are tired of capitalism. She will know the craze. As when I hide me reach, as when I don't let my word spread reach, the spirit of the truth cannot be hidden. Those people that they say that they be or they good, this one, that one. They are farther ahead in the revolution.
Kí wọ́n lè fi òun náà tá ń pè ní protest kò sí nǹkan tó burú ń bẹ̀ lábẹ́ òfin àmọ́ nǹkan tó burú ń bẹ̀ lábẹ́ òfin ni pé kẹ́ má ba nǹkan ní nǹkan àti nǹkan ìjọba àti káràlú kẹ́ má bàjẹ́ àmọ́ ó dàbí ọ̀rọ̀ bíbélì ni pé láàrin àwọn èèyàn mi ó ní àwọn èèyàn ìkà wà so kò sí bírú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn wọ́n ní an hungry man on a normal day is an angry man ìfàdé wo nǹkan tó ń sọ end hunger end bad governance ẹlòmíì gan kó tó kúrò nílé ẹ̀ ó tún mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó ń fẹ́ lọ fi kíní ìṣe ni pé o kí òun kó ń jalè so kókó nìyẹn ẹ máa dábàá rí pé tẹ bá wo ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ibò míì ẹ̀rí lọ́sùn ẹ̀rí láwọn stéètì míì ọ̀yọ́ káàkiri kò sí wàhálà kankan lẹ́yìn pé wọ́n kàn lọ wọ́n bọ̀ wọ́n lọ wọ́n bọ̀ àwọn stéètì míì náà tí a ti rí wàhálà yìí náà ẹ máa rí pé àwọn stéètì náà kì í ṣe pé bóyá ká sọ pé nature àti environmental factor àwọn yẹn náà ibi táwọn ìtura àwọn aláyìí jù north ni ẹ̀rẹ̀ mọ̀ pé north náà to an extent ẹ̀mọ nature àwọn ará ibẹ̀ yẹn ká má sọ nǹkan òkú nípa àwọn èèyàn tá à ń sọ yìí so ìjọba náà àwọn olóyè kan ti ṣe nǹkan tó yẹ kán ṣe ní àkókò tó yẹ kán ṣe on a normal day kí la ní àwọn kinní fún àwọn tá à ń pè ní security fún a ní navy a ní military a ní sójà a ní gbogbo ẹ̀ kí la ní wọn fún nǹkan táwọn yẹn wà fún náà ni pé láti make sure pé àwọn èèyàn tó máa fi kinní tó máa fi ṣe nǹkan tí ò dáa kí wọ́n lè kí wọ́n pín wọ́n wọn àmọ́ sàn pé nàìjíríà wa a pè ní developing nation even ní developed nation àrílẹ̀ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní UK ní last week ẹjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí tí àwọn èèyàn tó lọ lù ti ṣọ́ọ̀bù so irú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn a ò lè ṣaláì má rí that's the fact a lè ṣaláì má rí àmọ́ inú mi dùn pé rírí tá a rí kì í ṣe nǹkan tó pọ̀ jù ọ̀la ìpè àwọn máa jówó everywhere o wọ́n máa bá kíní jẹ́ o àwọn kan ló ń lò wọ́n o ẹ máa rí pé àwọn èèyàn wa wọ́n wà compose gidigidi àmọ́ tá a bá tún wá wo àwọn ìjọba náà pápá jùlọ àwọn ẹlẹ́ṣọ́ ààbò nípa pé wọ́n ń lo live ammunition ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó bà nínú jẹ́ pé wọ́n ń kó nǹkan jagun lọ sí protest ground so àárí ibì kan tá a sọ pé tá a fi gbọ́ rí pé àwọn tó ń ṣe protest yìí o wọ́n kọjú ìbọn sí àwọn sójà o or àwọn ọlọ́pàá o because on a normal day ọlọ́pàá fẹ́ sọ pé àwọn ṣe self defence dẹ̀ ni ó máa ń ọkọ̀ nígbà téèyàn bá àtàkì ẹ láti ṣe ní jàǹbá so a fi gbọ́ rí àwọn èèyàn tó fẹ́ ṣe àwọn ọlọ́pàá ní jàǹbá but ẹ wo nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Kano tẹ̀lé ọlọ́pàá kan tó ń ṣàkiri tó tún sọ pé gan pé ó máa pààyàn o àwọn tó dẹ̀ pààyàn náà eventually so ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó jẹ́ pé ó túmọ̀ sí pé àti advance bó ṣe yẹ kí a advance wọ́n ṣe kíni ní even ní UK tó wà violent tó ń jó mọ́tò gan pàápàá yet àgbọ̀pọ̀ pa ẹnì kankan lẹ́yìn pé wọ́n lè domi sí wọn lára wọ́n lè yan tear gas but níbí láti rí pé small thing like this ọlọ́pàá ti yìnbọn but anyway wọn gbé with time àwa náà máa advance tó yẹ pé irú nǹkan báyìí kò ní máa ṣẹlẹ̀ lágbègbè wa now nípa flag tí ẹ béèrè ṣe rí flag yẹn ní initially ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa la rò pé flag Russia ni àmọ́ ọ́ní tí ojú bá farabalẹ̀ yóò rí mú nípa ìfarabalẹ̀ làwa fi rí pé flag tó ń nà yìí kì í ṣe flag Russia flag àwọn ọmọ ológun ni àmọ́ àwọn tó mi ò kì í ṣe agbẹnusọ fún wọn o torí kọ́ máa ní agbẹnusọ fún àwọn tó na flag bí kì í ṣàfẹnu agbẹnugan fún wọn but nínú nǹkan tá a observe ẹ máa rí pé ńgbà tó ń pariwo táwọn Hausa yìí tó ń pariwo pẹ̀lú flag orúkọ àwọn ọmọ ológun gan náà pariwo ẹ̀ ẹ máa rí pé wọ́n pariwo nǹkan tó lè ń tà láti sọ ni pé àwọn ò fẹ́ ìjọba tó wà ńbẹ̀ olódì sófin láti máa sọ orúkọ bẹ́ẹ̀ àmọ́ rẹ mọ̀ ní irú environment bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kò sí nǹkan táwọn èèyàn ò ní sọ tán mo rántí nígbà táwọn ṣe protest against Goodluck nìbàdàn bí ni wọ́n ti ń gbé pósí Goodluck kiri ó túmọ̀ sí pé wọ́n wíṣẹ́ nìyẹn ní ikú nìyẹn tó ti yẹ ní Ìbàdàn lẹ́lẹ́mbí láti rí tó ń gbé pósí good luck kiri pépà kan gbé sometimes ago nígbà tí bàbá wa bàbá tó nínú funfun lórí yìí náà burúkọ wọn Wọlé Ṣóyínká tó ń sọ pé good luck is worse than Nebuchadnezzar and if bàbá wa Tinubu gan tó náà kọ̀ fún revolution tí pépà gbé káàkiri tíjọba kan lọ́wọ́ táwọn dẹ̀ ń kọ̀ fún revolution even nísìbẹ̀ àwọn tí kọ̀ fún revolution so bọ̀ ẹ mọ̀ tí ìfẹ́ ní àsìkò protest kò sí ọ̀rọ̀ táwọn èèyàn ní sọ tán wọ́n á lè sọ pé olórí burúkú ni gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì yìí o wọ́n lè sọ pé gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì yìí o Tinubu must go oríṣiríṣi kan àwọn èèyàn máa sọ àmọ́ flag yẹn pẹ̀lú ìwádìí àwọn tí wọ́n ná àwọn ni wọn ò ní ìmọ̀ láti mọ colour combination àti arrangement of the colour àwọn kan lọ print colour àwọn ológun láì mọ ètò bí kọ́lọ̀ yẹn ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ rí so àwọn kọ́lọ̀ yẹn kọ́lọ̀ àwọn ọmọ ológun ni ọmọ ológun kọ̀ọ̀kan ni kọ́lọ̀ yẹn ẹ máa rí pé tí president bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ máa rí kọ́lọ̀ yẹn lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ti Nàìjíríà tó túmọ̀ sí pé ààrẹ wa o ní olórí àwọn ọmọ ológun lẹ́sìn máa ń rí kọ́lọ̀ yẹn lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ president tá jẹ́ red black and maybe grey red blue and ash so kọ́lọ̀ àwọn ọmọ ológun kọ̀ọ̀kan ni so tó fi túmọ̀ sí pé o ìjọba president o ní olórí àwọn ọmọ ológun
olórí ológun oríṣiríṣi olórí ológun iléeṣẹ́ ológun la sì ní àgbórí ilẹ̀
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni anítorí omi anítorí òfurufú so flag wọn yẹn o ní kò sígbà tí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bá máa sọ̀rọ̀ tí ò ní sílẹ̀ gbẹ́ láti ṣàfihàn pé òun ni olórí so flag yẹn òun ni àwọn Haúsá yẹn òun làwọn ń nà bọ́ torí pé wọn ò ní ìmọ̀ láti mọ colour combination àwọn kan print colour láti máa sọ pé ológun wá tọ́wọ́dà ìrìn pípa bọ́ ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń sọ ni pé ológun wá ni wọ́n ń sọ so kì í ṣe pé wọ́n na flag Russia so àmọ́ àìní òye àwọn tó nà ni even èmi gan mo ní láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní social media pé kí ló dé táwọn ipò yìí na flag Russia but ìgbà tó wá sì wá láti pé nǹkan tó ń sọ kì í sì.
àjẹpá àwọn kan ti ṣàṣìṣe nù torí pé flag ti Russia white red àti blue ni ó tún ash dẹ̀ ní ti.
àwọn tó nà náà ṣe kí ẹ wá àǹkéèké náà most àwọn tó nà àwọn ọ̀dọ́ kéékèèké ní north ló nà èèyàn kan ló kàn ń bá wọn print yẹ so àìní òye tó ni lakànlé associate kìíní yẹn mọ́ dó kì í ṣe nǹkan tó dáa náà láti máa béèrè pé kí ológun wá àmọ́ àìsí ṣe kíní kan ara ayé ló máa mú ní rántí èrò ọ̀run so bó ṣe jẹ́ nìyẹn.
ó dà ẹja wà wò báyìí àwọn ọmọdé iṣẹ́ ológun ilẹ̀ yìí àwọn sọ̀rọ̀ jáde kí làwọn ọmọdé iṣẹ́ ológun ilẹ̀ yìí sọ ni wípé wọ́n ní pẹ́pẹ́sẹ́ pé kò sí ẹnì kankan tẹ́ẹ̀mì bọ́ lára rẹ̀ o nígbà tí protest yẹn ń lọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ní òsì kankan tẹ́ kò sẹ́ni kankan tó ẹ̀mí bọ́ lára rẹ̀ rárá.
ẹ kọ́ ọ̀ lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
whereas a sì gbọ́ nínú àkọsílẹ̀ pé ó kéré tán èèyàn 17 wọ́n dárúkọ àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ pàtàkì lọ ní apá àríwá orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà pé wọ́n gbẹ̀mí lẹ́nu àwọn kan bẹ̀ tó sì jẹ́ pé oríṣiríṣi fọ́nrán òun ló jáde bákan náà ni wọ́n sọ pé àwọn fọ́nrán tó jáde òun ló jẹ́ pé ó ṣeéṣe kó jẹ́ pé àwọn kan ni wọ́n lọ pàdé ẹ̀ níbì kan tí wọ́n gbá àwọn fọ́nrán jáde.
ṣe lọ́rọ̀ Nàìjíríà nígbà míì ó máa ń jẹ́ nǹkan ìbànújẹ́ tẹ́ bá rántí nígbà EndSARS a fà lọ sọ́tún fà lọ sósì wọ́n fà lọ sọ́tún fà lọ sósì wọ́n sọ pé èèyàn kan kò kú nípa EndSARS later la wá rí i pé wọ́n ní gọ́vnà Èkó wọ́n rìlíìsì àwọn èèyàn kan tó ní líìsì àwọn èèyàn kan tó ní kankan tàbí èkejì tó dẹ̀ ní tó wá fìdí ẹ̀ múlẹ̀ pé lóòótọ́ làwọn èèyàn kú àmọ́ ṣe rí kì í ṣe nǹkan tó dáa tó fún ìjọba láti máa pretend lórí nǹkan tí gbogbo aráyé rí even eléyìí tó ṣẹlẹ̀ níjẹta náà ni tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ọmọ ológun gan náà sọ pé ìbọn àwọn ló ṣe mistake pa ọmọ 16 years kan wọ́n apologize on Twitter tí wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ pé ẹni tó yìnbọn yẹn o wọ́n ti mú so ṣe rí ó jẹ́ nǹkan ìbànújẹ́ tí wọ́n pé ńgbà mí ti jẹ́ pé nǹkan tí aráyé rí báyìí ìjọba sọ pé kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ 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 rẹ̀ ń pé funfun ní dúdú ni ensars àwọn gbogbo alágbọ́ tó ní ènìyàn kò kú létà làwọn ní rìpọ́ọ̀tù pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ òní wọ́n bá kínní yìí lọ àmọ́ kókó náà ni pé mọ̀ pé with time Nàìjíríà a máa get it right tó jẹ́ pé àwọn adarí wa ẹ̀mí àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe adarí lé lórí a lè jọ wọ́n lójú.
so lánàá ààrẹ ilẹ̀ Aṣíwájú Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu wọ́n fi àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan jáde ààrẹ tí kọ́kọ́ bá àwọn ọmọ rẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ní kété tí protest ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti ọjọ́ kìíní tó jẹ́ ọjọ́ onílòpé ọ̀sẹ̀ kan gẹ́gẹ́ tí protest tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn yẹn wọ́n ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ protest láti ọjọ́ kìíní oṣù kẹjọ ọdún tá a wà yìí òní ní ọjọ́ kẹjọ rẹ̀ ààrẹ ilẹ̀ wa sọ̀rọ̀ ní ọjọ́ ìsinmi tó jẹ́ ọjọ́ Sunday lílé tí mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ bá yànnà náà torí oríṣiríṣi ọ̀rọ̀ ló ti ń jáde lórí ẹ̀ àwọn èèyàn ti ń bínú níta ààrẹ sọ kò ṣe gbá kò ṣàwó kò ṣe kókó bábà sásùn ààrẹ tún wá tún ọ̀rọ̀ yìí wọ́n tún wá tún recap ní àná àtúnsọ rẹ̀ wọ́n tó tún sọ lánàá again wípé àwọn fìlì fún àwọn ọmọ ilẹ̀ yìí o wọ́n ní ṣùgbọ́n ní táwọn ń ṣe long term ní nǹkan ìgbà pípẹ́ ni láwọn àwọn steps táwọn ń tèkì lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ pé nǹkan ìgbà pípẹ́ ni torí ẹ̀ ó nílò àkókò wọ́n wá lásìkò yìí o wípé adùn nígbẹ̀yìn ewúro wípé ká lọ rèé kọ́ sùúrù lórí gbogbo tó bá tiẹ̀ wò ká mọ̀ lójúkọ lásìkò yìí wọ́n ní ìdẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ owó làwọn ń ná lórí ọ̀rọ̀ owó epo lórílẹ̀‐èdè wọ́n ní ká lọ rèé kọ́ sùúrù o torí a sì padà sórí ọ̀rọ̀ owó epo tá à ń sọ yìí o nítorí pé ìlú àwọn kan ń sọ̀rọ̀ jáde wípé wọ́n ta epo yìí fáwọn ní náírà á padà sórí ìyún torí wípé wọn mọ̀ pé tó mọ̀ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ ètò ọrọ̀ ajé dáadáa nìyí ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ ká kó sọ̀rọ̀ lórí àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tá à rẹ̀ sọ níjọ́ Sunday àtàná tó jẹ́ ọjọ́ Wednesday.
ṣe rí ó jẹ́ nǹkan tó bà nínú jẹ́ pé bàbá wa president wa wọ́n ń retreat nǹkan kan náà sá wọ́n ń retreat nǹkan kan náà sá.
gbìyànjú ṣàtúnwí ọ̀rọ̀.
and tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ wo nǹkan tí wọ́n ń ṣe tí wọ́n ti ṣe mo fẹ́ máa fún yín ní àwọn analysis kan tí ó máa fìdí ẹ̀ múlẹ̀ pé lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ kò sí nǹkan kan tí bàbá wa ó lè ní àwọn nǹkan míì tó ń ṣe o àmọ́ tó bá ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ owó epo kò sí future kankan fáwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà tó lè máa retí.
lórí ọ̀rọ̀ epo yìí náà.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àfi tó bá ní nǹkan míì bóyá tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú refinery bọ̀ lẹ́yìn pé bóyá nǹkan mi tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú refinery àti pé à ń fọ epo ní Nàìjíríà kò sí nǹkan kan policy government kan lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ sìn tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ọ̀rọ̀ epo tí Nàìjíríà lè máa dunnú sí pé ìyà táwọn ń jẹ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí o ó ní èrè lọ́jọ́ iwájú ṣe rí ààrẹ lè ní èrò gidi no doubt about it àmọ́ àwọn policy tí ìgbésẹ̀ tí ààrẹ gbé ó ti tako èrò gidi tí wọ́n lè ní fún àpẹẹrẹ ẹ máa rí pé ààrẹ sọ pé subsidy is gone now lẹ́ni àwọn èèyàn sọ pé subsidy is not gone pé a sì ń sọ subsidy.
kódà ààrẹ tẹ́lẹ̀ rí Olúṣẹ́gun Ọbásanjọ́ náà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
ààrẹ tẹ́lẹ̀ sọ pé subsidy àsan subsidy mọ́ máa jẹ́ káwọn ará lè mọ̀ pé ṣé rí àrò tó wà nílẹ̀ kò gba argument nǹkan kékeré ni ṣé rí on a normal day ó yẹ kí a ní gain lórí subsidy
nígbà tá
a yọ ó yẹ kí ara tu àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà ó yẹ kí ni wọ́n máa dùn àmọ́ policy exchange rate tí president gbé kalẹ̀ ó ti dá wàhálà tó pọ̀ fún ẹkọ́nọ́mì Nàìjíríà tí ó dẹ̀ ń fa akùdé ńlá fún ìdàgbàsókè Nàìjíríà àti ẹkọ́nọ́mì Nàìjíríà fún àpẹẹrẹ kí ààrẹ tó dé owó tí wọ́n budget fún subsidy fún 6 months ó jẹ́ 3.6 trillion naira.
owó tó yẹ kó ti wà nílẹ̀.
ó ní bàbá ti Buhari tí wọ́n budget láti January sí June 3.6 trillion naira. 3.6 trillion naira yìí dẹ́ ni tá a bá divide yẹ that is about 560 billion monthly. Only Nigeria máa ná lórí subsidy tá bá divide it per month. Ó túmọ̀ sí pé yíyọ subsidy tá yọ subsidy from July last year ó yẹ ká máa save about 560 billion tó máa wúlò fún economy Nigeria. Ìgbà tó máa bá wa ṣe ààrẹ tún wọ́n gbìyànjú epo tá ń pọn ó lọ sókè láti 900,000 barrel lójúmọ́ lọ sí over 1 million barrel, go to 1.2 1.3 million barrel. Tó yẹ kí ó túmọ̀ sí pé ó yẹ kí géènì wa kó tún lọ sókè sí. Pẹ̀lú yẹn ní oṣooṣù ó yẹ kí owó tí Nàìjíríà máa rí ní addition ó yẹ kó lọ sí bí over 3 trillion naira tó yẹ ká máa rí. Àmọ́ nǹkan kan ó bà plan yìí jẹ́. Nǹkan tó dẹ̀ bà plan yìí jẹ́ òun ni exchange rate unification àti devaluation of naira. Báwo ló ṣe bà jẹ́? Ṣé rí gbogbo wàhálà tí bàbá Tinubu fèsì ń sìn, àìní sùúrù, àìní àìní ìfarabalẹ̀ tó tó, àìní enough plan ló jẹ́ kí nǹkan kó dojúrú economically fún Nigeria. Now nígbà tí bàbá Tinubu tí wọ́n initiate unification of exchange rate tó ní pé kí exchange demand and supply, supply and demand kó determine iye tá máa ta dollar. Máa ń sọ pé ní Nigeria a ní forces of demand and supply. Force kan péré la ní, force of demand and demand and demand. Torí ní Nigeria lẹ́ni bá a fẹ́ lọ sí hospital a ní dollar ńlọ́yìnbó, bá a fẹ́ lọ school ńlọ́yìnbó a ní dollar, bá a fẹ́ ra aṣọ a ní dollar, bá a fẹ́ travel a ní dollar, bá a fẹ́ jẹun Nigeria a ní dollar. Kò sí nǹkan tá ń ṣe ní Nigeria tá ní dollar. Kò sí nǹkan kan tí à ń gba dollar wálé fún lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ ju epo lọ. So kò sí forces of demand and supply. So nígbà tí gbogbo máa fojúrú pẹ̀lú nǹkan tí bàbá Tinubu ṣe yẹn, dollar jump láti 700 ó lọ sí 1,005. Ibi tí wàhálà subsidy tó ti lọ nìyẹn. So lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn à ní gain kankan lórí subsidy. As a matter of fact, máa jẹ́ kẹ́ mọ̀ lẹ́ni pé lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn owó tá ń sọ lórí subsidy is over 700 billion per month. Máa sọ fún yín.
Ní subsidy tá sọ pé
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. In fact, nǹkan tí mínísítà dẹ̀ sọ nípa ẹ̀ máa kà sí ilé tí. Now nígbà tí dọ́là lọ sókè lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn ibi tá a ti import epo wọlé jù ní Nàìjíríà láyé ní abẹ́ bàbá Tinubu is Malta. Malta is a name of a country. Tá a ti pọn epo wọlé jù. Ní ọwọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn asat kí n tó dé ìbàyí iye tí wọ́n ń ta epo jálá epo ní Malta is $1.47.
$1.47 ní lítà kan.
Per litre.
Okay.
$1.47. Ó túmọ̀ sí pé dọ́là kan ó lé ni wọ́n ń ta jálá epo kan.
Lítà ẹyọ kan.
Lọ́dọ̀
wọn tí epo gan tá a ti ń.
Ní Malta.
Okay.
Ká wá sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ sọ pé retail price nìyẹn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Ká wá sọ pé wọ́n fẹ́ tà fún àwa tá a fẹ́ tún tà.
Okay.
Ó túmọ̀ sí pé wọ́n tà fún wa ó kéré jù ká sọ pé $0.70. Or ká sọ pé $0.80.
Okay.
Tẹ́ bá multiply $0.70 with exchange rate in Nigeria is about 1,000 plus. Tí wọ́n bá ń tà fún wa ní $1 per litre.
1,600.
That would be 1,600 per litre. Lamata Nigeria. Àyíbẹ̀ẹ̀kọ́. No. Ká ní pé wọ́n ń tà fún wa ní $1.
Okay.
Ó túmọ̀ sí pé iye tá a máa tà ní Nigeria will be 1,600.
Okay.
Kán wá sọ pé wọ́n wá dín owó ẹ̀ fún wa. Wọ́n ń tà fún wa níbi $0.70, $0.80.
Okay.
$0.70, $0.80 is more than 1,000 naira.
Then
Abi?
you ought to be 1,002, say 1,000.
So that is at the current exchange rate. Adẹ̀ ń ra epo ní àwọn alágbàtà directly ní 650, 670. Àwọn tó kì í ṣe alágbàtà directly, àwọn yẹn ń tà ní 800, 900. Ó túmọ̀ sí pé èèyàn kan ló ń san nǹkan tó kù. Tí wọ́n bá ń tà fún wa ní $0.70, ó sì ju 1,000 naira lọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ó túmọ̀ sí pé owó tó wà lórí bíi 500 naira.
Ó ti yé yín. So tó bá ń tà fún wa ní $0.80, that is about 1,200. Ó túmọ̀ sí pé about 600 tó kù èèyàn kan ló ń san. Èèyàn kan tó dẹ̀ lè san NNPC ni. NNPC dẹ̀ ni government don represent. So a need àlàyé pé subsidy ṣó ti lọ ṣé kò tí ì lọ. Nǹkan tí mo sọ yìí everybody ló lè ṣe calculation nílé. Tí wọ́n bá ń ta kíní yìí ní mọ́tà tá ti ń kó wọlé ní $1.47. Ká ní pé àwa fẹ́ tún ta wọn ò lè ta fún wa less than $0.70, $0.80.
80, 90.
$0.70, $0.80 dẹ̀ ní ó ju 1,000 naira lọ.
Over 1,000.
So now owó tó kù tá a fi lè rà ní 650 nílé epo ta ló ń san.
Owó tá a fi rà, owó tá a fi ń kó wọlé gan.
Ó ju 1,000 lọ. So a dẹ̀ ń rà ní 650 nílé epo 670. Owó tó kù ta ló ń san. Now dẹ̀ ní ojúmọ́ epo tó la ń consume lójúmọ́ is about bóyá bí 1.3 million ṣá ma get yẹn. Epo tó la ń consume lójúmọ́ is not a joke. So ó túmọ̀ sí pé ní oṣù kan owó tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ń sọ lórí subsidy though kò wà budgeted o.
Okay, kò sínú àkọọ́lẹ̀.
Kò sínú àkọọ́lẹ̀ o, a máa sá o. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n ka nǹkan tí mínísítà sọ, ẹ kí n ka fún yín. Now, Minister of State for Petroleum, Napobiri, ní ocean kankan, ó ní I can confirm to you that subsidy is gone because it's not budgeted for. Ẹ máa gbọ́ o, but there could be strategic intervention.
Àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan lè wáyé o.
Subsidy is gone o. Budget fún o.
Kò sówó nílẹ̀ fún o.
But there could be strategic intervention from time to time. But officially, subsidy is gone. If you look at it, NNPC as a national oil company also has a legal obligation to also intervene from time to time. Now, Minister of Finance talking ní June 13 into Sunday lórí Politics Today. Only the fuel price is determined by dynamics. The exchange rate play a part. Domestic production of petrol plays a part. To this extent, that the fuel is imported, that means there is more supply of foreign exchange we have. Of course, the lower the price. It is ongoing conversation. It is ongoing process of ensuring that fuel subsidy is eliminated from Nigerian economy. That is what Mr. President intent, and that is what is being working towards. Èrò Mr. President ni pé kí subsidy lọ. Adẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ tọ́. Ẹ máa gbọ́ o. Èrò President ni kí subsidy lọ. Adẹ̀ ń ṣiṣẹ́ tọ́. Kò sọ pé subsidy ti lọ. So intervention yẹn o la lè pè ní subsidy tí wọ́n tún san. Unfortunately, owó tá wá ń san subsidy ń sìn ó ju owó tá ń san gan tẹ́lẹ̀ ká tó yọ subsidy lọ. Because lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn owó tá ń san is over 700 billion if you do the calculation very well. Whereas dẹ̀ ní before kí wọ́n tó dé owó tá ń san is just about 500 billion over 500 billion. Nǹkan tó dẹ̀ fà ni pé subsidy ìbá lọ àmọ́ exchange rate ó kó bá wa. So wàhálà tí bàbá Tinubu ń fèsì lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn ó ní pé wọ́n gbé ẹsẹ̀ kan lọ síwájú wọ́n kà mẹ́ta lọ sẹ́yìn. That's our problem now. So nǹkan tí subsidy ò lè fi lọ nìyẹn because exchange rate ó ti kó bá subsidy regime. So tí dọ́là ò bá wálẹ̀ sí as low as 500, 600, we'll continue to pay subsidy. So now, unfortunately, exchange rate yìí náà kì í ṣe subsidy nìkan ló kó bá. So tí Nàìjíríà bá ń sọ pé àwọn ń jìyà subsidy, èmi rí i pé ìyà tí ò ní future ni. Because subsidy wà ó ti dé sílẹ̀. So ọ̀ǹtìgbà tí dọ́là bá tó já wálẹ̀ ìgbà ẹni subsidy lè já wálẹ̀. Unfortunately gbogbo ìgbésẹ̀ tí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ń gbé láti jẹ́ kí dọ́là já wálẹ̀ kò wà productive. In fact níbi tó lè dé àtúnyàwó máa ka àwọn owó tá a yá láti lè fight dọ́là máa kà fún yín. Now kì í ṣe subsidy nìkan oníkíní wàá affect ó tún affect budget wa. Ẹ máa rí pé láàrin ọdún kan this government has borrowed over 30 trillion. So ti yé yín. Now question ni máa sọ budget wa máa sọ fún yín. As a matter of fact budget wa is 27 trillion. Government there sọ pé àwọn project revenue of 18 trillion. In 27 trillion. So túmọ̀ sí pé a máa ní deficit of about 9 trillion. Kárí pé a fẹ́ yáwó láàrin ọdún kan yẹn on a normal day owó tó yẹ ká yá kò yẹ kó ju bí 9 trillion lọ. God so good epo tá a tún wá ń pọn ó wá lọ sókè sí láti 900 ó lọ sí bí 1.6 million. Ìyẹn nìkan gan ó lè máa fún wa ní about 5 trillion extra every month. But subsidy yẹ kó lè fún wa. Now ibi tí wàhálà tó ti wá kó bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ mi wá yàtọ̀ sí pé subsidy lè yí o. Nínú budget wa exchange rate tí wọ́n fi síbẹ̀ is 800 naira per dollar. Only exchange rate tó wà nínú budget tí wọ́n fi kọ budget síta. Ó túmọ̀ sí pé wọ́n ti pẹ́ẹ̀gì exchange rate at 800 naira as at then. Now exchange rate is now 1,600. Ó túmọ̀ sí pé láti implement budget yẹn invariably ó túmọ̀ sí pé a máa need times 2 owó tá a plan láti ná.
54 billion.
That is 54 trillion.
54 trillion.
Àwọn èèyàn pé kí láń fowó ṣe nìyẹn. Because nǹkan tá a budget is 27 trillion. Nǹkan tí tá a gbélé is 800 naira. But orí policy tí bàbá Tinubu tí wọ́n fi sùúrù ṣe ó jẹ́ kí dollar exchange rate kó lọ sí 1,006. Now ó túmọ̀ sí pé láti implement that 27 trillion naira dollar ti lọ sí times 2. Ó túmọ̀ sí pé owó yẹn náà invariably ó máa lọ sí times 2. So budget 27 trillion á di 54 trillion mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. Gbèsè ńlá nìyẹn. Torí ẹ̀ ni bàbá Tinubu ṣe ń yá owó. Ẹgbẹ́ kí la ń yáwó fún because a ti ní problem exchange rate ó ti collapse economy mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. And kárí bàbá Tinubu fi sùúrù kan jókòó kan analyse kan wò kan gbéyẹ̀wò kan tó ṣe ni we will not find ourselves in this problem. Ẹ wá wò ibi tá ti bá ọ̀rọ̀ ara wa dé o ní láti save budget ni láti save láti save exchange rate ní last year kẹ́ mọ̀ ibi tá ń bá ọ̀rọ̀ ara wa lọ ní last year government that was around sorry, I'm trying to get that information so that I will not be giving wrong information. Please give me time. Let me quickly pick that thing. So mo ń tà láti wá kíní yẹn ni ṣé rí nǹkan tó mo ń tà láti wá ni pé ní last year government yá owó kan tó jẹ́ pé tó fẹ́ fi báyìí save dollar epo la fi yá owó yẹn
crude oil
yes tó jẹ́ pé ó ní iye epo tá máa san ní pẹ̀lú owó tá máa yá lọ́dọọdún ní everyday so now àti fẹ́ yà mí báyìí o àti ń plan mi báyìí o lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn báyìí gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì ti ń plan owó míì tó ń fẹ́ yá tó máa fi epo yá o that time owó yẹn is over $1 billion I think about $1 billion ni wọ́n yá gbà yẹn kí ló dẹ̀ yá fún láti fi redeem dollar about $1 billion.
ṣùgbọ́n síbẹ̀síbẹ̀ náà
dọ́là yẹn náà kò wálẹ̀ ó tún deplete foreign reserve wa gan yet dọ́là wálẹ̀ láàrin ọdún kan gọ́fmẹ̀ntì wa àti yá about $6 billion from World Bank about $6.5 billion about $6.5 billion that is over 10 trillion láti yá ní World Bank revitalize the economy. Ní abẹ́lé àti yá over 20 trillion naira. It means that within a year plus, government yìí ti yá over 30 trillion. Why? Torí pé policy kan péré. Ìyà tí Nàìjíríà ń jẹ ń sìn, ìyà policy kan ni. Ṣé rí kì í ṣe epo tá a yọ ló ń fìyà jẹ wá o.
Kì í ṣe owó ìrànwọ́.
Rárá. Ká ní pé policy dollar o kò tẹ̀lé Nigeria, in fact things will have been getting better torí government á ní owó tó pọ̀ ìkíní wọ́n á rí owó save inú subsidy wọ́n á tún rí owó pẹ̀lú pé a tún pọn epo sí àmọ́ gé ìyẹn dollar ó ti crash owó pàpàtà ó ti báyé gbogbo ẹ̀ jẹ́ so ìyà tí Nigeria ń jẹ ń sìn ìyà policy unification of exchange rate ni gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì bá ti continue díẹ̀ pẹ̀lú kan tí Buhari ṣe kán sì máa regulate kán máa ṣe regulate àwọn tó ní dọ́là lọ́wọ́ tí wọ́n yẹ kán ní kán wá ọ̀nà àti gbà kán blọ́ọ̀kù ọ̀nà tí dọ́là fi lọ sí wrong place nǹkan tó yẹ kán ṣe nǹkan tó yẹ kí bàbá Tinubu ṣe first nìyẹn before the horse. alẹ́ promise pé nǹkan máa dá bẹ̀rẹ̀ bá ń tọ́ra wá jẹ nìkan tó serious tá a lè sọ pé only change narrative. Unfortunately, because the government is say láti stop over dependency on foreign goods. Mo ṣe. Mi ò mọ̀ nǹkan tó le fún president láti lè sọ pé henceforth o kó nǹkan wọlé mọ́. And it's possible. Ṣé rí ẹ máa rí pé tí màálù bá ń léyàn tó bá débi kan èyàn fèsì màálù yẹn tí a bá sọ pé láti èní lọ gbogbo wa a lọ gba treatment nílò òyìnbó láti èní lọ gbogbo wa a lọ kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ nílùú òyìnbó láti èní lọ gbogbo wa a jẹ oúnjẹ òyìnbó mọ́ ẹ máa rí pé hospital wa abẹ́ta school wa abẹ́ta gbogbo nǹkan tá ń lò ń bí abẹ́ta.
Charles lè ṣe láàrin
a lè ṣe bí kí ló help China kí ló help India. India is headquarter of poverty before. Listen by we are now the headquarter of poverty. To India now. Kí ló help China? Kí ló help Ghana LMB? Ghana ń gbà kan a sọ pé Ghana must go. Ghana must go. Listen by Ghana wá sọ fún wa sí pé Nigeria must go. It's what we just need. Only pé káti ṣẹ́rí tí àríwá tó bá fẹ́ mí ní business. Nǹkan àkọ́kọ́ only pé buy Nigeria, wear Nigeria, consume Nigeria, drive Nigeria, everything Nigeria. So pẹ̀lú yẹn àwọn náà tó bá sick wọn lọ sókè òkun. Ìjọ wo lè rí president Israel tó wá sí America wá gba treatment. Ìjọ wo lè rí president America tó lọ sí Germany lọ gba treatment. Wọ́n ti sọ pé àwa ń bí president wa a lọ France a lọ South Africa lọ gba treatment senator wa wọ́n ní malaria wọ́n lọ gbà ní clotas ọ̀n lè gbà Nàìjíríà ń bí. Ṣé rí tá a bá ṣe yẹn àwọn máa ní depend lórí dọ́là ṣá bá a fẹ́ kàwé ìlú òyìnbó ní health ìlú òyìnbó ní a fẹ́ jẹun ìlú òyìnbó ní a fẹ́ gun mọ́tò ìlú òyìnbó ní a fẹ́ wọṣọ ìlú òyìnbó ní a fẹ́ ṣòkú Nigeria ti máa tún pé a ti fẹ́ ṣòkú àwọn senator wa wọ́n lọ ṣòkú ní Dubai wọ́n lọ ṣe wedding Dubai ǹjẹ́ òun lè rí tí Sheikh Dubai kó wá ṣòkú Nàìjíríà so àkànjá mo nínàkúnà so tí a bá fẹ́ bọ́nu wàhálà yìí tí ọba mi ni ẹ̀ kì í ṣe pé mo ń ṣiṣẹ́ èmi ò ríṣẹ́ kan tí bàbá Tinubu ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ that's just reality.
Kí wá ní plan tí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ní pé plan yẹn ni ò tí ì yield rẹ̀.
Plan tán ní pé wọ́n gbé ráìsì fún wa.
Wọ́n ti ní kí wọ́n stop ẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n ní ráìsì yẹn wọ́n ní ráìsì tán sọ pé kí wọ́n á máa rà ní 40,000 naira wọ́n ti ní kí wọ́n stop ẹ̀ báyìí.
Nda plan tèmi rí so far ó ní pé wọ́n pín ráìsì.
Ó dọ́dọ̀ yín.
No kò bára máa pé tó máa sùn. Àwọn tá a tìrù wáyé gan sí jùlọ à ń gbọ́n sí pé wọ́n ń fún àwọn agriculture bóyá ní nǹkan bóyá yẹn lè work. Even agriculture development no security àwọn àgbẹ̀ wọn ò lè wọ oko ṣe rí tí ò bá ti di pé ata tán Nàìjíríà ní láti ta tán the way tí India ṣe a ní láti ta tán pé nǹkan tó bá gbà la máa fún and nǹkan tó lè gbà tá a máa fún tó jẹ́ way forward ó ní pé we stop relying on importation. Government president should declare state of emergency on importation. Enough is enough. Nigeria aṣọ tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti wọ̀ tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti produce ẹ̀ ní wọ̀ things will improve. Oúnjẹ tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá ti lè produce ẹ̀ jẹ mọ́ and it should start with them. But àwọn every weekend lọ lọ sí America lọ lọ sí UK lọ lọ ń gbádùn ara wọn.
Ṣé kìí ṣe bá ṣe wọn bá kò tọ́dún mẹ́rin péré.
Anyway mi ò sí power unfortunately àwọn tó tún ṣàájọ wọ́n ṣe ṣàkíní Johnson àwọn tó máa wà ní chairman board fún education former governor náà fi ń ṣàjọ kí ló dé sáà ní àwọn ọmọ yóò tó tọpọ lọ́wọ́ pé tó wà káàkiri àgbáyé tó yẹ lọ pè wá ni. Most àwọn tó fi ṣe commission committee ministers we have 48 ministers what are they doing? Nothing. We can't see them. President kan sa àwọn tó rí wọn pé àwọn technocrat ní World Bank ní ìgbà ní kan sa àwọn wálé àwọn wa tó ṣe dáadáa kókó wọn wálé ẹ wá transform Nigeria instead wọn kàn kó àwọn former governor náà ń kójọ so ṣe rí ọ̀nà àbáyọ kan tó wà báyìí.
Torí gbogbo ọ̀nà àbáyọ mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ nà ẹ́.
Ọ̀nà àbáyọ kan péré ló wà just one ó ní pé enough of importation. Ẹ wò ó sì báyìí torí pé à ń kó jẹ́ ìwọlé àletúnà wa ṣe ká ní pé àkójẹ́ ìwọlé ni iná wa ti dá torí jẹ́ ìta ń kó wọlé àwọn kan ló mẹ́kọ̀ wọ́n díẹ̀ náà bọ̀ ká ní pé kò sí jẹ́ gbogbo wa àti president àti governor káwa náà òkùnkùn ẹ máa tó gbọ́ àwọn òkùnkùn ìná improve torí governor fẹ́ sùn ní òkùnkùn wọ́n á fẹ́ work lórí ẹ̀ gbogbo wa kò sí ẹ̀ káwọn lọ fún hospital mọ́ nílùú òyìnbó ẹ máa rí pé hospital wa máa improve kíákíá ní everything máa wà improve gbogbo wa o àjọjẹ ìlú òyìnbó mọ́ kò sí Ghana rice kò sí China rice mọ́ Nigeria rice la máa jẹ ẹ máa rí pé àwọn tó ń disturb wa lóko kíákíá ló máa provide security tó máa lé ogun wọn dànù but torí pé most of this thing bread tí àwọn nílẹ̀ wa ń jẹ wọn kò wọlé ni tíì tó ń mu wọn kò wọlé ni iná tó ń lò wọn kò wọlé ni aṣọ tó ń wọ̀ wọn kò wọlé ni mọ́tò tó ń lò wọn kò wọlé ni olóṣù tó ń gbé wọn kò wọlé ni gbogbo nǹkan tó jẹ́ tiwọn rábátá wọn kò wọlé ni tó ń bá síìkì ìlú òyìnbó náà ń lọ wọn hospital wa wọn ẹlọ́sẹ̀ hospital nífẹ̀ẹ́ ń bí tàbí jẹ́ hospital ń sìn no more doctors no more nurses they have all left àwọn consultant experienced doctor experienced nurses gbogbo wọn ti lọ tán ẹ lọ sí UCH Ìbàdàn ẹ kàn máa rí building ni kò sí àwọn tó máa take care patient yet àní àwọn adarí torí bá ń fọ́ wọn wọ́n ti gba America lọ torí bá ń fọ́ wọn wọ́n ti gba France lọ ṣe rí tí Nàìjíríà wa máa da we must stop importation and that is the only thing tá jẹ́ kí dollar kó wálẹ̀ otherwise and again kárí láti fight corruption nǹkan tí bàbá Tinubu ń ṣe èmi o wọ́n lè ní good intention o but as far as I'm concerned I don't see anything progressive happening unfortunately àwọn governors wa náà won't help matter.
lọ́nà wo.
àwọn governors owó wọn ti improve.
wọ́n ní wọ́n kó 70 billion fún wọn.
governor kan ló fi 1 billion ló fi ra nǹkan sí kitchen.
1 billion naira.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bóyá gbàgbọ́ governor yẹn ní north. ìgbé ń pa àwọn èèyàn yìí governor Èkìtì àbí ibùbọ níbẹ̀ tó lọ ra mọ́tò 40 million fáwọn politicians. owó àwọn governors yìí ti improve. káwọn náà kọ́ náwó lórí agriculture. torí governors àwọn ló close máràlú àti local government kí náà fọwọ́ local government ṣe kí náà fọwọ́ tó ń gbà ṣe. so ọgbà owó yìí tá bá ń lò náà pressure lórí bàbá Tinubu á reduce everything is not bàbá Tinubu àwọn governors náà káwọn náà gbé ọpọlọ wọn sílẹ̀ káwọn náà kọ́ sa technocrat jọ àwọn tó lè transform economy agriculture youth empowerment women empowerment àwọn tó lè ṣàwọn nǹkan yìí káwọn náà ṣàwọn jọ in nation now mention one policy of government or youth empowerment tẹ́tíkà lóṣù yìí.
àwọn tí wọ́n ti ń pín kíní mansini orí mansini wọ́n ti ń pín fáwọn kan lè fẹ́.
mo fẹ́ béèrè lọ́wọ́ yín nínú oṣù yìí oṣù tó lọ oṣù méjì tó lọ sẹ́yìn ẹ sọ policy governor Ọ̀ṣun kan on youth empowerment kẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ list àwọn beneficiary tẹ́ ẹ ti kà jáde lórí tẹ́ ẹ kà lórí news.
àwọn afẹ́sẹ̀ káwọn wọn sọ yín fún wa.
ẹ sọ kan ìkíní nìyẹn ẹ sọ policy state government Ọ̀ṣun bí on women empowerment ẹ sọ kan àwọn táwọn tó benefit ẹ sọ policy state government lórí trade and investment SME development àwọn tó beneficial àti policy yẹn ẹ sọ fún wa I thank God pé a rí bọ́ ṣe kọ́ máa wọ́n kọ́ pé wọ́n kọ́ SME àwọn tó beneficial ẹ̀dá ìgbà wọn náà discuss yẹ who are the organization behind it it's not just about figure it's about impact we are tired of pé àná billion kí ni impact lórí community where are the job created wọ́n fẹ́ gba teacher lọ́sùn till now interview na gbọ́ they have not resumed work. We can't continue like this. We cannot be putting all the blame on Tinubu alone. The governors too, they should try and do more. They are collecting more money now. They are collecting more money. With those money, what are they doing with those money?
Àwọn ènìyàn máa ṣòfin ilẹ̀ yìí tí wọ́n sọ pé kí wọ́n ṣá sálárì wọn sí méjì. Wọn ò tí ì sá méjì.
Àwọn èèyàn oníkan ṣe tí wọn ẹ má sọ táwọn èèyàn oníkan ṣe. Ṣé rí nǹkan tó kàn dùn mí ni pé àwọn ọmọ Nàìjíríà gangan we are àwa gangan fúnra wa a fẹ́ lọ síwájú nǹkan tó máa ń dùn mí jù nìyẹn because àwọn èèyàn yìí a máa complain tó bá tún dìgbà tẹ́ ká yan adarí gidi owó la máa fòtì fún nǹkan tó máa ń bí mi nínú nìyẹn ẹ máa rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni yóò perform o ẹ máa ní ọmọ yín ni so ṣe rí until we fight corruption until tá bá sọ pé a depend lórí ìlú òyìnbó mọ́ ẹni tí bàbá Tinubu bá ń ṣe it just be rhetorics à ń gbìyànjú náà ni ìgbìyànjú because nǹkan tó pa wá ń sìn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn dọ́là ni that's all.
dọ́là nìkan ni
nǹkan tó ń kó bàbá Tinubu lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn dọ́là ni because ìjọ́sìn náà ti lọ sókè ó ní gbogbo plan bàbá Tinubu ló ti crash. How do I explain pé èèyàn yá over 30 trillion láàrin ọdún kan and it's going for 4 years? That's a problem. Within 1 year, over 30 trillion and it's going for 4 years. 1 year yìí gan ọ̀hún tí parí ẹ̀ 2 years àti pọ̀lọ́bà wò tí parí ẹ̀. Wọ́n ti apply fún loan mi báyìí or work loan mi báyìí tó fẹ́ fi another over $1 billion tó fẹ́ fi epo san. Wọ́n ti approve another $750 million ní last month ní month end July 38 ni wọ́n approve $750 million I mean $500 million fún government. Àǹgbà loan epo wá ń sìn àti tà ọjọ́ wájú epo àti tà ẹ wá ní Dangote ò repo àgbà loan kan over $1 billion ní August tá a fi epo gbà láti rectify dollar àríyẹn ṣe NNPC sí báyìí wọ́n tún fẹ́ lọ gbàrúdá over $1 billion tá a máa tún fi epo mí san nígbà tá a máa fi àpò epo wa tá a ti fi jẹ gbèsè báwo la ṣe so I don't understand.
ẹ̀kú àtótónu látàárọ̀ ẹja sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ Dangote oríṣiríṣi àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ ló ń jáde ńbẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ kan jáde lánàá wípé $1.5 billion ni wọ́n kó jáde lọ́dún 2021 láti fi ṣe àtúntò ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ Dangote ilé tó wà ní Port Harcourt wọ́n ní wọ́n ń wádìí lórí ẹ̀ wọ́n ì tí ì rí báyìí láti fi ṣàtúntò ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ ìyún ẹ̀ ṣe lé ní ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì ni wípé ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ Dangote lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí wọ́n ní ààrẹ ilẹ̀ yìí ti pa láṣẹ lọ́sẹ̀ tó kọjá wípé ẹ máa ta epo fún wọn ẹ máa ta crude oil tí wọ́n sọ pé ẹ̀ta fáwọn ẹ máa ta fún ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ Dangote lónìí olùdọ̀rọ̀ tún wá jáde wípé rárá o wọn ò ta epo yìí wọn ò ta fún wa o ààrẹ sọ pé owó náírà ní kẹ́ẹ̀ fi máa ta epo fún ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ Dangote kó lè ráyè pépo Dangote ti promise wa ní August Dangote kọ́kọ́ promise wa ní June lọ ààrẹ́pọ̀ rà petrol July ó lọ ààrẹ́pọ̀ rà a tún ti wà ní August tó tún ti promise wa ipa ààrẹ́pọ̀ rà àwọn èèyàn tún ti rẹ́pọ̀ rà ní oṣù kejì ọdún tá a wà yìí wọ́n fẹ́ẹ́ lè gbẹ̀mí lẹ́nu Àdínkù Dangote pẹ̀lú ìdààmú àti wàhálà tó nǹkan pẹ̀lú frustration nǹkan fi ń sọ̀rọ̀ jáde ààrẹ lè wá mú gbogbo ẹ̀ wá simplify ẹ̀ pé ó dáa náà o ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ Dangote owó náírà ní kẹ́ẹ̀ fi máa ta fún àwọn ẹgbẹ́ àwọn oní ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ ńlẹ̀ yìí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ jáde láàárọ̀ wọ́n ní ẹ wò ó wọn ò ta epo yìí fún wa o wọ́n ní wọn ò ta fún wa lówó náírà kódà ààrí crude oil rà lọ́wọ́ wọn ẹ sì ti sọ̀rọ̀ kan lẹ́ẹ̀kan ara ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ sọ ni wípé epo ọjọ́ iwájú àti tààlẹ̀ bó láti rí kọta fáwọn ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ yìí ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ tiwa gangan tí ilé tó wà ní Port Harcourt tó bá tẹ̀ tá a bá tẹ̀ wá sọ kó bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ lóde báyìí níbo la fẹ́ rí epo tá a fẹ́ kó lọ sílẹ̀ níbo la fẹ́ rí epo tá a fẹ́ kó lọ sílẹ̀ tá a fẹ́ refine fáwọn ọmọ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà ẹ̀rọ gbà pé epo tí wọ́n sọ pé kò dáa náà tí wọ́n sọ pé ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ Dangote ló ń fọ̀ jáde àwọn downstream àti upstream ó dàbí pé ọ̀rọ̀ yìí kò fẹ́ yéra wọn pẹ̀lú àjọ tó mójú ọ̀rọ̀ epo lórílẹ̀-èdè NNPCL pẹ̀lú ibùdó ìfọ̀pọ̀ Dangote wọ́n kàn ń da lúrú pọ̀ mọ́ sápà lórí ọ̀rọ̀ tó ṣe pé àti ẹ̀mọ́ ibi tí wọ́n fẹ́ bá lọ gan lórí ọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yìí pátápátá mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ ṣe àkójọpọ̀ rẹ̀ sójú kan náà kẹ́ ẹ wá sọ fún wa ọ̀nà wo lọ̀nà àbáyọ torí pé ọ̀nà àbáyọ gbọ́dọ̀ wà. àtọ̀rọ̀ gáfárà yìí náà ló ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣẹ́jú gbogbo àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ yìí pátápátá mo fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ kó papọ̀ sójú kan náà kẹ́ ẹ bá wa ṣàlàyé pé kí ni tí ń ṣẹlẹ̀ gan lábàlátọ̀ orílẹ̀ epo wádé bó la ṣe fẹ́ rí epo gan kó fún ibùdó òfọpo tó wà ní Port Harcourt káàtì ẹ̀wá sọ́kọ́ parí ẹ̀ lónìí pẹ̀lú epo tí wọ́n ti tà sọ́jọ́ iwájú yìí ibùdó òfọpo Dangote ọgbọ́n wo la fẹ́ dá sí láàfin lè pọ̀tà fún gbogbo àwọn nǹkan inú fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ kó jọ papọ̀.
ẹ ṣe lótú mo sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan pé a fi epo yá owó ní August last year
okay.
a yá 3 billion from African Bank. a fi ṣe ni pé a fẹ́ fi now owó ta yá ní this $3 billion pledge wa is 164.25 million barrel of crude oil la máa fi san.
láàfin 3 billion yẹn.
owó tá a yá ní August last year from African Bank is $3 billion. tí a dẹ̀ máa san epo tá a máa san epo yóò àti ìsàn tán o is 164 million barrel.
164 million barrels
of crude oil.
A dẹ̀ ń pèsè
now a máa san 90,000 barrels every day. Kí kó tó pé 164 million barrels 90,000 naira every day olówó tá a yá ní August last year $3 billion. now lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn a tún ti ń sìnkì owó míì tí a fẹ́ yá that is another about $2 billion.
That yá 3 tẹ́lẹ̀.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni tó jẹ́ pé a máa san 35,000 barrels of crude oil every day. ká tó wá sọ eléyìí àwọn ilé tí wọ́n ti yá sílẹ̀ láyé Buhari tá a máa san. ká tó wá san àwọn gbèsè tá a ti san tá a ti yá àtẹlẹ tá a yá tá a ti yá ń sìn
àtẹlẹ tá a tún fẹ́ yá
àtẹlẹ tá a tún fẹ́ yá. now nígbà tó ń ṣe crude oil yìí wọ́n làwọn yá $2.1 billion to finance Dangote oil. Dangote sọ pé n ò pledge owó kankan nǹkan tó ń pledge is what is crude oil. Crude oil yẹn tó ń pledge yìí sìn àrí crude oil because most of our crude oil láti fi jẹ gbèsè láti fi yáwó. now Dangote dẹ̀ ní gbogbo ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ orí agreement NNPC federal government àti òun lọ́dọ̀dọ̀ lórí. ṣẹ́ni pàtí ní problem báyìí. so unfortunately most of the time in Nigeria they are screwed in secrecy. You don't even know what is happening. So the government will not come and tell us this is what is happening. Most epo wa àti fi yáwó tán. Díẹ̀ tó bá kù a máa finance gbèsè mi tá ti yá àti nǹkan tó lọ ní Nigeria. Lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn about last month only president not sign way and means into law so that owó tó bá ń gbà lọ́wọ́ CBN gbèrè tó bá ń gbà lọ́wọ́ CBN a lè máa fast because olówó tó lè máa lọ́wọ́ CBN tó pè ní way and means ìyẹn ń sìn báyìí wọ́n ti sign to law so that kí CBN kó ẹ̀ ti máa jáde because a ti ní problem. So ẹ wo refinery Port Harcourt àti last year wọ́n ló máa jáde lọ́gọ́st December March May August nsìn àárín kankan ní refinery Port Harcourt. Dangote tó tún ti ní refinery sílẹ̀ ó tún kúkú dọ̀ ẹ̀. Who do it for Nigeria? Now à ń sunkún pé àní refinery o kánibà ní refinery ni nǹkan bá dá àwa ní refinery báyìí.
àti tẹ̀kọ́ lẹ̀ kí refinery.
àwa rẹ̀pọ̀ ṣé kì í ṣe pọ̀rọ̀ wa ó nídìí mi ò mọ̀ nítorí àti pray so à ní prayer mọ̀.
ìgbìyànjú lóyún tó fìdí tọ́.
ọ̀rọ̀ wa mi ò mọ̀ tọ́lọ̀ wa nídìí mọ̀ because à ń sọ pé ìyà tó ń jẹ wá o refinery ni America all American refinery are private owned.
aládàáni gbogbo.
Rapata all the refinery in America are owned by private people. Now àtúwá ní ẹyọ kan which happen to be one of the largest in the world. Kó tó wá rí epo láti lè produce àtúrẹ́pọ̀ fún. Then what is our problem? Ta ló ń ṣe wá àbáwá là ń ṣe ra wá. So I don't seem to understand why ti jẹ́ pé Nàìjíríà yìí a kàn mọ̀ sọ pé no Nàìjíríà yìí o gbogbo tó bá gbà o we move forward because it's intention self-inflicted disaster. It is a self-inflicted disaster. Nigeria o gbogbo tó bá gbà o Nigeria o you must not move forward. Because tẹ́lẹ̀ bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ aláàrí rìfánárì pé ìyà tó ń jẹ wá nìyẹn ó túmọ̀ sí pé nǹkan tó ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ ń sìn ó túmọ̀ sí pé àwọn adarí wa they are not sincere because láti bí kan tó bí mi gbàtí mo ti dá ayé tí mo ti gbọ́njú mo ti gbọ́ pé ìyà tó ń jẹ wá ìyà rìfánárì ni now àwa rìfánárì sìn àwa tún ní kò tún ṣepo ṣé kò wò pé àwọn ipò yìí sanwó okay because àwọn èèyàn àwọn aráàlú ibòmíì gan wọn àwọn pé sáwọn ará àwọn Nàìjíríà yìí sanwó okay ṣe pé àbí ṣé kò ní pé kọ́ńtà ṣe ti brain wa pé bóyá nǹkan kan wà tó rán pẹ̀lú wa àbí because look at it a ní rìfáì ló ń jẹ wá ń yà nǹkan náà lọ yá owó rìfáì lè yí o ó wá ku epo a dẹ̀ ń produce epo. We are one of the largest producers in Africa. Today, but I'm a refine. Ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn so sínú lẹ́nu ó buyọ̀ sí. Pé a ní refinery o, lè but I'm a refine. A dem produce epo. A dem import epo tá máa lò.
Kí wá lọ́nà ọ̀nà àbáyọ wa báyìí. Tó rà gbọ́dọ̀ gba ìpè o.
Ṣé rí ọ̀nà àbáyọ wa mi ò mọ̀.
Ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ẹ sọ òkè ìṣòro tó bá lóṣọ kí wàá dáwà tó gbogbo òkè ìṣòro wálẹ̀ fún ọtí àbárọ̀ náà àbájọ sí.
Mo ti sọ̀tàn ọ̀nà àbáyọ nípa economy.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni a ti sọ.
Bọ̀ nípa tẹ́pọ̀ mi ò mọ̀ because ẹni tó wà NNPC director ó níyà tó ń jẹ wá refinery ni. Bàbá Tinubu wọ́n níyà tó ń jẹ wá refinery ni. Àbí kan tó sọ kọ́ nìyẹn wọ́n ní tá bá ti ní refinery o a máa lépo. Bàbá Buhari wọ́n ní refinery ló ń jẹ wá ń yà now àwa ní refinery àwa lépo. Báwo la lè ọ̀sẹ̀ fẹ́ sọ pé ẹ má bínú o àti kọ́ refinery o bọ́ lépo tá máa refine o. So sáà ti ní problem so solution yẹn rárá mi ò tiẹ̀ mọ̀ kò yé mi because àti epo ní tẹ́tẹ́lẹ̀ complain pé alépo refine ni o alépo ariwo tá a pàṣẹ ni pé alépo refine ló ń jẹ wá ń yá o àwa refinery àwa alépo. So it's a very devastating and annoying situation.
You, the person they call president, they go to another house. Yes. Hey! And I not say, and I not say for Kano, and I not say for Kano, say that they use 50 million bikes here. Okay. They buy our own hunger day. Which color be your hunger? My brother will say,
federal government 9 days. Okay, so right now we're about to sing.